Well, we're going now. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first ever Heavy Hands Livecast. We are here with all of the fight analysis and insight you could possibly want while you are watching UFC Saskatoon at home. Of course, there's a fantastic main event for you later on this evening. Pat and I are both looking forward to Max Holloway and Charles Oliveira, two of the best featherweight prospects on earth. Really looking forward to seeing them duke it out with one another. But we got a whole long segment of televised prelims here. If you have never listened to Heavy Hands before, then welcome. This is Heavy Hands. I am your host, Connor Ruebusch of BloodyElbow.com. With me is Patrick Wyman. Pat, how do you like to introduce yourself these days?
I guess according to my boss, I am the senior MMA analyst for BleacherReport.com.
Senior MMA analyst.
Oh, yeah, senior MMA analyst, as opposed to all of the junior MMA analysts running around out there, of whom I'm not sure there are many.
Apparently one of them's me. I think if you don't have the senior tag, then you're automatically junior, so I need an upgrade.
Hey, yeah, well, there we go.
We'll be talking to Kid Nate. If you guys aren't sure what we're doing here tonight, this isn't the place to find the fight live. If you're looking for play-by-play, BloodyElbow.com has excellent play-by-play live and results articles over on the site. We're not going to be covering the fights in that way. Instead, we're going to try to offer you a little bit of in-depth technical, strategic analysis during the fight. So you're going to have to find your own source of the fights. Fox Sports 1 is a good channel to find them on, I've heard. And while you're watching them, please tune down the volume just a little bit. Let us supplement your normal commentary, and we'll try to explain what you're seeing, why you're seeing it, and try to give a little insight into the thought processes of the fighters as the fight plays out. So we hope it turns out well. We're looking forward to it. It should be fun. It's the first time in some time, I think, that Pat and I have been able to sit down on the evening of a fight and watch the fights.
Yeah, seriously. It's been – I'm trying to think of how long it's been, and probably UFC 189 was the last time I got to sit down and watch live.
Yeah. Pretty much, and it's the irony of covering MMA for a living that you don't get to watch very much MMA.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, you do all of your work over the course of the week leading up to it, and you finally get to Saturday, and you're like, okay, now I can actually go do things. And your significant other is thinking, okay, yeah, no, this is nice. This is gonna be real nice. Go out on a Saturday night.
I'm going to try and supplement some of our content here with comments from the YouTube channel and from the Bloody Elbow page. If you want to find the Bloody Elbow page to participate in the comments, if you're not already watching this on YouTube, then you can find that via my Twitter. It's @BoxingBush, and the link should be there. Should be my last tweet, if I remember correctly. But we have some lovely suggestions from Callie. If it's not Call-A, spell your names more simply, folks. I'm going to screw them up. From Bloody Elbow. These are some suggestions for our commentary, Pat. Let's see. If we run out of ideas, we can say the following. Fighter X is going for a spinning back kick. You can see from the way he's lifting the heel on his rear leg. It's always a good one. That leg kick was just a slap. You want a real thud, Pat. It's like getting hit by a baseball bat.
That was the thud instead of the slap.
I'm looking forward to using this one. Fighter X is going for a guillotine. It looks tight. There's no way Fighter Way can escape. He's out. That should be a good one.
I mean, we don't totally want to swagger jack Rogan and Goldberg on our first ever live cast right here. But so if you're listening to this after the fact and you're looking to sync right now, the Chris Coladus versus Chris Beal fight is live as of. Here we go if they're ever going to get around to this. Fight's going now. Start now.
And I think also, just for future reference, I'll probably go through this the day after recording and find all of the beginning of the fights with the audio and give you guys notes so that you can download this as a Heavy Hands episode later. If you like to listen to it with the fights after the fact, or if you're a bizarre person and you just want to listen to audio that has nothing to do with what you're looking at, perhaps while you're driving, if you want your drive to seem more exciting.
Yeah, and there will be a lot of it. So maybe if you're a long haul trucker or something like that, then this is the live cast for you.
Absolutely.
So as far as this fight's concerned, I listed this as one of the foremost existentially meaningless fights coming up in the next several months. Mostly because I have never understood the whole Chris Beal thing. Like, I think that people are trying to see something in his game and in him as a fighter that's not really there. And Coladus is going on 34-year-old flyweight in a division where youth is king without a real outstanding skill set. Like, so, not a great fight to get us started on the live cast here, but yeah, I mean, I just don't see it with either one of these guys. Like, Beal's not a power puncher. He's not particularly skilled.
Well, we were saying before the show began, we were talking about Cub Swanson. I think you mentioned him as the archetypal dynamic fighter. For some bizarre reason, on the Bloody Elbow vivisections, we have started referring to that as the Paddy Holohan type fighter. I don't know why Paddy Holohan is deserving of being the namesake of the archetype. But Chris Beal strikes me as being very similar. It's hard not to see potential in him because he's a great athlete. He's capable of extremely impressive feats of orchestrated violence. But then when you put him in against somebody who's well prepared, as Chris Coletti often is, who knows whether or not he'll be able to implement a game plan against Beal tonight, you start to see where, like, the importance of training and preparation, and experience. And Beal lacks all of those things, really.
Yeah, and I think we saw that really clearly when Beal fought Neil Seery, whom I love. I'm a huge Neil Seery fan, but I picked Seery to win that fight for exactly that reason, because Seery is exceptionally process oriented in the way that he goes about both preparing and fighting. I mean, he's like, you don't want to call him a grinder, because that's not the way that Seery fights. He's not like trying to grind out big chunks of time, but Seery is going to go out there and try to win rounds, and there are times when Beal does not necessarily look like that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
And it's weird for a guy who has the kind of tools that Beal does, and Beal does have, I would say, pretty plus tools, who doesn't really I don't know. Beal does not necessarily always get all that much done with that. I mean, he's only got a couple of knockouts in his entire career.
Mm-hmm. Are you a hater, Pat? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I am a hater. Yes. Well, do you remember Mookie and I used to write those haters guides?
The haters guides were beautiful.
I mean, those were fun to write. I miss those. Mookie and I have talked at various points about getting back together to do another one.
Having said all those derogatory, terrible things about Chris Beal, we're seeing a pretty airtight performance from him so far.
Yeah, he especially looked good when he was on top there, when he got his posture and he was dropping ground strikes. That was really excellent technique.
Coladus himself, not a bad wrestler, not a bad jiu-jitsu practitioner. Beal is doing a really nice job of maintaining position. It's been a long running idea of mine to do a sort of encyclopedia of ground and pound. I think it's one of those underrated, misunderstood aspects of MMA. Even by myself, I don't fully understand it yet. But throughout tonight's card, maybe we can try and pick up on some of the ooh, goodness, something bizarre is happening here. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Beal just athleted his way out of a takedown attempt that Coladus got in on him with. But I mean, that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about with Beal. Is it's hard to take him seriously as like a 31-year-old quote unquote prospect when he does. I mean, just stands there with his face on the center line and allows himself to get jabbed to death.
You see a lot of face on center line in MMA, Pat.
This is true. Maybe someday it'll change.
Someday fighters will learn that if you incline your head to the side, it's harder to hit. I make it sound really simple. It's not that simple, of course, but
no. I mean, but you've got to practice it. That's the thing. It's not like you're all of a sudden one day going to be a very difficult to hit striker if you just never practice pulling your head off line when you throw, right? You have to practice the dipping jab. You have to practice pulling your head off line when you throw an overhand or a hook or whatever. You have to practice moving your head. You have to drill it. It's a thing that you have to work on consistently.
Yeah. We just saw a bit of an interesting use of the rubber guard to land strikes as if using a collar tie on the feet. That was quite interesting. We see a lot of rubber guard in MMA, Pat, but I'm not sure. Rubber guard on the ground is very much the wheel kick of grappling. Everybody wants to learn how to throw it. And I do believe that the rubber guard can be very effective. I have a lot of faith in the kind of stuff that Eddie Bravo does, weird names aside, but don't really see it implemented effectively. What are the What's the point of the rubber guard? If we see Coladus try to do that again, what should we be looking for?
Well, so I think the rubber guard is actually really interesting for exactly the reason that you just pointed out, with Coladus using it to land strikes. I think it has a lot more utility in MMA than it necessarily does in grappling, because you can use it to hold somebody's head in place while you just elbow the crap out of them. Like we saw that a lot from Ben Saunders when he fought Kenny Robertson a couple of weeks ago. It's a really useful kind of thing. Like if you consider a big part of what you want to do on your back, like making sure you stay busy so that you're not outright losing it, I think rubber guard has a lot of usefulness there. I mean, I don't really know all that much about how the rubber guard is supposed to work. I've never trained it. I've never done 10th Planet or any sort of system like that. But I have rolled with guys who like it, and they seem to think it's a useful thing. I don't know. I really don't know that much about the rubber guard, aside from wanting to make fun of the just, banana chair, electric split, meat hook, steak hanger type of positional names.
Anytime I make fun of 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, I like to use the term banana hammock, because it definitely sounds like a submission technique that they would have in their arsenal.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you really want to confine somebody. You really want to confine somebody, lock them in place even.
He's going for the squirrel smuggler here, and he's got it.
That'll play. We'll take it. We'll take that. I think the squirrel smuggler is even better than the banana hammock, and maybe even more indicative of the 10th Planet system.
Eddie Bravo, call me up. I got ideas. I've got ideas. So now, this might be a good opportunity to talk about footwork versus movement, something we've talked about on Heavy Hands proper before. But we're seeing Beal try to use a little bit of footwork the way that footwork is supposed to be used. He's not being very consistent with it at the moment, but early in the rounds, he was giving Coladus some trouble by forcing him to turn. And the idea of taking angles on somebody at range, even when they're not necessarily going to hit you right away, because obviously angles can be great for getting away from a strike as it's coming at you. But if you are using angles to force the guy to turn to keep up with you, then you can make it a lot more difficult for him to set his feet, either to get a takedown or to attempt to strike. And so as Beal is at range here, we're going to look for him to try and basically just turn Coladus without touching him. Because, of course, if Coladus doesn't turn to stay facing Beal, then Beal can run in and wallop him with something big.
Yeah, I mean, Beal seems to have shut down on that a little bit and seemed more content there over the last couple of exchanges to just like plant his feet and throw. Yeah. And I think I mean, you're going to need to use a little more craft than that. But then on the other hand, like he's kind of I think the fear of the counter got Coladus shooting that takedown from way too far outside, and Beal showed off. I mean, a good hard sprawl on that.
Sure, yeah.
But it eventually allowed Coladus to grab a hold of him, and now Beal is losing this chunk of time getting ground up against the fence.
Mm-hmm. Beal sometimes overvalues or takes the term stick and move a little too literally, as in like stick in 3 inches of mud and then move.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing with Beal that's kind of maddening, is you see these real flashes of excellent things, like that 3-punch counter combination that he hit a little while ago. That was excellent. That was absolutely outstanding. The timing was great. You could see the pop. He got great weight transfer into it. Everything was great. But then almost the shot that he threw before that was like a winging, not at all set up with anything right hand out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Tough one. We got Beal back at range here. Let's see if he can do a little more movement. There's certainly a stick and move. We see a nice stiff jab. Again, that's the idea of the jab, right? You want to touch the guy just enough that he has to come after you, but move just enough that he can't come after you effectively, leaves himself open. Mm-hmm. But then that starts to fall apart when Beal backs up in straight lines, lets Coladus run him into the fence.
Yep. Coladus did a really excellent job of timing that takedown there, but Beal is just way bigger and way stronger and a way better athlete. The timing on that was excellent. Sure. Like Beal threw out kind of a lazy jab. Coladus timed it perfectly and hopped under for the takedown. And got all the way into his hips and just couldn't finish. Couldn't finish at all. Beal managed to not get his hips out.
Coladus has an unreal amount of heart.
Yep.
He really does. That's what we saw in his UFC debut against Paddy Holohan. Second mention for Patty Houlihan on the show. For whatever reason, Patty Houlihan is evidently one of my very favorite fighters.
Don't tell John Kavanaugh.
I can't.
I forgot John Kavanaugh blocked you on Twitter.
No means of talking to the guy, unfortunately. But, we saw that with Coladus in his first fight. Came in on very short notice, and we may be seeing it here against Beal. Like, Coladus is going to keep coming, and we said this before we began recording. Now, obviously, Beal still got those big moments like that, but we said this before we began recording. In fighting, unlike in many other sports, the thought really, really counts. So you can have a severe dearth of technical ability, but if you really want to do a thing, you can often make it happen. Things don't happen for lack of trying, but they certainly happen. If you don't try it, it's certainly not going to happen, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I mean, well, Coladus, it occurs to me, I mean, he's an excellent representative of my durability corollary. Like, he's got lots of heart, but he's also durable. He just takes a good shot. It's hard to affect him, because Houlihan in the first round of that fight, Houlihan did quite a bit of damage to him. Beal did quite a bit of damage to him in the first round of this fight when he postured up and was smacking him around. And he's taken some good shots on the feet as well. But like, when you just don't get hurt by shots that hurt other people, like, that's a huge part of success at the highest levels of MMA that we don't talk about very much. Like, a guy who isn't as durable as Coladus with the exact same skill sets is not fighting in the UFC.
Absolutely.
Like Matt Dwyer. Speaking of another Canadian, Matt Dwyer, super durable dude. Took a double tap head kick from Albert Tumanov to put that guy down. And if you watch some of his fights before he ever made it into the UFC, before he got more technical with his game, as he has in his last few fights, like, Dwyer was relying entirely on durability to get himself through these ridiculous firefights that he found himself in. So, like, if he had gotten knocked out in one of those fights, he never would have made it to the UFC, and we would never have seen him kind of blossom into the much more technical, skilled striker that he is now.
Very good point. Very good point. And what we can expect to see in this round, based on what we've seen so far, obviously Coladus going for those takedowns in the previous rounds, but again, the promise from Beal. We've seen a really nice use of the jab as a counter. There is no better counter punch than the jab. You let the guy run into it. You barely have to do anything. And so we've seen Beal try to keep Coladus at range, but the difficulty he's had is that he doesn't quite seem to know what to do when he's got Coladus at range. He's trying to catch him with these big giant counters coming in when Coladus works up the nerve to run through that jab or run under it or past it or around it. But then he's just planting his feet and giving up his hips like he did just there.
Do you think that Beal just does not like getting hit very much? He doesn't seem to respond well to pressure. Like, it's like it takes him getting hit a couple of times before he remembers, like, oh yeah, I can hit that guy back. Like, there was an exchange at the very end of the last round where Coladus kind of rushed him, hit him a couple of times, and Beal's head pops back straight up. Then Beal gets to the fence, he plants his feet, and he's like, oh, okay, I can throw now. And he throws a 3-punch combination. Like, there's a kind of a weird thing there. I don't really understand. I don't really know how to classify it. This is a slick scramble against the fence right there.
Sure.
Like, I thought Coladus was going to get his back. Somehow Beal gets out the back door, kicks off the fence, and winds up in Coladus' guard.
Mm-hmm. He athleticed his way out of it. Have we seen the death of the closed guard in MMA, Pat?
I think Anderson Silva was the last guy who really got away with doing effective things from a closed guard. And I think Silva Weidman 1 was the death of the closed guard, if I were going to write it up.
Maybe it's just, as we saw from Coladus there, like a lot of time on his back, not looking to lock up his ankles, not looking to close the guard. And perhaps it's just that we're at a point where people, because the closed guard's not very common in jiu-jitsu either. And essentially the closed guard is a stalling position. It's a space to catch your breath and control the other guy and plan your next move. And maybe we're at a point in MMA where people don't need to stall once their back's at the canvas, or even if perhaps the stalling in and of itself is a terrible error.
Well, I mean, exception to that would be Conor McGregor versus Chad Mendes. We just saw McGregor trying to stall a whole lot.
An Anderson Silva-esque performance.
Yeah, it was. Very kind of old school understanding of how to use the guard in MMA for McGregor, which worried me a lot because, like, Mendez, not exactly the world's most devastating top control guy. You know, it's
he was, but and the other thing is he's not, and yet he was being pretty damn effective from the top.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what a kind of a world-class top player like Jose Aldo, though we haven't seen it a ton from him, though he has those skills. It makes you wonder what a guy like Jose Aldo could do there. But yeah, no, I think you're right. We don't see the closed guard very much anymore because it's a guaranteed way to lose yourself around.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the first time I interviewed for us, we talked for a long time there about how he thinks if you spend more than 60 seconds on your back in a round, basically you're going to lose that round. So you give yourself a couple of little sequences to play around and try and grab something off your back, but it's sweep, submit, or get back up. And if you can't sweep them, you can't submit them, you can't find something there, like it's very time sensitive, then you need to do everything you can to try and scramble back to your feet.
Mm-hmm. Hard to disagree with that. We're seeing Beal have some difficulty with the punches of Coladus here, which is that even when he's not being hit that hard, it looks like it's affecting him a lot more than it is. We saw him wobble earlier in the fight, maybe a couple times here and there. It's difficult to tell, and the reason it's difficult to tell is because his head movement, he's allowing his head to go past his feet. And these big dramatic movements are really ineffective because if your defense requires you to off balance yourself, then all you're really doing is compromising your ability to take a good punch.
Well, he's also exhausted. I mean, absolutely, utterly exhausted. And I think that has a lot to do with it. Like, it's hard. I mean, you know this. It's hard to maintain your technique and your mechanics when you're tired, and that includes and especially your defensive responsibility, where you think like, I would rather get hit in the face than have to move an extra inch here. Like it sounds weird, but like that's a real thought process that you get when you're that exhausted and that tired.
Doesn't sound weird to me, Pat. That's a very familiar thought process to me. What are your thoughts? What's your guess? Who do you think won that fight?
I think Beal won it, but I think it's probably going to be 29-28 Coladus.
You do? I see. My guess is that Beal probably got the decision.
You think so?
He had those big moments, and even though he was counterpunching, he was at least counterpunching in combination. He was swinging for the fences.
The reason why I think Coladus took the third round there is essentially because Beal looked like he was getting hit so much harder than he did, or than he actually was at the end of the fight. Like that, you want to talk about looking dramatic, like. Coladus was not putting like massive leather on him. Like nobody's going to confuse Chris Coladus with George Foreman, but the way that Beal was reacting when he took those shots, really made
off balance. I mean, that's the thing. You look bad when you're flinging yourself around. I mean, particularly when you're tired, but even earlier in the fight, we just see these big swaying, over dramatic movements, and you're gonna look like you're getting hurt even when you're not, and that's counterintuitive to good fighting because fighting you're trying to do two things. You're trying to be effective. You're trying to look effective. You want the judges to think you're effective even if you're not. And then if you can be effective, you want to be effective. So even if you're getting hit, you don't want to look like you're getting hit hard. You know what I mean? And getting flung off balance by your own movement is not a good way to sell that impression.
You wrote a whole article about that with regard to Benson Henderson, right? Like smooth in the art of bullshit or something.
The art of bullshit, yes. No selling and just convincing everyone that you're doing more than you are. It's one of the oldest tricks in the book. It's a great. I don't know. People thought I was talking shit on Ben Henderson in that article. Like some of my favorite boxers are amazing bullshitters who just do a great job of making their other opponents look bad. Either it frustrates the other guy and then he does perform badly, or convinces the judges that you're in control and you get more points than maybe you should. Either way, it's smart fighting. Makes sense.
Yep.
For those asking in the comments, we're going to let you know when we're beginning a new fight on our feeds so that you can sync this up. Hopefully everything should be running pretty smoothly. If you just hit the live button on the YouTube stream, then it should sync you up automatically. But we'll let you know when our upcoming fights are beginning, so you can find out where we're at. For the record, we just finished Chris Beal versus. Is it two Chris's? Are they both named Chris, or am I going mad?
They are indeed.
I just thought I tricked myself. Chris Beal versus Chris Coladus just finished. We're waiting for the decision right now.
Yep, split decision for Coladus.
He doesn't look happy about it.
Yeah, well, that was really confusing because, you know, it comes out in the final card 29-28 for the winner by split decision. Chris.
Yeah.
That was outstanding.
For a second, I wondered why there was no reaction from either fighter when the first name was announced.
Oh God, yeah, that was pretty dang funny.
It's like when you get a shot at a fight for a vacant title, and so then you're used to seeing the guys react when they say, "And the new." Title they don't know, so they still say "and the new," and the arena is just dead silent. Both guys expressionless.
Yeah, quintessential one of that would be Diaz Condit, right?
Yeah,
like, man. So yeah, I mean, not a bad fight there. Actually, a pretty dang solid fight. But again, same deal. Where like, it's just not quite all there for Beal. And he's probably going to get cut, isn't he? I'm trying to think of where he's at.
Let's see here, Pat. We got some more comments to share if you're interested.
Yes, absolutely.
Our good friend Phil McKenzie, who, by the way, thanks to Phil for making the lovely graphic that we have for this live cast. He made us a nice, I don't know if you've seen it, Pat. He made us a nice picture. He's got the main event fighters for the card. He incorporated the little MS Paint Heavy Hands logo that I made up a year or more ago. And he's got the Cincinnati Museum Center, Union Terminal, and the Santa Monica Pier joining us from across the nation.
Does he really? I'm trying to find this.
Go check it out. Go to Bloody Elbow's front page.
Okay.
And it should be pinned there in slot 4. So thanks.
That is outstanding.
Isn't that beautiful? So
that is really cool. And of course, he's got Nikita Krylov on there.
Well, yeah, he's the main event. He's the main event there. Phil's question is, where do the deadly heel kicks to the calf come in the Encyclopedia of Ground and Pound? For that, Phil, you'll have to buy the book. You'll just have to wait and see.
What was the fight? Is it John Tuck versus Jake Lindsay? I want to say, where Tuck had Lindsay's back, and he was
liver kicked him with a heel.
Yeah, repeatedly, like 17 times he did that, and
stopped
Lindsay
him with it.
Yeah, like so. In answer to Phil's question, if you've got somebody's back in a body triangle or whatever, and then you start heel kicking them in the liver, that can be effective. Otherwise, I think maybe we're not going to devote a ton of attention to the heel kicks.
Well, I was thinking of how to arrange my MMA ground and pound encyclopedia, the science of ground and pound, as I think I'm probably going to call it. The thought occurred to me that a section, because I was going to look at it per position, like here's how ground and pound works from the ride and turtle position. Here's how it works from the mount. Here's how it works from guard, top or bottom. And it occurred to me that a section on unorthodox strikes, a potpourri section, if you will, might be worthwhile. And I really think, like, if kidney shots weren't illegal, the Hoist Gracie kidney kicks would still be a very, very viable weapon from the bottom in MMA. It's horrible to eat kicks, to eat a heel in the back of the ribs over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is true. I mean, I still think, no. Yeah, I mean, there are ways for. I think it's interesting how modern MMA makes the guard much less effective than it would have been in 1993. I guess is the way that I would put that. Just because when you're not wearing a gi, when neither guy is wearing a gi, it makes it much harder to control. You can use fewer strikes off of your back. I mean, like think about how much more effective you could be as Charles Oliveira is a good example of this. We'll talk about him later tonight. If he could just kick you, especially in the back of the head, like off of his back like that, Charles Oliveira's guard would be even more dangerous than it is. I mean, or if remember Anderson Silva, Yushin Okami, their first fight, like that's all effective stuff that you can do off your back, but it's not as effective in 2015. It's part of the reason we see so much more emphasis on top play and just scrambling back to your feet.
True that. Which is kind of sad in a way. Charles Oliveira, Fabricio Verdum, these are like the last of the great guard players. And even Verdum doesn't let himself play guard that much these days.
Yep.
We're missing some of this. And you got to love when you see a guy who specializes in that. Like Oliveira, just such a venomous submission game from the bottom. You don't have many opportunities to watch those guys work anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think a lot of that I think Verdum learned his lesson when he fought Alistair Overeem the second time. I mean, because he spent so long trying to pull guard to get that fight on the ground, and then he finally did, and Overeem just weighted him down from half guard.
Yeah.
And when was the last time we really saw Verdum try something off his back? I guess when he fought Roy Nelson, and he almost had Nelson laced up in something before he eventually got back up. Before Nelson pulled himself out.
Willingly go to his. I mean, Travis Brown knocked him down, so did Mark Hunt. But really, it's like Verdum's guard is now a recovery position and a place to threaten the guy if he puts you there. He doesn't really seek the guard anymore. Yeah.
He tried. I guess. I mean, I think you could see the death of Fabricio Verdum as a guard player when he fought Mark Hunt, right? That because Hunt just smashed him up against the fence, and it's not like Hunt is a masterpiece of top control grappling, and he was just able to kind of smash his hips there up against the fence and keep him there for like a solid 2 minutes without much happening.
We have 109 live viewers right now, Pat. Can you believe it?
Do we really?
We do.
I mean, are they in the right place?
109 rubes watching us chat about various unrelated topics right now. We got a couple more comments from people here. Great one from our friend Mookie Alexander. Is chili a soup? We'll address that later in the show, of course. Very valid question that deserves some discussion. How about this one from Russell Davies? Do you guys agree that Holloway is one of the most underrated chins in MMA? He gets hit often and hard, but doesn't even get slightly hurt. He reminds me, this is Russell speaking still, of Nicky Holtzkin and the fact that he hits his opponent hard, gets hard, but both are just so tough and durable that their opponents eventually will fall apart while they just keep going strong.
See, I do think they have something in common, and they are both very durable. But I'll tell you why I think that that's a little bit off. I think especially with regard to Holtzkin, yes, very tough, but both Holloway and Holtzkin are very good at taking just a little bit off the shots that they use.
Sure.
The just barely managing to brush aside a shot so that you only take half of it instead of all of it. Keeping a tight guard, so even if they land, maybe their forearm impacts first and takes a little bit off of it, rolling with the shot just a little bit to take a tiny little bit off. They do both get hit quite a bit in absolute terms, but I don't think they eat quite as many clean, full-on shots as we might think that they do.
No, and really, like Holloway and Holtzkin, I think they're a great comparison because both of them are there to be hit. And we've talked about this before as it pertains to Ally Quinta. These are volume strikers. They're in range. So, they're a little more vulnerable, essentially, than other fighters who move more might be. But, I think we talk a lot about rolling with punches and things like that. People tend to rate that kind of thing really highly. We've seen some guys who do it really, really well. If you watch fighters like Roberto Duran, Canelo Alvarez does a great Mexican head roll, as I call it. You take the shot and turn your head so it slides off the side of the jaw. That's cool. But I think people underestimate how important just being in a good fundamental position is for being able to take a punch. And when you look at Nicky Holtzkin and Max Holloway, they very rarely don't have their feet both under them. They're very rarely not facing their opponent, so they have a back foot behind them to help absorb some of the force of an impact. Their knees are bent. Even doing all this crazy dynamic stuff that they do, they're solid. And being solid, you stand on one leg, you're going to get hurt a lot more easily than if you've got a good solid base underneath you.
Yeah, I mean, compare that to what we just saw from Chris Beal. I hate to keep picking on Beal, and it's going to sound like I'm going to continue to pick on Beal, but that's part of the reason why Beal lost that fight was because he looked like he was getting hit so much harder than he was, and that's because he wasn't in a good position. His front leg would completely straighten out, and when you can't flex to bend with the shot at all, to move as the shot takes you, it's going to look like your head's spinning around like you just got hit with the 2x4.
And I submit that he probably was getting hurt more than he would have otherwise because of the way he was moving, because of how off balance he was. It hurts. You don't want to, just like you don't want to run into something at full speed. You don't want to be off balance when you get hit. I would ask you to experiment if it didn't require you to have a friend crack you in the jaw while you're leaning backwards. But it really, at a certain point, you move a little too far in one direction, you've got no other direction to go but down.
Yeah, and it does make a difference. It absolutely makes a difference. So coming up here, we've got Marcos Rogerio de Lima against Nikita Krylov. Eat, pray, Krylov. I don't know, it's in kind of a weird turn of events, especially considering how awful his UFC debut was. Just one of the 3 or 4 worst fights I've ever seen against Soa Palele. Krylov has become something of a crowd favorite. Also the guy who got himself Von Flue choked by Ovent St. Preux. For those of you scoring at home, same guy.
But Krylov is the perfect blend of like ironic fandom and genuine fandom because he's equally capable of fun moments of cool technique. You know, he's got these nice kicks and he's tough as hell and he's got power. So that makes him fun. And then also he can be really terrible. So it's fun to root for him ironically. Plus his nickname I learned recently, it is no longer. And so, you know, tisk tisk Nikita Krylov, but he was up until very recently the Al Capone.
What is he now?
He's nothing. He's just Nikita Krylov.
Oh, that is just a crock of shit. That is a crock of shit, Connor.
We will acquiesce to Zane Simon's requests and call him Nicky Thrills, for lack of a better nickname.
Well, I mean, first of all, even the Al Capone, I don't think would be better than Nicky Thrills, especially considering. Do you remember Krylov's last fight when he had that cornerman with the flock of seagulls haircut?
Who had a flock of seagulls haircut?
Krylov's cornerman. I gotta try and find a picture of this. You genuinely don't remember this? They took the picture of the dude he's got the flock of seagulls haircut with the front part dyed. And at some point during the post-fight announcement after Krylov won, he's got his finger jammed all the way up his nose and like his you genuinely have not seen this. You're not just fucking.
Please find it because I need to see this.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try and find this because it's a real thing and it's ridiculous.
James Kimball asks us, don't you think Eat, Cry, Love is better than Eat, Pray, Cry, Love? He might have a point there.
He may have a point, but I choose to disregard it.
Sorry, James. You got shunned.
No, that's actually a good point.
Krylov
Eat, Cry,
and
Love.
This is from Russell Davies. Krylov and Pendred get the most ironic fan support of any fighters. Difference is that Krylov is actually fun to watch. Sick burn there, Russell.
Okay, so I think I found the picture here.
I wish we can't share this with anybody else. We're not going to do a screen share because then you'll see all the horrible things we have open in our other tabs.
Yeah.
So you just have to send it to me, and I'll give you guys this. I can give you play-by-play on. I'm going to describe to you what this picture looks like.
Okay, I'm actually tweeting it out right now. So so take a look.
So everybody go to Patrick_Wyman at Patrick_Wyman to see this amazing picture. That's on Twitter. If you don't have Twitter, catch up. It's 21st century. Give it the times.
There we go.
I'm waiting for this photo. I really can't wait to see it.
Man. Okay, it should be going up here momentarily. But
Pat composes his tweets very carefully. I think you'll all find. Oh, somebody posted it. Phil McKenzie had it ready in the bloody
Phil, you son of yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I just posted it. But so interesting note about this fight. Marco Sergio de Lima was a top prospect like years and years ago. I think he was the number one ranked light heavyweight on Leland and Smoogy's list in like 2010 or 2011. Yeah. Got signed by Strikeforce, had one awful fight against Mike Kyle, and then kind of disappeared for a few years and has now reinvented himself as a hulking light heavyweight.
And for people looking to sink, the first round of Krylov de Lima begins now.
Oh, you're a little behind me, Connor.
Oh, well, so it goes.
Yeah.
It began several seconds ago. Now sink, go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now this is why we enjoy Krylov, right? Krylov is remarkably good at finding the right distance from which to land some flashy, devastating head kicks. He's a very good left leg kicker. He sneaks those high kicks up really well.
Throws them with almost no wind up at all. Doesn't need to switch stances.
Yeah, and then he dives into half-hearted submission attempts.
Marco Sergio de Lima is not exactly a masterpiece of strong fight IQ.
What?
I'm just throwing that out there. He is a physical monster, though. You can see how strong he is.
Yeah.
And so, pretty solid range kickboxing from both guys, especially the kicking. Like you can see the way that like earlier there, the way that De Lima took his head offline as he threw that kick to the body.
And now we've seen a little bit of, I'm not, I don't know what's happening here. I wish I could describe this to you, but we've seen Krylov. Is it going to happen, Pat?
Why would you continuously jump guard into that guillotine there?
You know why?
Just because.
Assuming Eat Krylov gets out of this, well, he may not. He really may not, because this may be the more existentially meaningless fight than Chris Beal versus Chris Coladus.
Yeah,
it may be, Pat.
Oh God. Well, this is just a masterpiece of awful decisions from Marcos Rogerio de Lima.
Yeah, sure is.
And you kind of wonder why he never made it into as the elite fighter that everybody thought he could become. And you could kind of see why people were high on him based on those few exchanges on the feet. But he's done so much dumb shit here in the first round. Like excellent work. Excellent.
How many times do you get your back taken by Nikita Krylov before you?
They weren't like extraordinary back takes either. It's not like that was a masterpiece of ground technique from Nikita Krylov there. He is not a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt who's going to be threatening an ADCC run anytime soon. Like, that was purely Marcos Rogerio de Lima screwing up and getting finished.
Yeah, well, the thing I wanted to say, before that happened, is that we saw some flashes of what may be overall strategic improvement from Krylov. We saw him kickboxing at range, which we know he does well. And as we saw for a little flash in that fight, we saw him floundering in mid-range, which he also does very well. If you're looking for a guy to flounder in boxing range, Nikita Krylov is your man. But we also saw some nice clinch fighting from him. We saw him using a couple knees, a little side clinch, some short elbows. And that might be a decent strategy for him. If he's going to fight like an outfighter, we've said this many times, Pat, outfighters want to be all the way in, all the way out. So why not take the Muay Thai approach? Anytime you see a Muay Thai fighter forced to fight like a Dutch kickboxer or a Kyokushin guy with good hands, something like that, guy with a boxing background, what do they do when the guy tries to box him? They wrap him up and elbow the shit out of him, and it works. It's not flawless, but it works.
Yeah, that was kind of why I thought that De Lima would have a good chance in this fight, is because he's a big, strong, and mean kind of clinch fighter. So I thought that Krylov would struggle when he at anything outside of long range, but I did not exactly count on De Lima just repeatedly pulling guard into that guillotine for no particularly good reason.
Fun fight. We've got a couple more comments here. Emil Vang over on the YouTube page says, Connor, put on Shane's hat. No one wants to see that thing. Emil, I demand to know who Shane is before I can properly calculate a threatening response to that very uncalled for comment. I just got a fresh cut today to accentuate the man bun. Pretty happy with it, Pat.
Let's see. It's looking good. It's looking good. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Peak MMA blogger. Peak MMA blogger look.
Yeah, you got that damn right. I also if anybody ever wants me to stand outside with a clipboard and look for signatures, I could do that too.
Outside your local Whole Foods.
Yeah. Well, I'm in Cincinnati. We don't have a local Whole Foods.
That's an excellent point. That is an excellent point. My Lord. I'm still kind of blown away by all of Marcos Rogerio de Lima's decisions in that fight.
What do you mean, Pat? That was just great.
That was kind of the peak Krylov fight, though.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, it was everything you love and hate about Nikita Krylov, and then all the things that you hate about Marcos Rogerio de Lima. Yeah. So coming up next, everybody, now that we've gotten the main event out of the way, we got just a couple more fights afterwards. We have Yves Jabouin versus Felipe Arantes. Is it Arantes or Arantes?
Arantes, I think.
I think so. I'm trying to get my Brazilian Portuguese correct.
Have always enjoyed Felipe Arantes.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I enjoy basically every single member of the new Shoot the Box crew. I really do.
they've got some good prospects too. Dudes who are still fighting on the regional scene. Diego Lima, pretty good coach, pretty dang good coach appears to be. Like a weird brand. Different Diego Lima.
Okay, thank God.
Not the one who was a runner-up on that tough season. No, it's kind of a weird lineage. It doesn't come directly from the main chute box in Curitiba. It's Diego Lima, as it turns out, was a student of Luis Azeredo, who was an old school chute box guy. Fought Anderson Silva for 27 minutes in a bare knuckle fight. And Azeredo now lives in the U.S. He actually trains Oluwaze Bamgose, who fought on that card a couple of weeks ago.
Fought Uriah Hall unsuccessfully a couple of weeks back.
Yeah, and you can kind of see the old school chute box in Bamgose's game right there. Yeah. But yeah, so Lima was a longtime student of Azeredo in Sao Paulo. Azeredo left Curitiba for Sao Paulo for a number of years and taught Lima while he was there. And now Lima trains all of those dudes as kind of a chute box affiliate, but I don't think they actually spend any time in Curitiba. So like Tomas Almeida, Felipe Arantes, and a whole bunch of others. I know there's a couple more. Lucas Mineiro, who fought Mirsad Bektic a couple of months ago.
Very good fighter as well.
I'm sorry?
Very good fighter as well, Lucas Martins.
Yeah, I mean, they don't fight like the old school chute box guys. They're much more refined on the feet than the old school chute box guys were, all of them.
Absolutely. I think they're very much like what the man behind old school chute box, Rafael Cordeiro, is doing with his fighters now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot more Dutch style influence, I think, and a lot more boxing influence in the way that the chute box guys work now than there ever was back then.
Absolutely, more so than in, Cordeiro's got that really Brazilian style of Muay Thai. He loves his counter knees. He loves that clinch fighting style, a little more in common with the Thai style. He likes his bizarre, like Taekwondo influences with the spinning kicks and side kicks and things like that. Axe kicks sometimes out of nowhere. The chute box guys are very much more like Jose Aldo, who's a Brazilian with a Dutch style. They set up their low kicks, studding low kicks, great combinations. Almeida in particular strikes punches to the body really, really well. Much better than most MMA fighters. He's got a vicious left hook to the body.
Yeah. I mean, I think that Almeida's style reminds me a very, very great deal of Nicky Holtzkin's, whom we were just talking about before. And Holtzkin, not exactly a prototypical Dutch style kickboxer either, in terms of the way that he puts his game together. But Almeida does very similar things, especially like the kind of skipping knee that he throws, like the same shot that he used to knock out Brad Pickett is the kind of shot that Holtzkin throws all the time. Holtzkin loves that flying knee. He especially loves it when he gets you backed into the corner, which is normally when Almeida throws it. And very unusual for Almeida to throw it kind of out in the middle of the cage with Pickett there, but he read Pickett's level change reaction and hit him there. But very similar dedication to body punching, combination punching, pressure game, a fondness for operating in the pocket, nice high tight guard, and a tendency to be really, really hittable in the first round. Even down to that, Holtzkin and Almeida have that in common.
This is weird. I'm looking at Chute Box on Sherdog. Their team can't find Tomas Almeida.
Let's see. That's very strange.
Team, right?
Let's see how they have him listed. They have him listed as part-time with the reason he doesn't show up is because they also have him listed under the Macacao Gold team, Jorge Patino's team, where Almeida has spent some time training.
Who else? There's another really well-known Chute Box fighter that I'm trying to think of. Who's in the UFC right now?
They're all all of the dudes who train under Diego Lima are also listed under Jorge Patino's team, which I know they all worked with him for a while. I don't think they still do though. That's weird. The Fight Finder does weird things with teams.
Latifi versus Krylov is a super fight the UFC needs, according to Mookie Alexander.
I don't think Mookie's wrong about that.
I really don't. You say Mookie, I say Mookie. We're just going to we're never going to agree about that.
I think doesn't he pronounce it more closer to like Mucky?
He's mocked with the name Mucky. That's what Steph Daniels calls him. I think it's more like Mookie. I prefer Mookie because in my mind he will always be a mook. That's really all there is to it.
I've never really been able to wrap my head around that.
It's a great name, if that is his real name.
Don't trust him. Never know. Man. Okay.
Yeah, guys, if you're just joining us, this is the Heavy Hands Livecast, the first ever. Wanted to let you know a little bit of what we're doing here. We are here watching UFC Saskatoon. Max Holloway versus Charles Oliveira, main eventing that, of course. We're covering everything from the televised prelims on. Jump back and watch the fights from the beginning with our commentary if you're DVRing them. Unfortunately, we cannot give you play-by-play. If you're here to see the fights, we can't help you out there. You're going to have to find your own feed to watch the fights. But we are hoping to supplement your performance, give you a better chance of enjoying it by analyzing what's going on before your eyes, giving you some technical, strategic, tactical insight, and perhaps let you get inside the minds of the fighters and figure out what they're trying to do to each other. And then, of course, lots of random diatribes and rants and haterisms from our resident hater here, Pat Wyman. Professional hater.
Yeah, just hating on just about everything. And why not? And why not, I ask you. Man. So definitely a power move by Felipe Arantes to bring out Tomas Almeida with him yesterday when he walked out, considering Almeida knocked out Yves Jabouin back in April.
Yeah. Remember this, he seemed to say?
Yeah. How that dude just blasted you repeatedly with shots.
So before this fight begins, and we'll let you guys know when the fight begins so you can sync with us, how do you expect this one to go down?
I think Jabouin is a more technical striker, but I think that Arantes is a really underrated wrestler, and I think he's especially underrated as a ground striker. I think Arantes, like if there's a way in which the new school chute box reflects the old school, it's in that they're not just strikers. And I think Arantes in particular really embodies that mentality of being able to hurt your opponent everywhere. And Arantes is a really devastating top position striker, even from inside the guard. So I think that if this stays as a striking match, I still favor Arantes a little bit just because I think he hits harder and he's way more durable at this point. But I think eventually Arantes, while keeping it mostly even in the striking, is going to get him down and work him over from the top and either finish him on the feet or finish him on the ground. I like Arantes inside the distance.
Yeah, I love watching Yves Jabouin still. You know, the thing is, they keep putting Yves against these, like, potent, dangerous strikers. And I don't know, man. Give me another Jabouin versus and who is the guy who fought a little while back? Just Jeff Hoogland, is that right?
Jeff Hoogland.
I don't know why I remember that name. That's just evidence right there that I've watched too much MMA. But Jeff Hoogland, desperate to get Yves Jabouin to the ground, had nothing else for him. Yves Jabouin looked as fun and exciting as ever. The difficulty is at this point, much like Yves Edwards, Jabouin just doesn't have the durability anymore and doesn't really seem to have the same kind of knockout power he once had either. So he still has the technique, like the experience is evident in every movement. His footwork is nice. He throws one of the best counter left kicks in the entire sport. Very little, just like we were saying about Krylov, except better than Krylov's, you know, no telegraph whatsoever, just steps into it effortlessly, flings it up, hits you in the liver. Emmanuel Newton's another guy, underrated fighter who does that strike very well. And yet Jabouin can't seem to get more than 3 good minutes against the guy who just hits harder than him because he takes that one hard shot too many and it all just falls apart. It's kind of a shame to watch. Yeah,
I mean, even back in the day, Jabouin was not the world's most durable guy. Yeah. But you know, he's been fighting as a professional for 14 years. He's 36. Being a guy who didn't always take a great punch, even during his prime, you can really see how that's affected him now, which is unfortunate because he's always been one of my favorite strikers to watch in kind of an underrated way. Like, yeah. He's not my favorite fighter or anything, but he does a lot of stuff that I really enjoy. He's good at throwing elbows, really good at throwing elbows. Throws a nice selection of kicks. Like you pointed out, his left kick is just absolutely lovely. He's got a really nice jab, like a really crisp, hard jab.
Good left hook too.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, he's a really good technical striker. He's made good use of integrating his wrestling. He's squeezed out a couple of fights that he wouldn't have otherwise by using that wrestling. But yeah, I mean, I think it's just hard, especially here against a guy like Arantes, who's dropping from 145, who's going to have a big size advantage. I would bet Arantes will have 10 or 12 pounds on Jabouin tonight, in addition to the power advantage, all of that good stuff. Like Jabouin has been in the game long enough that he fought Sam Stout in the regionals at lightweight.
Yeah. Sam Stout's fighting tonight too, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, unfortunately.
The most veterans in the game. Yeah, again, you know, it gets to the point where you watch these guys and you're like, yeah, unfortunately. You don't want to say unfortunately. Like, even Sam Stout, not exactly an easy guy to be a fan of, but you got to respect, like, the wide array of skills that Sam Stout has acquired over a long career, the various back-and-forth fun fights he's been in. The fact that he's still fighting is part of that respect, but at a certain point, it becomes less fun. That being said, like, maybe it's a good time to say that a lot of modern fight fans struggle with the sort of accepting the violence, the fact that bad things are happening to people when you're watching your favorite sport. Mm-hmm. And you have to face the reality that it's not the same without the violence. Like, without the threat of serious physical harm, the great moments aren't as great. There has to be that risk for it to be as impactful and as inspirational. You know, it's, if the guys, I don't know, a great comeback in football is one thing. Maybe football's not the best example because there's a lot of physical harm in that too. But, like, you're a baseball fan, Pat. I'm sure you'd love a great ninth inning home run, you know, that seals the game.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes are just nowhere near as high. I mean, especially because you're going to play 162 baseball games in a season. You're going to play 82 basketball games. You're going to play 16 football games. Nobody is fighting 16 times in a year, or much less 162 times. You know,
not these days at the very least. And that's the thing, though, is we see these guys. I personally, like, this makes me a hypocrite because I say, like, oh, it's a shame they were watching Yves Jabouin continue to fight. He doesn't have it anymore. Some of my favorite all-time fights are performances from veterans who should not be competing at the level at which they are competing. I love seeing Eric Morales give the much younger Marcos Maidana or Danny Garcia, giving those guys tough fights, even when he's not beating them. I love seeing Roberto Duran take apart Iran Barkley. You know what I mean? At a division, like 3 divisions above where he really should be or more. Like, those things are fascinating, but they're only fascinating in the context of how virtually impossible they really are to pull off.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what makes Robbie Lawler's most recent run so fascinating to me too, is that he's been around for as long as he has. He's 33. Yeah, I mean, a 33-year-old under normal circumstances is not competing at that level, but like, again, durability matters a lot. Robbie, always a tremendously durable dude, part of why he's managed to stick around this long. But you know, even Vitor Belfort too. I think the oldest fighters a lot of the time can be the most fun to watch, simply because they're like walking repositories of how much of information and learning. That, like, if you can keep yourself in a gym competing at a high level for 10, 12, 14, 15 years, like, there's a lot to learn. There's a ton to learn in combat sports. And if you can stick around that long at that level, then you're going to be able to pick up a lot of really interesting things. Yeah,
when we're talking about an athlete's prime, we're really talking about, like, the perfect intersection of experience and athletic ability, where he has enough experience to be a very good technical fighter, and he's still young enough that he can do it. Some guys are such good natural fighters that they go past their prime, but the fact that you never stop accumulating experience, you know, each time you fight, you're getting more experience automatically. Some of those guys put that to really good use. And they managed to go on and perform after the fact. We are watching right now the introductions of our next fight, which is Yves Jabouin versus Felipe Arantes. Pat, since my cable seems to be a little bit behind yours, I'm going to let you tell the fine people at home when this one begins.
Yep, we're watching Felipe Arantes get introduced. There's a shot of Tomas Almeida and Diego Lima right behind him. Not sure who the third guy in his corner is. Arantes actually looked pretty good, considering that must have been a fairly drastic weight cut for him. Like, he's a big dude. Wonder who's in his corner tonight. Is that okay? It looks like in Jabouin's corner. It looks like we got Faraz Sahabi there, the TriStar guys. Would make sense. He's been there for a long time. guys like training with Yves Jabouin. Apparently, he's a great training partner. Very experienced, very smart dude to have around there.
Surprise me. And if he has the right mental capacities, fight's about to begin. Let us know.
Yep. Fight is starting right about now.
Oh, we are synced up yet again, Pat.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Yeah, Yves Jabouin strikes me as the kind of guy, much like a Dwayne Ludwig. Like Ludwig was not always there as an athlete. Didn't always seem to have like that raw athletic ability. But those guys often make really, really good coaches when they retire.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can hope that Jabouin turns out that way, assuming that's what he wants to do eventually.
Seeing some aggression here from Yves Jabouin. What are you expecting to see?
Wow, goodness. That was a huge slam.
That was you mentioned before. Yves Jabouin has learned with his many years in the sport how to grind out a couple wins that he might not have gotten otherwise.
Yeah. I mean, he's really done an excellent job of integrating his wrestling. I wonder if Arantes got hurt. It looked like he was really wincing after that takedown. Like Jabouin slammed him pretty hard. I wonder if something popped out there.
Getting slammed on the ground is not a fun deal, folks.
Yeah, it's one of the things that occurs to me. One of the huge differences between watching MMA live and watching it on TV is how much more impressive takedowns are in person than they are watching on TV.
The plywood rattling underneath. Yeah, it's very impactful. Seeing that kind of stuff live.
I mean, it doesn't even have to be a slam. Even just like a standard double leg against the cage looks a lot cooler in person than it does on TV to me.
So we see Jabouin here is very likely looking, as we suggested before, to grind out Arantes from this position. He's keeping a very, very wide base from half guard. Not wide enough, unfortunately, but looked like what he was trying to do, and he'll likely get back to the ground again soon. And there we have it. It looked like what he's trying to do is really just lay himself flat, keep from being swept. And what he wants to do is hold Arantes down and see if he can grind out a win, maybe over the course of a couple minutes, start to take away some of that deadly power that Arantes has on the feet.
Yeah, especially given that this is Arantes' first time fighting at 135 pounds. You have to figure it wasn't an easy weight cut for him. I bet he's at least 160 pounds. He's a big dude, That's first time making the cut. Can't be easy. You want to wear him down and try and win this fight in the later rounds. But man, Arantes is not looking fantastic here early. Jabouin is really soundly out wrestling him.
I'm back.
Yeah, Arantes really soundly being out wrestled here. I figure, he's not great. But hey, good for Jabouin.
We were lamenting the death of the closed guard earlier, Pat. It seems it's had a sudden revival.
Not necessarily in a good way.
No, not necessarily.
Arantes not getting a whole lot done here. This is Arantes has had a tendency to do this before, to just kind of relax on his back. He did it quite a bit with Andre Fili last year when they fought last October.
It's not a bad strategy. For the brief time that I was doing jiu-jitsu, I found that relaxation is one of those things that most beneficial. And here the thing is, Jabouin is learning to grapple like this at the end of his career. He might leave these openings, and a guy with Arantes' explosiveness and power, his offensive mindset, might be able to make a meal of that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I noticed when I was breaking down Jabouin film, not so much for this fight, but for the Almeida fight when he was on the main card, is Jabouin nothing particularly special as a top control grappler. Knows how to has a couple of basic passes, but doesn't really use them. When he gets you down, Jabouin is basically looking to eat up time and take up some good chunks of time.
He's finding himself in some difficulty here.
Yeah. That was a slick armbar set up from Arantes there.
I don't know if Yves is going to get his way out of this.
No, and he did not. That was a really slick armbar setup right there. I'll have to go back and watch that. Like I mean, obviously, grappling is neither your nor my specialty, but I did not even see that armbar setup coming.
Well, and that's the thing we were saying, you know, and by the way, our friend James Kimball on Bloody Elbow advises us that the proper pronunciation is Yves Jabouin. So we have Yves Jabouin, you know, he's learning to grapple here at the end of his career. He's going to leave these little openings to let a guy get in, and yet another Jabouin performance, which has him.
I gotta argue with James here. That is not how Yves pronounces it.
Oh,
he does not pronounce it Jabouin. He pronounces it something close to Jabouin.
Well, eat it, James. What do you think of that, huh?
Yeah, seriously. Because I too know the French pronunciation, but that is not how it comes out when Yves says it.
Well, there we go. We got a replay of the armbar here. Let's see if we can spot how this happened.
Yeah, love the way that Arantes used punches. Used just a couple of punches there to help him set it up. That was slick. That was very slick.
Little short Anderson Silva straight punches. Just accuracy more important than power there.
But, oh yeah, so there it looks like they're looking at Arantes' knee here. I did not make up the whole wincing terribly when Jabouin slammed him.
He got hurt when he first went down. Well, that makes it an even more impressive performance. I was going to say, this is another performance from Yves where from Jabouin. I don't know where I am anymore on the name.
Let's go with Jabouin because that sounds more right. And even if that's not the way that he pronounces it, well,
we'll make James happy. We've already shouted at him. The thing with Jabouin, like another fight where you look at him, you're like, wow, doing good. Oh, it's over. It's kind of how the Tomas Almeida fight went, where it was like, yeah, looking sharp, picking apart this guy, making him look like a plotter. And then it just it all falls apart.
That happens so often with older fighters because your margin for error is so much smaller. Like remember Yves Edwards versus Yancy Medeiros? That was a fight that Edwards was pretty handily winning until Medeiros just caught him with a huge punch.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. It's a shame. It's a shame, but it's also like when it does work out for him, it's a pleasure. So you can't have one without the other.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a real common misconception. I would say more among MMA fans than among boxing fans, but among MMA fans, where if you start talking about aging curves and guys being past their prime and whatnot, I think there's an assumption that fans think that just means that they can't win fights anymore, and that's not true. It just means that they're less likely to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting. I just got a tweet from at Gabriel Verdon on Twitter, and he says that I am correct with my pronunciation of Jabouin. Source, am French Canadian.
Oh,
so just saying, Jabouin.
What about you, James? Are you French Canadian? Kimball doesn's sound French.
Yeah,
Canadian.
what's your source, buddy? What's your source? We say this with love. James is a longtime listener of Heavy Hands. We have answered his questions several times on the Heavy Bag. Really enjoy conversing with him. Smart guy, and you should follow him. What's his Twitter handle at Mr. James Kimball?
I think you may be right. I would go and confirm that before we say it, though.
Real Mr. Kimball, real Mr. Kimball. Long time listener of the show. Has a lot of really good insights about it, about MMA in general. But yeah.
A couple of comments here while we're waiting for our next fight to begin. And of course, if you're just joining us, we just watched Yves Jabouin suffer yet another depressing defeat at the hands of Felipe Arantes. You have to watch the replay there to see the exact proceedings. But a couple things to take away from that fight. We'll continue talking about it. Our next fight up will be Sam Stout, the man with the nickname he certainly doesn't deserve, Roberto Duran's moniker, Hands of Stone, fighting Frankie Perez. That'll be coming up in a few minutes. Let's see what comments we got until then. Our friend PDL MMA, Piddle, has a couple comments here. We mentioned earlier, the veteran fighters becoming good coaches, the ones who don't necessarily have the athletic ability. He says, I'm a believer that professionals who succeed despite their limits, like Ludwig, it's their awareness of those limits that makes them good coaches. In the same way that successful but one-note actors are often good directors. They know how to use the pieces available.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a really, really excellent point. I mean, look at I I mean, the ranks of NFL coaches are just stocked with guys who competed, but didn't necessarily manage to make it to the highest level or stick around there. Like, look at how many backup quarterbacks in the NFL go on to be coaches.
Yeah.
Like Texas Tech's coach Cliff Kingsbury. Like he was. Is that his name?
I don't know. I said yeah before, like I know anything about football, but it was a lie. I don't know a damn thing. I got an example for you more related to combat sports. Freddie Roach.
Yeah. Freddie Roach is another good example.
And Freddie Roach, I mean, Dwayne Ludwig is very much like the Freddie Roach of MMA. You know, you look at Freddie Roach's record, he got some solid wins on there. You know, he beat some tough fighters. He fought a lot of tough fighters and didn't beat them, but he beat some good guys. Had a decent career that wasn't necessarily outstanding, and that's the way it goes. You know, fought Hector Camacho, a couple of guys here. I'm looking through a box rec, so whatever. But the thing is that after that, Freddie Roach clearly suffered from some serious limitations. He was often athletically outpaced by his opponents, and in understanding those, he had the help of a guy like Eddie Futch, legendary boxing trainer, to help him understand those on a level that maybe, while not being applicable in the live feel rather than think arena of a fight, it really works when you're trying to build fighters. And Dwayne Ludwig's the same way. We've had him work with Bas Rutten, and who else does he work with? He's worked with like a litany of well-known Dutch kickboxing people.
Oh, Ludwig has worked with a whole bunch of people. He spent time in Holland too. I can't remember who he worked with when he was in Holland, but he worked in Thailand as well. You know, a couple of MMA examples, Matt Hume. I mean, Matt Hume competed during the very early days of MMA in Japan, but Hume was never like an absolutely elite fighter. But he's built a hell of a resume as a coach.
Yeah.
Rafael Cordero too. Rafael Cordero was a good fighter, but not a great one.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Mike Brown, now the kind of overall coach at ATT. Mike Brown, I mean, despite winning the WEC featherweight championship, beating Uriah Faber in the process, Brown was like, that was Brown's moment of glory. You know, he never performed up to that level again after those two Faber fights, and never had performed up to that level before them either. And at a time when that division was still kind of taking shape. But since then, Brown has turned into, by all accounts, a really excellent coach.
Absolutely. One of the more underrated champions in MMA history, Mike Brown.
Yeah, you wrote a whole article about Mike Thomas Brown, didn't you?
Yeah, and there was supposed to be a second part that never happened. I need to get to that, but he was the first entry in my yet to be continued Almost Immortal series. That's Mike Brown. But man, Mike Brown, really fun fighter to watch, like really kind of proto-modern MMA in his approach. It's no surprise that he's taken the things he did well and taught other people to do them well, and even expanded on his own skill set. You know, solid boxer, good footwork, nice balance, strong takedowns, good top control, hard elbows, and ground and pound. Like, it's everything you want to see in a modern MMA fighter, and he was doing it quite a few years ago. And I think it's just because his time at the top was so brief. Like, it took him a while to get there. He fought a lot of good guys coming up, and then along comes, Jose Aldo. And what can you do?
Well, and he was older at that point too. That's
exactly,
we see that with a lot of guys. You know, they may reach that level, but I think Brown was. I'm going to look this up because I'm really genuinely curious. But I think Brown was like 33 or so when he beat Faber.
Yeah, I think he was 33 years old. And so that's the thing, you know, he basically was at the end of his prime when he reached the peak of his career. And as it is for a lot of fighters, the slide was drastic and quick.
Yep. He was 33 when he beat Uriah Faber, and then he loses to Jose Aldo just after his 34th birthday, and never really got to that level again.
Nope. Good fighter, though. Really good fighter and a smart guy. It's no surprise that he is coaching guys to the level of success he is now. I'm going to retweet out at UFC on Fox on Twitter. So if you guys want to see the armbar in HTML5 video clip format, head over to my Twitter at BoxingBush, retweeting out the video of the armbar in that last fight. And as our buddy TP Grant just pointed out to me on Twitter, as TP called it, a really nice fundamental setup. And it seemed on Arantes' part to play off of the sort of TriStar style of ground control They like to put the head forward. They like to keep the hands high on the chest and in position to do that double collar tie. And you got to be really, really cognizant of the risks if you're going to give a guy your hands like that. And Arantes was a little sneaky in that he didn't go for a full-on overhook or anything like that, but just having
there it was.
Just having Jabouin's, wrist right there for his hand, he was able to sneak up and around. And he did a really nice job of keeping his knee up in Jabouin's armpit when he put his foot on the hip, came around to keep his arm from sneaking out the side there. So, and that was what really struck me when it happened live. It was such a tight arm bar, feet crossed, knees close together. There was no squeaking out of that.
See, that was the kind of stuff I noticed from Jabouin when I was watching film on him back in April. Is like he's just not the kind of guy who spent a ton of time working on his top game. And so little mistakes like that, like leaving your hands inside, he's a lot more likely to make mistakes like that than most of the TriStar crew. So that's why, generally speaking, I mean, you want to see a guy like that using his takedowns for a change of pace, grinding out 30 seconds here, 45 seconds there, and then getting back up to their feet in a strategic sense. Like, you're not looking to grind out the whole fight from on top. You're looking to use those as a change of pace to better set up your strikes and open up opportunities for your strikes to freeze them in place.
Well, and then again, the TriStar style of ground and pound kind of flirts with those risks. It's very like, it's like, I don't know, if you watch GSP and his style of ground and pound, you might not teach the kind of things that George St. Pierre did in a beginner's class in MMA, because he was often giving up his arms for arm bars deliberately, in the same way that you might give up a triangle to get a cheap pass and get past the guy's legs if you're having difficulty passing his guard. It's just you leave your hands out there. You can take advantage of the openings when the guy goes for the submission, or you can get caught in the submission. It's a risky game to play. It's a tightrope.
Yeah, I mean, but GSP still has my vote for the best all-around top game in MMA history.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree
and so,
with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are some competitors for that. I think, like, at this point, he's probably been surpassed by Jacare. But yeah, I mean, in terms of the ability to combine everything, like, GSP just never worried about getting caught in those submissions because he was so good at stacking keeping his weight down, like shutting down guys with really strong hips off their back. I mean, the way he completely shut down BJ Penn, completely shut down Carlos Condit, completely shut down Nick Diaz. Like, I mean, he was in some legit guards over the years and never really found himself in trouble.
I think I may have to make George St. Pierre my first study for the first installment of my Grind and Pound series. Like, I think I want to watch his fight with BJ Penn and just see how you can take apart the threats of a guy's guard while piecing him up with straight punches, elbows, things like that.
I don't think anybody in MMA history has ever had better posture inside the guard than GSP. I'll go out on a limb and say that. I mean, I think Jacare, like, if we're ranking top games in MMA history, I think Jacare probably has the more dynamic top game. I don't think anybody has ever relied more heavily on their ability to sit in your guard and then maybe pass the half guard and just work you over and grind away literal minutes of a fight, like the way that GSP did. But I still like. But yeah, I think GSP's posture is incredible. I think he is the master of posture, because you could never control his head. Like, you may like, I think that's why he was so comfortable giving up wrist control at times, is because he knew that you were never going to be able to break his posture down, even if you grabbed his wrists.
Yeah, it's a very good point. He did a great job of using the strikes from top position. Like, George has caught a lot of flack for not being a powerful top position striker, but he did a great job of using the short little strikes that he did throw to keep a guy distracted from getting any offensive ideas. So when a guy was working for his hips or anything like that, that would be his opportunity to pop his head up really quick, slam in a short punch, and rip his hand free from whatever threat it was in. And then once the guy lost the grip, then he might come down with a really hard shot. And it's not like St. Pierre was incapable of throwing those hard punches from top position. In fact, that second fight with BJ Penn had quite a few of them, standing up, getting great posture, shooting straight punches down at a guy, flat in his back, really devastating shots. But it was all really in how things were used rather than, showing off his sheer athletic capabilities when it comes to GSP.
Yeah. I mean, GSP, it's amazing how quickly I feel like people have forgotten about him as one of the all-time greats. I feel like a lot of the backlash on Anderson Silva was that he suddenly lost his position in the greatest of all time discussion. And to me, especially when you think about resume, it's either Jones or GSP to me, and probably for me GSP, because he beat the best fighters of 3 different generations, at his weight class.
It's like Jose Aldo is now.
I'm sorry.
Like Jose Aldo is now.
Yeah, if Jose Aldo beats Conor McGregor, and then I think maybe wins one more, then I think Aldo belongs in that same kind of discussion.
It may rival GSP, yeah.
TP Grant on Twitter getting at us talking about GSP. GSP's close guard, move to half guard, and then knee slide is one of the tightest passing sequences in MMA ever. I think he's absolutely correct about that. And got to trust TP on these things.
Mm-hmm.
TP, a dedicated student of MMA grappling, one of the best out there. So we got some time. Do you think we should take a little break here for a minute?
Sure, why not? We'll stay on the air, you guys. We'll take a minute so we can use the restroom, stretch our legs, and we will come back just in time for the next fight, which, again, brief reminder, is Sam Stout versus Frankie Perez. Pat, I'll meet you back here in a minute.
Sounds good. We will be back, ladies and gentlemen.
Everybody thought I was a stepping stone for Cote. I'm just a young kid that will help Cote get back on track. I didn't let all that get to me, because at the end of the day, it's only me and one person stepping in. I'll be like, not me and his man. I was there fighting. Everything just went my way. I couldn't be more happy. I've been telling the world, I feel like I'm the best person in the division. No one knows the hard work that I do. I just can't see who wants it more than me right now. I want to walk. It's all coming to fruition too for a guy who stayed home and kind of built the camp around himself. You know, he's got so many guys now helping him prepare. He's created that family
I'm back. Are you back, Pat?
I am indeed. I am indeed back.
Well, everybody, if you're just joining us, this is the inaugural edition of the Heavy Hands Livecast. If you are looking for fight footage from UFC Saskatoon, which is airing tonight as we are talking about it, then you're out of luck. You can't find the fight here, nor can you necessarily find play-by-play or results. For those, you have to go to bloodyelbow.com, find our excellent live play-by-play and results pages. But what we're hoping to do for you here is offer a little bit of insight and analysis as the fights play out. So if you're wondering why things are happening or how fighters are going about attempting to accomplish different goals in the cage, that's what we're here for. We're giving you a little bit of technical analysis as the fights go. Of course, now we're watching the entrances of Sam Stout and Frankie Perez, the final prelim on Fox Sports 1.
So I'm really interested to see how this goes here, because Sam Stout, we've talked a lot about whether the brawler archetype is a thing that actually exists. We've talked a very, very great deal about this. And Stout, to me, would seem to be proof that it does. It does indeed exist in MMA, because I think Stout is a brawler at heart, and always has been. And he's had a whole bunch of coaches over the years try to teach him to become an outfighter, and he's not unskilled at that. You could see that in his last fight. Was it with Ross Pearson? Yes. Where Stout was doing a great job. He was making hay early there with sticking and moving, landing a whole bunch of kicks. Really looked good. Moving and throwing. And then kind of got drawn into the back and forth kind of countering in the pocket game that Pearson liked, and got himself just absolutely viciously knocked out. And so, but I think at the end of the day, you can always count on Sam Stout to get back to brawling.
Yeah, it's kind of like, he's not quite Leonard Garcia, but he's got a little bit of that in him, where Leonard Garcia would come into a fight. He'd worked really hard with Greg Jackson this time to stay technical, and for the first 2 minutes, he'd bounce around on his toes. He would use a lot of what I guess is supposed to be footwork. He would throw straight punches and leg kicks and things like that, supposedly safe strikes. And then he'd get tagged clean, and he would just go bananas. And Sam Stout does a little bit of the same thing. I think Stout's probably a little better at it than Leonard Garcia ever was. He's a relatively technical brawler when he does brawl. Very old school type of fighter. He's kind of like a Chuck Liddell type in that he's not well-rounded so much as he is shut everything down that isn't what I want to do. He's that classic sprawl and brawl stylist. But you got to hand it to him. Whether or not his adjustments late career have been particularly successful, he's been making them, and he's been pretty damn competitive with a new generation of fighters. Well,
he did a great job. The third fight with Spencer Fisher, still one of the more bizarre rematches the UFC has ever put together. I don't really know why they did that. But he basically was content to wrestle Spencer Fisher for most of that fight. And he has added that a little bit. I think he shot for a couple of takedowns when he fought Thiago Tavares a few years back. That has become an increasingly a part of Stout's game, but he's never really integrated it all that well with the rest of what he wants to do. He's still pretty much a pure sprawl and brawler. I don't know. I'm interested in this. Frankie Perez is a guy who had a fair bit of hype as he was coming up. He's a training partner of Frankie Edgar's and that whole Ricardo Almeida crew in New Jersey. Better than he showed on short notice. And another one of those. He was coming in on a couple of weeks' notice when he fought Johnny Case in his debut. He is a better fighter than that. And he got badly shown up by a much bigger and much stronger kind of lightweight. So we'll see how this goes. It's interesting.
We're getting the fighter introductions now. So if you guys are looking to sync up at home, Pat is about to tell you.
I just started.
Begins. There you go. Once again, I'm a little behind. I don't know why.
Sure.
Anyone out there ever heard of Time Warner cable? It's not. Don't go for it. Don't.
My wife and I are looking into moving, and I may have to switch from DirecTV to Time Warner.
Should be a blast.
Yeah. Oh, can't possibly go wrong. Though I would be able to watch Dodgers games, which would be nice.
I don't know what a Dodger is, Pat.
Oh, Mr. I don't watch baseball at all.
Mr. I don't watch anything but fights. That's me. I'm a fight dork. I'm not a sports fan. I am a fight fan. That's basically it. So what are we expecting to see here? As we mentioned before, we're looking to see...
Oh, my good Lord in heaven. And that right there is the end of Sam Stout's career.
You think so?
Dude, if you're getting knocked out by Frankie Perez, a guy who has no demonstrated history of knockout power at all, in the first round of that fight, it's time to hang him up. Like I'm sorry to say that, man, but like Frankie Perez does not have a history as a power puncher.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame. You know, Sam Stout, you talked about durability earlier in the broadcast. You need the durability if you're going to be Sam Stout. I want to see this replay. Maybe we can figure out what happened here.
Yeah. Stout, again, was not looking bad before that.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. He looked pretty technical, decent movement, nice balance, came in with some jabs, a couple nice kicks. Looked pretty solid.
Looked like he was trying to hook off the jab. And Perez came over the outstretched arm with like a cross counter. Need to see that again to be sure.
That may be a case of what you and I have called on previous episodes of Heavy Hands rote striking.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we have Sam Stout coming in. He's like, all right, I'm going to try the jab, feint, uppercut, left hook now. I'm going to try that whole combination. Mm-hmm. And he went for it from start to finish. To the degree that he was going for his final punch after he was already knocked out. You know, he had it set in his head. His body was going to throw it.
Yeah.
But that kind of rote behavior sometimes, not only does it kind of give you away, you tend to telegraph your shots, and the opponent can tell, okay, he's going to throw a combination. I'm just going to punch right through it. But you also have, you know, the fact that when you're planning a whole thing in advance, you may not be adjusting it properly to the reality of the situation you find yourself in.
Mm. Yeah, seriously. I just really hope this is the end for Stout, that we don't see him out there again, because this is now 3 knockout losses in a row for him, and the only one of those guys who's a really, really potent puncher, and even then, I guess maybe Ross Pearson. Like KJ Noons is not a power puncher extraordinaire. Stout's only win in his last 5 fights is against Cody McKenzie.
And Cody McKenzie almost outstruck him.
Mm-hmm.
He came shockingly close to outstriking Sam Stout. So,
oh, man.
It is what it is. What's our next fight on the docket? We can't spend too much time in the day talking about Sam Stout, can we, Pat? We've got a really, really interesting one coming up. 2 excellent strawweight contenders, Marina Moras fighting Valerie Letourneau. Letourneau looked like she was just this close to death on the scales. She's often had difficult weight cuts. Marina Moras, a fighter who seemed like she was supposed to have lots of potential for a long time, and it really didn't seem like it was going to be realized until her last fight, when she just sparked and beat the hell out of Joanne Calderwood.
It's really hard to know what to make of Marina Moras,
right?
Because I really thought going into that fight with Calderwood that there was a good reason why Calderwood was an 8-1 favorite, and afterwards there were a number of very smug people, among them my now former boss and your boss Jordan Breen. Who thought like, oh yeah, this was a thing that was going to happen all along. Moras was really talented, et cetera, et cetera. I tell you, man, I went back and I rewatched all of Moros's film multiple times, even knowing that she had a kind of a boxing pedigree, and having watched her as a striker too. Like, that was by such a wide extent the best that she had ever looked, that I don't see how you could have predicted that kind of performance on the basis of what was available. Like, because she never moved her feet before when she was throwing. Like,
no, the thing is, when she fought Calderwood, she's been advertised as being a member of the Ukrainian boxing team. And when she fought Calderwood, for the very first time, I promise, for the very first time, she looked like a Ukrainian boxer. She moved like an Eastern Bloc fighter. You know, she kept her feet under her very well as she came forward. Nice even distance, used to jab to get her way in through tight combinations. She looked like I expect Russian boxers to look, out of nowhere, right? She'd never shown that before.
Yeah, I mean, you could see it in one of her kickboxing matches, which not like a real kickboxing match, just like a session in a gym. where she was just beating on some poor woman, but never in an MMA fight. Had never seen her move or throw that way in an MMA fight. She's had that trigger. Moras has a really quick trigger. When a shot comes at her, she's immediately coming back with a combination. But she had never before been able to keep her feet moving under her, so she swung and missed at a lot of air in her previous fights when she was throwing, because her feet were never moving under her. She could never track moving targets. But maybe it's just that Calderwood is an incredibly slow starter, and so the combination
seemed to be really mentally off that night as well.
Yeah, I mean, and I think we also collectively overrated Joanne Calderwood, to be totally honest.
Well, Joanne Calderwood's she's very much like early career Cowboy Cerrone. Like she's got those really spectacular, like the stepping knees and the elbows and all these things that are. It's easy to forget when you watch them working fight after fight, but they're really kind of high risk techniques. Like it's taken years for Donald Cerrone to perfect that stepping knee to the point where he's not just in complete danger of getting his head knocked off every time he goes for it.
Well, also one substantial difference between Calderwood and Cerrone. Cerrone, a much better athlete and much harder hitter relative to his competition than Calderwood is. Like Calderwood is at best an average athlete relative to her competition. And that's a rough spot. That's a rough spot to be in, to have a style that involves you getting hit quite a bit, where you're to have a risky style, to be a slow starter, and then to not be that big or then to not be that strong or that explosive or hit that hard. Like that's kind of rough.
Or that tough or aggressive. You know, I don't think she necessarily has the same grit. Maybe she definitely didn't that night. You know what I mean? We saw what to me, like it just looked like a serious case of confidence issues when she fought Marina Moros. Like she was flinching. She was things that Joanne Calderwood doesn't do if she's ahead, if she's having her way. She will walk through a punch very well. But, you know, might be a little bit of a front runner syndrome. I can sympathize. This is how I am in sparring, Pat. Like if I'm not already feeling like I'm going to win, I don't ever feel like I'm winning, even if I'm doing okay. I flinch like mad. So, you know, I can sympathize. But it happened to come together when Moros seemed to be at the most confident point in her career, when she had, out of nowhere, the right technique to exploit it. She was just there with all the fundamentals. She was on balance. She had her feet set. She was transferring weight really well. She hit hard, and she set up the shots that she landed. So not a good person against which to suffer a lack of faith or to, you know, start slow. Yeah, we're getting a little replay here for people watching the feed.
Yeah, this is it's been a long time, so it feels like, since the UFC has popped on one of the early prelims.
So the value of your Fight Pass subscription has just been halved.
I mean, like I don't blame most people for not wanting to subscribe to Fight Pass or not finding much value in it. I mean, I think you and I find a lot of value in it with the fight library.
I love Fight Pass.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of my favorite things. I literally use it almost every day. But if you're not constantly watching old fights because you need to write the kind of articles that you want, then I can see Fight Pass not having a ton of value for you.
Yep. Yeah, I can understand that. Here we're, in case you guys aren't up with us, we're watching Misha Cirkunov fighting to Daniel Jolly.
Daniel Jolly, the werewolf of Texas, Daniel Jolly.
Yes. Lest we forget.
Yeah.
And if you didn't catch this fight earlier, I won't spoil it for you, in case you really haven't seen this fight. But basically, Cirkunov is a guy who came in with a lot of shine. This is his UFC debut. As close as you can possibly be to a promising young prospect in today's light heavyweight division. With a judo background, devastating clinch game, good submissions. Just really, and has taken to grappling the way that like Chris Weidman did, like a fish to water. Really, really has a nose for submissions and control on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, Cirkunov, another guy who, as a prospect, has been around for quite a while. I remember Cirkunov showing up on prospect lists back in 2011, 2012, which is rare for a light heavyweight. Like most light heavyweights are going to get picked up within a couple of years of starting to fight. Like because the market for them is so tight, like those guys tend to have a much faster path to major promotions. But Cirkunov hung out on the regionals for quite a while. I think it has something to do with the fact that he had a couple of losses where he did not look outstanding, and so maybe that was part of it. I'm not sure otherwise.
Tikhonov too has a little bit of a what I would describe as a wooden striking game at this point in his career, but he sure swings for the fences. And like I said before, in MMA, the thought definitely counts. So it's been enough so far to keep him ahead of the competition long enough to get them to his preferred range, which is the clinch.
Well, he knocked out Shonuff the Master, Rodney Wallace, with a head kick in his last fight before he made it to the UFC.
Is Rodney Wallace's nickname really Shonuff the Master?
Unless something has changed, yeah.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Let me make sure that that's correct.
This is what the unrecorded sections of every Heavy Hands podcast are, folks. It's just Pat Wyman telling me amazing things that I've never heard before.
Yeah, Rodney Shonuff the Master. Also known from such fights as getting beaten by Brian Stan. Let's see. He had a 3-fight run in the UFC, in which he lost decisions to Brian Stan, Jared Haman, and Phil Davis.
Good. He's got a who's who at the very least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean he's a really. I mean, we've talked before about how much you like guys like this, Connor, but the high-level regional gatekeepers,
sure,
that's exactly what Rodney Wallace. Yeah. I mean, you look at Wallace's losses. Those 3 to all guys who turned out to be pretty good, except for maybe Haman, and Haman was never like a bad fighter. He lost to Manny Newton. He lost to Mamed Khalidov. He lost to Michal Materla, who a Polish prospect. Who's pretty decent. He's kind of been around the block in KSW, and then he's lost to Luis Cane, Maxim Grishin, a pretty good former heavyweight, now light heavyweight, and he lost to Sirkunov, lost to Kelly Annenson, a decent guy in Bellator, but yeah, I mean, he's very much that dude. He's a tough out for anybody.
I'm seeing on Twitter that Frankie Perez just retired.
Wait, what? Seriously?
Yeah. Is this a hoax? Apparently, Frankie Perez retired at the tender young age of 26 on the best win of his career.
Huh. So that's kind of interesting. I noticed this when I was looking at Perez for my preview for this fight. Perez, it looks like Perez, I think, is very dedicated to like owning gyms and teaching.
Hmm.
Like it seems like that's very much his jam, much more so than actually competing as a fighter. So
good for him.
Interesting. Yeah. Hey, like I don't think anybody who spends who like covers combat sports professionally is ever going to rag on somebody at any stage of their career for retiring. Like, have you ever, after a retirement, thought, nah, that guy probably shouldn't have retired?
No, not really. It's like Louis C.K. says about divorces, you know? There's no such thing as a sad divorce. It was always coming, you know? That's kind of how retirements are. Like, honestly, as much as I love seeing, like, veterans compete and perform, like, you get out of this dangerous sport when you can. I cannot hold it against you. Not at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, almost always, like, guys get out of the game way too late, you know?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
That's why it was so tough, speaking of retirement, when Chris Lieben quit between rounds when he fought Uriah Hall a couple of years ago. Watching Lieben's corner try to force him back out there.
Yeah. And seeing that he doesn't have the environment to encourage him to do what's best for his body, yeah, it's rough.
Yeah,
it's rough. The fighter should never be the one making that decision. Like, what you want out of a fighter is the mentality that Chris Lieben had for years, like never quit, never say die, never surrender. Mm-hmm. And then you want him to have coaches that he respects there for him to say, look, you can't do it anymore, and I'm asking you to retire. Maybe you can take a job coaching in the gym or something like that. But that was a bleak day just to watch Chris Lieben washed up, tired, you know, riddled by like years of drug addictions, as he discussed many times, you know, lots of issues, not fighting for much money, on the end of a lot of highlight reel knockouts, and his corner is like telling him not to be a pussy and stop when he's like, I don't think I can do this anymore. That's really rough to watch.
Yeah, I mean, That's a pretty brutal situation to be in. But that's you know, we've discussed this on a few occasions. How much more we would like to see corners stop fights in MMA.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if you saw this. I tweeted it maybe last week. How long it took to get the Nate Marquardt versus Kelvin Gastelum fight stopped, and how hard Trevor Whitman had to work to get that to stop. Like, Whitman tried to throw in the towel in the like halfway through the round, and tries to tell the inspector, who's cage side, tries to tell him, you got to stop the fight. Marquardt took another 2.5 minutes of beating after that. The inspector told Whitman, well, I can't stop the fight. There's nothing I can do. And you can't, under that particular interpretation of the rules, the corner can't stop the fight. There is no mechanism by which the corner can stop the fight.
Throwing in the towel is a foul.
Yeah, which doesn't lead to the fight being over.
No,
like you stop, you throw the towel back, and I mean,
yeah, it's a bummer. It's not exactly a bright topic to talk about, but it is what it is. And so, good for Frankie Perez again.
Yeah, speaks to what we're talking about, though. Like, we want to see more of that, and then when it happens, you want to see corners taking care of their fighters and coaches taking care of their fighters and looking out for their futures. Like, the sport does not make it easy for that to be the case.
Just so you guys know, if you want us to fill a little airtime here between fights, if you have any questions for us, please get at us on Twitter. You can find me at BoxingBush. You can find Pat at Patrick_Wyman. You can also leave comments on the Bloody Elbow page. Just go to bloodyelbow.com and click on the Heavy Hands Livecast post. It should be pinned right there on the front page. So if you have questions for us, things you'd like us to discuss, maybe things you thought you noticed in the last fight that we missed while we were chatting, let us know, and we'll be happy to discuss them. Again, we've got Marina Moras versus Valerie Letourneau coming up next. You have any thoughts on Letourneau, Pat?
Yeah, I really think she's a pretty dang good fighter. I think there's a lot to like about her. She's got we talked before about that no switch left kick. She's got a beautiful left kick to her. She's got a nice jab. Really puts together nice combinations. She's reasonably solid at just about everything else.
Absolutely.
Like, I think the big thing to worry about for her is the weight cut, right? Like, she looked like death yesterday. Looked like absolute death. Looked like death the first time she tried to make 115 back in April when she fought Jessica Rakoczy, which was that was the most uncomfortable weigh-in I can ever remember, because they both looked so terrible. They both.
Yeah, but I don't think it's the first.
Bad.
Again, it's not the first time Letourneau's looked bad. She seems to perform pretty well, all things considered. We just complained about fighters killing themselves by fighting too long. Maybe it's not necessarily the best time to complain about fighters killing themselves in the weight cut as well. Not necessarily a thing that either you or I are very in support of. But as we've seen from her last performances, Letourneau seems pretty capable of making a good recovery and performing. Her style, I guess you might call her an outfighter. And kind of in the purest sense, does a really nice job of moving. Her fight with Elizabeth Phillips, if you haven't seen it, feel free to head over to Fight Pass and watch it. If it's there, I'm not sure. But while we're waiting for the fight to begin, really nice performance. Showed some grit, which if you don't have grit as an outfighter, you wind up in trouble. If you can't take a good shot, if you can't get your eye closed and keep going, you're going to have difficulty. Because as the outfighter, often you become that because you don't have confidence in your power. You don't have confidence in being bigger than others. You don't want to stand in the pocket and have a fair trade. You want to have the advantage. And so then start to slip mentally when you start to feel like you don't have the upper hand anymore. And Letourneau didn't. She stayed on her game, stayed on her bicycle. She stuck and moved, used those angles to do what we were asking Chris Beal to do earlier in the show. She kept Phillips, who is a much more unpolished striker, to put it politely, kept her from planting her feet to uncork those big shots, and touched her up just enough to get her to keep trying, and kind of matadored her around the ring.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no doubt that Letourneau is a skilled striker, and the reason I brought up her weight cut is because she wants to be an attritive striker. She wants to put a lot of volume out there, and you wonder how that's going to work with a difficult weight cut if she's going to be able to keep that up for all 3 rounds, as she'll probably need to against Moras. And you're going to, and based on the brief flashes that we saw at the beginning of that fight against Calderwood, seems likely that Moras too is going to want to fight at pace. So I think there's every reason to expect this to be a really competitive, quick-paced, exciting matchup. Like
That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, if we didn't have Holloway, if we didn't have Holloway Oliveira in the main event, I would say this is as good a bet as any fight on the card to be a fight of the night kind of thing.
Sure, absolutely. What we're really hoping for is to see Moras fulfill her potential again. Like, was it a false positive last time out when she fought Joanne Calderwood? Did all the stars just align perfectly for her? We said before, it's the first time we saw that complete of a performance from her. So we're really looking to see it again. But if she can do what she did to Joanne Calderwood, combined with her submission game and the toughness that she has always displayed, we are quite possibly in for a very competitive fight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, seriously. I mean, well, it would be. I really think that that if the stuff that we saw from Moras turns out to be real, the improvements that she made turn out to be real, then she could be an interesting matchup for Ioana Jędrzejczyk.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm looking for contenders. I mean, women's strawweight is already a fantastic division. I'm really very much looking forward to the rematch between Claudia Gadelha and Ioana Jędrzejczyk. I've really enjoyed their first fight, and I think even though it wasn't necessarily action-packed all throughout, it was one of those chess matches that I always love to watch. I think both women have improved since then. But the women's strawweight division is just packed with contenders, and I'm hoping that Marina Moras can be another one because she looked like she had tons and tons of potential. Let's see if we have any questions here to discuss.
We got one via Twitter and also on the YouTube livecast. A random question from Enrique at tornado_kick on Twitter. Thoughts on Brown versus Gastelum?
I like it.
I mean, it's an interesting fight. Both kind of pressure fighters.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. How have we seen? We have to have seen Brown against another pressure fighter in the past. I'm trying to think.
Well, I mean, I think he's struggled with guys who won't let him push them backwards more than he's like in a fight between two pressure fighters. It can be interesting because both guys get their chance to move forward. Like a lot of pressure fighters are not necessarily the kind of people who will just plant their feet and throw back at you.
Yeah.
I think that's a really kind of a common misconception about pressure fighters is that they tend towards brawling more than they actually do. I think most pressure fighters want to avoid a brawl. Pressure fighters like having the high ground. That's why they like pushing you back to the ropes or to the fence. Is because then they have an advantage over you.
I would say momentum, both in a big picture sense and in a more specific sense, is kind of at the heart of most pressure fighting strategies. Not only do you want actual physical forward momentum, you want the opponent taking backward steps so you can close the distance and trap them, but you also want the momentum of the fight as a whole in your favor. You want the opponent reacting to you. You want the opponent worrying about what you're going to do next. You don't want to ever really have to think about what they're going to do to you. And we've seen Matt Brown struggle with that a lot, where he's got to worry about what the other guy's going to throw back at him. That was his undoing in the Robbie Lawler fight, which was very competitive at first. And Lawler's just too crafty, gave him too many things to worry about. Adjusted in a way that Brown can't necessarily. Then again, that Tim Mean fight, not exactly an easy one for Matt Brown, and he came through with shining colors. We know he's tough. Is it really, how did he win the Tim Mean fight? Can he do the same thing to Kelvin Gastelum? It's not like Mean was exhausted.
He knocked him down, or like blasted him with an elbow and then guillotined him, didn't he? Or like kind of ninja choked him. It was like he got him with like a modified guillotine at the end. Yeah. See, I tend to favor Gastelum in this, simply because I think that when Brown tries to pressure Gastelum is the rare kind of pressure fighter who's perfectly willing to plant his feet, bite down, and throw back at you when you come in on him. And like all of this is with the caveat that Gastelum gets his shit together, which I think is going to be the caveat about Kelvin Gastelum for a while. Moving forward is like, get your weight cut right. Don't like stop screwing around, train hard, like things that we kind of take for granted outside of the confines of the cage, but that really matter. Like we're not going to know how good Kelvin Gastelum can be until he gets that stuff together. But kind of as on the X's and O's of it, I would take Gastelum for that reason. I think it's a tough matchup for Brown stylistically.
Gastelum's got a lot of potential in the specific things that he does well. Killer back takes, great combination punching, nice jab, decent footwork. We see Gastelum's biggest difficulties coming with a thing that Matt Brown has officially stopped having to worry about, which is like just the problems that come with inexperience, where Gastelum will just allow his feet to get out of position, or he'll exchange when it doesn't necessarily suit him. Like he'll take little moments more seriously than they need to be taken if he's winning a round. Like when he was winning a round versus Rick Story, doing a good job. Rick Story's back to the fence. He's like, all right, I'm going to start slugging it with him. He gets cracked. Like there's no reason for him to do that, really. And those are the kind of tactical, strategic errors you might make early in your career. So I don't know. I would not be surprised if we see Brown take advantage of those. And again, like as with every Matt Brown fight, I'm really interested to see how Kelvin Gastelum deals with that Thai clinch. I firmly believe that Matt Brown's got the best pure Muay Thai clinch in the UFC right now. So to see him have to put up with those elbows, we saw Tyron Woodley have a little bit of success in the clinch fighting against Gastelum. It's the one phase that Brown does better than almost anyone else.
Yeah. So, wow. Speaking of something that we were discussing earlier, with not ever ragging on somebody's decision to retire, I just saw this. We had the volume on the TV down there. Michael Bisping said that Frankie Perez, who just retired, is quote, doesn't have the balls for this sport, and he should leave it to the real men.
Way to go, Mike. Good work.
Yeah, just going straight back to the dude who spit on Jorge Rivera's corner. Like, and just when I was kind of coming around on Bisping, like, love Bisping in the cage, love him as a fighter, but man, like, just a proper old school heel, and always will be.
Yeah, well, I see. The thing is like heel's a calculated decision. You got to wonder if Bisping is the heel. The heel is a part you play.
That's true.
Personality is not the same. You got to wonder with Mike sometimes. And after that, basically the entire MMA community is on Twitter and whatnot, like celebrating Perez's decision and saying, well, we hope everything works out for you, Michael Bisping. Just calls him a bitch on national TV. Way to go, Mike.
Yep. Oh, fantastic. Well, when Bisping reaches the end of his career and he gets knocked out a couple of times, which is going to happen. I think, like, speaking of Bisping, he's got a fight with Robert Whittaker lined up, and I think Whittaker probably will knock him out when that comes. Like, when Bisping has a string of knockout losses and reaches the end of his career, I wonder if he'll be saying the same thing. Like,
well, we'll all be there to call him a coward when that happens.
God. Oh, Lord. That's just, man, why would you do that? Now, with that said, yeah, so we've got the main card coming up here very shortly. Moras versus Letourneau is our first fight on the docket. What else are you looking forward to on the main card, Connor?
Well, let's see. That's a good question. Highlights of the main card. I'm really happy with the whole main card, to be quite honest with you. After Moras Letourneau, we've got Aubin Mercier fighting Tony Sims. Big fan of Tony Sims. Love his style. Aubin Mercier, prospect with a lot of promise. We'll see if he goes for his specialty, which is the clinch fighting, the judo, the grappling, or if he tries to duke it out with the guy who's one of the most dangerous counterpunchers in the game right now. We've got Chad Laprise, who I described on the Vivisection, and we could talk about this later, as kind of striking like the striker that – he's kind of the striker that Firas Zahabi has always wanted Rory McDonald to be. Or the striker he always wanted GSP to be. All the pieces are there. Firas loves his footwork first fighters. He loves the movement. Laprise has those things in spades. He knows when to plant his feet and throw. He knows when to move and keep the guy on the end of his kicks and jabs. He does it very well. Still, however, finds himself in difficulty against tough physical fighters sometimes, ones who can just walk through his shots, and Francisco Trinaldo may be that man. Yeah. And we got Patrick Cote, Josh Burkman, two tough veterans, both guys with a penchant for exciting fights. Let's talk about Neil Magny versus Eric Silva. What do you think about that one, Pat?
That is a fight. I think it's a really interesting matchup because you've got the quintessential front runner versus the quintessential really needs his 3 rounds process driven fighter. So I mean, I think there are basically 2 outcomes for this. Either Silva finishes him in the first round, which is entirely possible, or Magny takes this into the second, third, or finishes this late in the second or the third round, or goes to a decision. And if it goes to the cards, it's Magny's fight to lose. I mean,
yeah,
he's got a fairly attritive style to start with.
You could almost say if it goes past the first round, it's Magny's fight to lose.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Silva is an incredibly inefficient fighter in every possible way and in every possible skill that he has, except his grappling. He's a very smooth, grappler. But with his wrestling, with his get-ups when he gets taken down, his takedown defense in general is pretty inefficient. We talk a lot about not taking 3 steps when you only need to take 1 or 2. Silva is a guy who will take 3 steps on general principle.
Yeah,
because he thinks it looks cooler to take 3 steps.
Yeah, pretty much. But you got to say, like, we've seen Silva fail pretty hard a few times, so it's almost too easy to forget how good he is at what he does well. Which as a counter wrestler, like, he doesn't do it flawlessly, but he does it pretty effectively. He doesn't, his technical errors are there to see and to be talked about, but tactically, his decisions can be pretty smart. So. Yeah, his takedown defense might take a lot of energy and just be far too much effort for what he gets out of it. But he's stuffing the takedowns. He's sprawling. He's looking for back takes. He's hitting the guy after he gets on a leg. He's doing all these things that we talk about all the time, disincentivizing, looking for opportunities in the transitions. He's good at those things. He's got a nose for it if he doesn't necessarily have the ideal training. Or if perhaps, as I've been led to believe before, he has good training and just doesn't really take everything away from it that he might.
Yeah, he's a really dynamic fighter. That doesn't mean that he's a dumb fighter, even though he does some dumb stuff over the course of a fight. But he's not a dumb fighter. He doesn't fight dumb. And in fact, like, he every once in a while he'll put together a really kind of a mature performance. Like, do you remember his fight with Dong Hyun Kim? I think that's probably the best that Eric Silva has ever looked in a fight. I think he moved well. He was much more efficient with his strike selection. I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that Kim was trying so hard to walk him down that really all Silva had to do was plant and throw and do his thing. But he was handily winning that fight up until the moment that Kim landed that kind of out of nowhere knockout punch.
Yeah, I agree with you. So, maybe we'll see him improve. The other biggest misconception, of course, about Eric Silva is that he is still somehow a prospect. He's not as young as he looks, folks. He's not as young as he looks, and he's not inexperienced either. He's been doing his Eric Silva thing for many years now against a lot of high-level opponents, and it has failed, and it has worked just as well as you would expect it to. So, the chances of him suddenly turning a corner are not necessarily that high. We got a couple other comments here on the Bloody Elbow comment section. Again, if you want to get at us, got questions, things you noticed in the fights, things you want us to talk about between fights, you can find us on social media. I'm at Boxing Bush. Pat is at Patrick_Wyman on Twitter. And you can also find us at bloodyelbow.com. Just click on the Heavy Hands Livecast post on the front page, go into the comments. So this is from our friend James Kimball, who we already name dropped earlier. I love Bisping, James says, but heel isn't the right body part to describe him. So take that. Mike, you had that one coming to you. This is from Mark Gua. Mark says, I agree in large part with the whole styles and rote versus natural striker ideas. He's referring, of course, to, if you missed it, a little while back, we talked about Sam Stout maybe being a rote striker, kind of having to learn textbook in the wrong way, you could say. When Sam Stout is trying to be an out fighter and fight from range, it's like he is literally reading his plays from the textbook. So at times it's a little predictable, a little mechanical. He says, I agree with that, but I think that they might be more malleable with the proper approach. It's one thing to say, take Sam Stout and make him develop the patterns and reflexes of an outside striker with bag work and mitt work. It's another thing to take someone and try to make them examine their beliefs about themselves and fighting that can make them approach combat in a certain way. I always need to be in an advantage. I can hit harder and take bigger punches better than anyone. I'm tougher. I can't think too much or I'll start getting nervous. I need to pressure. I need to know what they're going to do before I can attack. These thoughts and beliefs can be modified and done away with if they aren't serving a fighter. Though they are deep-seated, I don't think they are innate. If you were to choose one type of style that isn't he doesn't finish his question here, but I think that's a lot of points to discuss. People tend to overlook the importance, the key value that there is on like personality and temperament when it comes to a fighter's style, which is why you have a lot of fighters who don't necessarily fit the the logic of how fighting is supposed to work. Like I'm writing about a boxer named Miguel Canto right now, one of the best flyweight boxers of all time. Little short guy, even for a flyweight. He was 5 foot and half an inch tall, very small. And he was an outfighter. Even for a flyweight, he was smaller than almost every opponent he ever fought, but he fought from long range, and he did it really, really well. And that's because he had the temperament for it. And he and his trainers cultivated that temperament to make him good at it. And if you were to take him and say, you're short, so you need to force your way inside, there's no doubt that he wouldn't have been the great fighter that he was. And so there's something to be said for trying to fix the mental problems that limit a guy to his game, but it's a lot harder said than done. You know, having spoken to some trainers about this exact thing, it's a lifelong process sometimes. And really, like, this may sound a little cornball, but as a trainer, you might go into training a fighter and say, I'm never going to make him a perfect fighter, but I can make him a better person. And me fixing his personality may never make him the ideal version of himself in the ring, but at a certain point, you are trying to help deal with the limited aspects of their personality.
Yeah, you see this from, I can give you 2 concrete examples from MMA coaches that when the first time I talked to Faraz and went into TriStar, and I asked him about Mansour Barnoui, a French prospect who just now fought again for the first time in like a year and a half. He'd been out with an injury, a very promising young lightweight. And the way that Faraz described him was he's a wildcat. He's a wildcat, and that you've got to break him of, you've got to break him of bad habits. And he said, when Rory came here, Rory was a wildcat, and I had to break him of a lot of habits. And like that's, I think to a lot of really good trainers, yeah, those are like, fighters have to be broken in the same way like a wild animal needs to be broken, or like a pet needs to be housebroken. Like it's weird to think of it in those terms, but like Mark Gua is pointing out in that question there, those are really deep-seated things, and a lot of the time they're expressions of deeper personality characteristics that lead guys to want to fight in particular ways, or really deep-seated kind of like psychological insecurities with the way that they look at stuff. These are not. It's not like you can just wake up one morning and decide to stop doing this particular thing. Like, remember John Hackelman talking about trying to change the way that Chuck Liddell fought, and all of the drills that they worked, and like a lot of really, really excellent drills, and bringing in particular kinds of sparring partners to work with him, and like sitting him down and talking him through things to the point where like where Hackelman was convinced that Chuck had changed his ways, and then all of a sudden the bell rings and Chuck goes out and does what Chuck does.
Sure. Like we mentioned Leonard Garcia earlier. Very similar situation. I'll bring up, it's convenient that you mention breaking animals to train them, because I'm going to bring up an example that my friend and mentor, guy who taught me or prepared me to learn everything I know about boxing today, Luis Monda, I will tell you true. He's very fond of using the movie Seabiscuit to talk about training fighters. And he swears up and down there are a lot of things in common with training a racehorse and training a fighter, because when you train a horse, you can't really communicate with language. You can't be like, okay, you're going to do this drill. You have to understand them on a more emotional level as a creature to try and get them to do things you want to do. And so like that movie, a lot of scenes in Seabiscuit are about like getting the horse to get over its past abuse and trust the jockey. And that is what helps the horse to perform to its peak ability. And that happens with fighters. Like, you may be, as a trainer, trying to fix things that on the surface level appear to have nothing to do with combat sports. You might be like, just letting a fighter know that you're not going to give up on him can help him to perform better and learn techniques more fluidly. Or getting a fighter to be less insecure in social interactions can very well make him less insecure about taking punches and more confident in the ring. Those things carry over, but you're not always, as a coach, going to be able to fix them by just drilling the techniques. You have to try and get at the things inside, but that's difficult. Like, we very rarely see all those problems effectively taken away or even effectively hidden. Most times, in most fighters, they come out, and it takes really like a great psychologist of a trainer to be able to deal with those problems.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that we have seen in MMA a whole lot of these kinds of really deep-seated coaches yet, just because the sport hasn't been around for all that long. We're not quite to the point where we have these kinds of really deep, long-term, one-on-one relationships between fighters and coaches. It's been like, and the structure of MMA is not quite set up like that, you know? I think it will be before too long. I think there's a reason why boxing runs the way it does, and I think that MMA will eventually go more in that direction as there's more of a diffusion of knowledge. But yeah, we see a lot less of that in MMA.
And it's kind of a shame, you know. I don't know if honestly, like, I don't have Faraz's experience or anything close to it. I have great respect for Faraz. I'm not sure though that I, necessarily agree with his idea that a wildcat always has to be broken of being a wildcat. Sometimes it might be best for a wildcat to be a wildcat.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that if there is anything that I disagree with Faraz about, I think it's that like Faraz wants to kind of break guys down and then rebuild them so that they can be anything. And I think that not everybody can be anything, you know? Like, and I don't know if there's I don't know what the good answer is to that. I mean, do you think I think we've talked about Dwayne Ludwig like this before, but Ludwig just seems to be willing to let his guys do their thing. Like whatever their natural inclinations are, he's going to help bring that out and develop it.
And like impose fundamentals on it. Like Ludwig's more concepts, I think, like balance, keeping your feet under you, taking angles, measuring. Like these are things that he instills regardless of the techniques with which his fighters used to employ them. Like the new Chad Mendes looks very different from the new TJ Dillashaw. Both obviously improved, both very different.
Yeah, I mean, but aside from Ludwig, there are not a ton of coaches who really seem to be able to train guys in just about any one of the various styles that we talked about. I mean, like I think Cordero leans heavily toward pressure fighters, very aggressive, training very aggressive kinds of fighters. Hooft trains fairly standard Dutch style kickboxers. I mean, not standard in a bad sense, but like they all do fairly similar. They all tend to do fairly similar things and fight in fairly similar ways. I think Zahabi would like his guys, generally speaking, to be out fighters who can do a little bit of everything else. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I think there's no real easy answer to that.
Well, we've got Moras versus Letourneau just about to begin. Pat, you want to tell the people at home when they can sync up? Let them know when the fight starts.
Yep, the fight is starting in. Let's see. That's a hell of a stare down on Marina Moras there. She is terrifying.
She's a menacing one.
Fight starts now.
So what we're looking to see from Moras here, which is what we saw in her last fight, is most importantly balance. The best thing you see from powerful strikers, of which Moras is one, is the ability to keep feet under themselves, which means when moving forward, very importantly, you have to bring that back foot with you. My buddy Luis, mentor Luis, often calls this back foot in the bucket syndrome, when your back foot trails as if it's stuck in a bucket behind you. Well, we've got some exchanges going on here.
Yeah, good Lord. Moras has a really nice left hook on her, doesn't she?
She does.
She's like a really kind of an organic left hook with the way that she varies up the angle that she lands it.
And again, that comes from having the feet in position to receive the weight of the punches. Good left hook, weight starts in the front foot, or the front hip if you prefer, transfers to the back. I know I'm throwing a good left hook if my right heel slams into the canvas when I land the punch. And weight's got to rip back, like it's like starting a lawnmower. And so you need your feet in position to do that. If your right foot is too far away, stuck out behind you, you're not going to be able to plant your weight on it effectively.
Jesus, that is a telephone pole of a jab that Moras has on her.
Yeah,
good
but
God.
Letourneau trying to time these counter right hands, though.
Yeah, Letourneau is doing a really good job of setting the distance with her kicks, and you can see a lot of Moras' shots are coming have up to this point have been coming up quite short. You can see Moras is not nearly as comfortable kicking as she is punching. That is nowhere near as dedicated a part of her game.
She certainly looks like a boxer on the feet.
Yeah,
kicks are a little stiff.
Letourneau is doing a great job with that right hand. She's really finding great openings to land it. It looks to me like she's seeing Moras very well. She's not nearly as fast. You can tell. Oh my good Lord in heaven! Wow. Speaking of right hands, there.
Ooh, I'm a second behind you. I literally just saw.
Oh, wow, yeah. Sorry, didn't mean to spoil it for you there, Connor.
No, it lets me know to perk up and pay attention.
But good Lord, we had literally just you mentioned it, and then I mentioned it. that right hand, she was throwing that early and often. That was the shot that she wanted, and she found it big time.
Yes, Letourneau with the brilliant counter, and I think I'm interested to see the replay after the end of the round. But I think what we saw there was Letourneau doing a very good job of timing the bouncy footwork of Moras. This is something a lot of Eastern European fighters do, boxers in particular, is bounce around, and that can be really good for like setting a rhythm. But if you lose sight of the rhythm of your bouncing and you let the opponent to read you, then they're going to be able to see when you set your feet to throw, and it's going to give them that split second to know when to react and throw counters like that.
Really classic example of that bouncy footwork being terrible for you. Johnny Hendricks versus Martin Kampmann.
Yes.
Kampmann, a guy who had a terrible habit of bouncing around, not far enough outside. Like, it's one thing if you want to bounce around and you're far enough away that you can react and move. But Kampmann always had a terrible habit of bouncing around right on the fringe of his opponent's distance, right to where they could reach. And Hendricks caught him there. But like, I think that's a good point here. You can see right now, Moras is trying to find a setup for her armbar. She's trying to trap Letourneau's head, and she's going to try and sneak that arm in there. Moras is like a kind of a poor woman's Ronda Rousey on the mat. Like, she loves that armbar, but does not, I don't think, have nearly as many setups for it, nor does she have Rousey's takedown game. But she relies very heavily on that armbar.
And we'll see if just threatening it might be enough for her to get a better position here on the ground.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm interested to see that knockdown again in the replay, because what happened, I believe, was that Moras came bouncing, and Letourneau was able to read when she was going to take a step in to take a step forward to throw. Letourneau simply stepped in at the same time and met her forward momentum with a nice straight right.
Yeah, let me ask you this, Connor. Did you notice a lot of the time after Moras was throwing, she would end up kind of square to Letourneau? Yeah. And so I kind of wonder there, it all happened so fast and we haven't seen a replay yet. I kind of wonder if Letourneau didn't catch her as she was square, didn't catch her across the plane of her body.
She may very well have. You know, you want to keep your feet under you, but you also don't want your right foot to drift forward and come parallel with your lead.
Yeah, I kind of wonder there. I don't know. Interesting. Now, kind of got an impasse here as Moras is trapped. Moras got the head trapped there, but she doesn't really have a triangle.
Boy, it's kind of hilarious. This is a very bizarre position we find ourselves in.
That is awkward. It's quite awkward.
I wish the rest of this episode was just us umming and awing and not knowing how to describe what we're seeing right now. So what do you say about that round, Pat?
Interesting round. That looked up until the knockdown, it looked a lot like I thought it was going to. Yeah. Letourneau's got that nice kicking game on her. She did a good job of setting the distance. She did a good job of sneaking in that right hand, and eventually she managed to put it in there for real. One of the things that really stands out to me, and had beforehand, but not really to this extent against Calderwood, is Moras is fast, man. She's a really good athlete. And she hits hard. She's got a lot of pop.
But timing sometimes beats power, as we saw with Letourneau. Not necessarily the hardest striker, but she hit that one at the right time. I'm looking forward to seeing this replay.
Yeah, let's hope we see it here.
It may not. UFC production team's choices of when to show replays and what replays to show is often strange. Mm-hmm. It has certainly turned out to be the fun fight that we predicted, though.
Yeah. Man, just caught her right on the jaw with it, right on the button. As Moros's head was kind of turned, caught her right on the side of the jaw.
Ooh, it was actually on the retreat. She actually caught her on the retreat. She wasn't even jumping in like I thought she was.
Yeah.
Really nice job from Letourneau to press. Moras, we saw, does really well when she can come forward, but Letourneau's done a great job of planting her feet and being willing to throw down. That's something we talked about before the fight began. Letourneau is kind of an outfighter, but maybe more of a boxer puncher. She's got that will. She's got the grit to stand close if she has to and slug it out. Mm-hmm. And she will pursue the pressure fighter and take advantage of that limited style that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I'd like to see Letourneau kicking a little more. We've seen her throw a few, but that seems to be a hard thing for Moras to deal with.
Perhaps Letourneau has gotten a little confident in her ability to to throw hands with the boxer.
Yeah, that's true. So she doesn't get too confident in it for her sake.
Oh man, and I think she may be already. Moras is doing a fantastic job of using her jab to close the distance, not getting her feet out of position the way she did earlier on the retreat.
Yeah, Moras really needs to keep moving in on Letourneau. I don't think I think she needs to pressure more. She seems to be quite happy to stick back, and when Letourneau commits to a punching combination, she's happy to get in there and counter. But I think she's just got to be more aggressive here.
Absolutely.
I wonder if that counter right's gotten her gun shy, or which I wouldn't blame her for. But
no. And now we see that Moras is feeling compelled to kick a little more than she was before. Again, perhaps she is a little more nervous about duking it out in that boxing range, and that. But again, I think she's being more effective this round than she was. Letourneau doesn't look quite as confident in her ability to counter either. Both women have kind of slowed here, and that was actually quite a nice kick from Moras. Nice body kick. Yeah,
well, it's interesting. She's not simply conceding. You can't, like, we've talked about this before, but like, you can't just concede a range at which your opponent might have an advantage. You can't just concede that range to them and never try to engage there. So even if Moros's kicks are not nearly as effective, the fact that she's not just giving it away is an important thing.
Yeah, it's like Gustafsson Jones, right? Gustafsson exchanged kicks with Jones. He wasn't ever going to win the battle, but he showed that he was willing to take part.
Yeah, absolutely. Letourneau is really finding a lot of room for that right hand over the top of Moros's left. Did you see where she lever punched with it a little earlier, Connor?
I missed it.
Yeah, she threw one right hand and then threw another. When I think Letourneau is doing a good job of exploiting. We talked before about Moros's trigger, how you throw something at her and she immediately comes back like she's pre-programmed for it. I think Letourneau is doing a really good job of exploiting what she thinks Moros's reactions are going to be.
It's a great point. And now we've got Moras waving Letourneau on. Of course, her best moments in this fight none of them have come while fighting off the back foot. She needs to get moving forward. Now she's trying the southpaw. If you're Max Holloway, good sign. It shows that you're thinking. If you're most other fighters, it shows that you're worried.
Yep. Yeah, this is not going great for Moras here.
And what we're seeing a lot here is Moras, showing a willingness to throw the right hand as she did there, but an inability to follow it up, which is kind of strange because she's got that good left hook that we saw, but it's almost as if her having lost comfort with her range has caused her she's lost the ability to time that left hook properly. Now she's really squaring her feet every time she throws. She's getting really aggressive here.
Well, Moras is coming in. She's quick moving in, but then she's stopping once she gets inside. Yeah. She's just getting into her punching distance, and then she's stopping, and that's when Letourneau is hitting her.
And she's not changing levels as she comes in. She's not,
she's not moving her head after she throws. She is there to be hit in the worst way.
This is very much like Kowalkiewicz. What is a fighter by the name of Kowalkiewicz? What's her first name?
Karolina.
Yes, like Karolina Kowalkiewicz is very similar. Great 1-2, no left hook to speak of, timing perfect. Places her shots really well, but gets caught because of that inability to recover, or that the fact that she hasn't yet learned to necessarily recover once she gets into the range to land her punch.
She reminds me a lot of a Russian middleweight by the name of Vyacheslav Vasilevsky in that regard too. Kowalkiewicz is another good example of it. I think it's true of a lot of Eastern European trained boxers, where there's just not a whole lot of emphasis on what you do once you've gotten there.
The 1-2 is the specialty of European boxing, or the 1-1-2. The great emphasis on the straight punches and timing them and setting them up and landing them, but then that infighting is more of a Western specialty. Or the mid-range fighting even seems to be more of a specialty of American fighters.
Yeah. This is a hell of a fight here. We're getting a lot of We are getting
and that's the thing with Moros. She had a really nice recovery in that round, and it was all because you almost have to attribute it to her power. Like, she's going to get in trouble against a fighter like Letourneau who's timing those counters because Moros is not recovering and she's throwing herself a little off balance. She doesn't seem to have an escape route. And when she does escape, she's doing it on the same line on which she entered. But when she connects, having that good timing really comes in handy because she can pack a punch.
Yeah, this I feel a little bit better about my read before the Calderwood fight because this looks a lot more like the Moros I thought I saw on film.
Yes.
Like I thought I had gone crazy after that fight. Round started back up again. There right again is that right hand from Letourneau. Every time that right hand is there. Moros has made some adjustments, but not a ton. So
what would you like to see Moros do here? I'd like to see Moros feint the right hand and then throw that nice left hook. See if she can catch Letourneau coming in with the right, trying to capitalize.
Yeah, I think that. I would like to see her get back to throwing her left hook again, but throwing it a little tighter. She lets her left hook come out a long way when she throws it. Like it is not a tight left hook, but I would like to see her exploit the right hand counter that Letourneau is throwing every time she's in there to bait the right hand counter and then come back with the hook. But I think that might be just a step too far for Moros at this point.
Well, nonetheless, the body mechanics in that hook looked really sharp early in the fight when she was keeping her discipline a little better. Looked really solid. Good weight transfer, nice pop on it. But it seems to have vanished as the fight's gone. And it's like she's nervous about throwing. Ironically, she's become nervous about throwing her left. Maybe she feels like she has to have it up to catch Letourneau's counter right. But the fact that she's not using her left is making that right more viable than it would be otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. Like this, strategically, this shit kills me. I know that Moros has had a lot of success with her armbar in the past, but like you cannot pull guard in 2015 in an MMA fight unless you have that shit already locked up. Like you can't do this. Moros is going to lose herself the fight because Letourneau is going to be very happy to grind this out from top position, and unlike Joanne Calderwood, is not going to get arm barred while she's not stunned from a punch. Like this. Oh God, man, this is just awful strategic thinking.
Yeah, the strange thing we see in the relatively new arena of women's MMA sometimes. Although, granted, we saw Lima earlier on. Having much worse fight IQ. I suppose we can't attribute it to their gender.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit on our show this last week, talking about Charles Oliveira, who used to be happy to jump guard at any time for no particularly good reason. But you know what? Marina Moros is not Charles Oliveira. Nope. Even the Charles Oliveira of a few years ago.
No. We got to give credit, too, to what's going on here with Valerie Letourneau. We mentioned Mike Brown earlier on in the broadcast. You want to talk about guys with great top control and good short strikes, nice posture, good control from the top position. Letourneau trains a lot with Mike Brown at American Top Team, and we are seeing that come here. She's doing a great job, and look at that. We have her actually taking advantage of Moros's willingness to hunt the arm. She's clearly studied her tape, and now we know. We mentioned, Pat, you said before, Moros relies on the threat of that armbar. And Letourneau is using it against her. How is that going to affect the confidence of Moros as the fight goes on?
Yep. Well, God, this is an example of a fighter who comes from a big camp with really, really excellent training partners and coaches, who has soundly out-prepared her opponent in every phase of the fight. Don't you think?
Yeah. Triangle danger here for Letourneau, though.
And now back on the feet. But like, Rose is going to have to make hay here. She's got a lot of ground left to make up. This is just an outstanding example of how coaching and preparation matter. Because everything that Moros does, Letourneau came in ready to exploit, and not just ready to avoid and deal with, but ready to exploit. That was a really astute point you made about Letourneau's play from the top, that she was waiting for Moras to bait the arm, and she had built what she was doing there around that.
Yeah,
On the feet.
Just one thing, like, let's see what's happening here on the feet. Letourneau is not doing anything remarkably technically special. She's alternating 1-2, 1-2, mostly straight punches, not changing trajectories an awful lot, but she's doing it. She's got that trigger so that when she catches Moras in that dangerous water of the mid-range, she's marching forward and following her right back out of range and landing punches as she goes. She's timing the punches she does throw really, really well, and staying more balanced than Moras is. And at this point, she seems too nervous about the range. Desperation's not going to help her here when what she really needed was just a little more technical foundation.
Yeah. I mean, that's really good opponent-specific drilling, right? To have that trigger that built in. I'm sure she drilled that 1,000 times over the course of this camp.
Yeah, hell of a show from Valerie Letourneau.
Yeah, this is by far the best Letourneau's ever looked. Just a really, like, that knockdown, man, that changed absolutely everything. That changed the entire complexion of this fight.
And see, there it is again. Like, that's what we're seeing here in these replays. Like, this is not beautiful, amazing technical striking. This is just meeting a fighter as they come in and being completely unafraid to just pursue them as they leave range. And Letourneau made the correct call there. She and her coaches, like, we saw many times Moras was at her most vulnerable when she was either just after throwing an in-range still or trying to leave range. She was backing up on straight lines. She was not paying attention to her defense. Her feet were out of position from when she threw. She was vulnerable. And so really, really smart decision to just kind of have that. I imagine she probably just drilled over and over and over in the gym at ATT, just throwing, meeting opponent with the right hand, and then just shift punching after them as they try to get away over and over and over. And it really looks like it paid off. Yeah.
I mean, finishing her combinations with the body kick too, was just a sharp as hell move there, because
absolutely keep Moras backing up.
Yeah, I mean, God, just A+, absolutely A+ performance.
That little step forward shuffle left kick, whether to the head or the body, she just got Moras. She never had her confidence to counter herself, and so she couldn't stand ground and try and trade with Letourneau the way Letourneau was doing with her.
Yeah,
really smart.
If the judges somehow come back with a Moras scorecard in that fight, they need to have their credentials revoked. Like, I just tweeted something about superior game about Letourneau's superior game planning in that fight. Somebody tweets back at me, "Wait for the scorecards." But good God, like, if that was not Letourneau's fight, like, no.
Looked like a Letourneau fight to me. We'll see, though. Perhaps we may fall prey, Pat, to what we've often criticized commentators doing for the UFC and focusing too much on one fighter.
That's true.
That's true. We have to be wary.
Yeah. Whew. Well, and we wait anxiously for the cards.
I think everybody after this, just so you know, we'll probably take one more quick break, and then we'll come back for the rest of the card. We may take another break down the line. You never know with the pacing on these Fox Sports 1 shows. But here we go with the decision.
Yep. Unanimous decision for Letourneau.
And you know what? We saw in that fight, like, Moras had potential. She still has that potential. There was she had a lot of good things going for her in that fight, especially early on when she remained polished. She was throwing that left hook. Very, very good. But Letourneau, just masterful game planning, took advantage of the flaws in Moros's game, maybe some of Moros's inexperience as a striker, and maybe brought out some of the insecurity that was perhaps limiting Moros's ability to show off her boxing skills earlier in her MMA career.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the people went way overboard in praising Moros's striking after that fight against Calderwood, and a lot of touting of her credentials. But credentials don't mean that you don't have tendencies. You know, like, they don't mean that you don't have things that you're more inclined to do. They don't make you a perfect fighter. And I think that it's easy to forget that Letourneau is a really, really good MMA striker, and she's got really good coaches. And it's like that was just an outstanding performance from her in every way. And like, I think it's easy to forget with a fighter like Moras, because she looked so good against Calderwood, just how inexperienced she actually is.
Yeah.
I think she was 5-0 when she debuted. And like, there's a lot of things that it's going to take some time to learn. One of those being, don't pull guard, like, especially in the third round when you don't have anything locked up. Like,
yeah, it's,
Moras,
there are still times in MMA when you can pull guard, but it's about as often as the times when you can throw a wheel kick. Like, for most people, it's not all the time over and over and over. It's not at the first opportunity. It's when you sense a real solid opening. But again, we may have just seen Moras with some desperation there, because it really wasn't working out for her on defeat the way she seemed to have expected it to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So should we hop on that? Should we hop on that break real quick?
Yeah, everybody, we'll take a quick break. Please stay tuned with us, and we'll be right back. The next fight after this is Olivier Aubin-Mercier. Great prospect from Quebec, strong judo game, really powerful fighter, working on his striking. We'll see if he tries to do that, in which case he might wind up in trouble against Tony Sims, who had a great performance in his UFC debut against Steve Montgomery, has a knack for putting guys away with single shots, strikes well out of either stance, great counter punches. Should be a fun style matchup. So one quick break, as I said, and we'll be right back for that in a moment.
No.
All right.
We are back. Thanks for bearing with us while we take our breaks, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you're enjoying the Heavy Hands live cast so far. If you are just joining us, welcome. We've been discussing the fights of UFC Saskatoon so far. If you're looking for the fights themselves, of course, this isn't the right place for you. You'll have to go to Fox Sports 1 or whatever your local broadcast partner may be. But if you are looking for some analysis, a little bit of technical know-how to accompany your fight viewing experience, then this is the place for you. If you don't know what Heavy Hands is, I'm your host, Connor Ruebusch, and with me is Patrick Wyman, both of us MMA analysts, professionals, as it were, and we talk about fights for a living, I guess. And so this is what we're doing tonight. But we're not making a living doing this. We're just having a good time.
And hey, this is what a good way to have a good time here. We're just hanging out talking fights. We're getting to watch fights live, which rarely happens. Rarely happens for either of us.
I'm just getting to sit down and watch fights and blabber about them. Like, this is, Pat, you're doing what my girlfriend would normally have to do, except you're also saying things back. It's great. It's a great experience.
See, normally I would just be shouting this into Twitter.
Exactly. All caps, all the time. Hashtag all caps.
Oh, always. Oh, God. So can you believe they're doing – I can't believe we're still doing The Ultimate Fighter in 2015. Like, even Conor McGregor and Uriah Faber are not going to be enough to make The Ultimate Fighter anything other than terrible.
Well, I mean, the beef is real. Didn't you see that brief altercation they had backstage? Don't you want some more of that delicious awkwardness on that network TV?
Yeah, the awful, horrendous shit talking of Uriah Faber versus what will be by the end of that Conor McGregor overload. Like, but then you got to remind yourself with a show like that it's not really for us.
No, it's not.
The idea is and I think this is an important thing that hardcore MMA fans need to be reminded of pretty regularly, is that what they may view as overload or overexposure to the audience the UFC is actually going for is not that, because they're not seeing everything that we're seeing. So, we plugged into the bubble may see 4 Conor McGregor articles in a day. The average person is not going to get 4 Conor McGregor articles in a day. Yeah,
it's a little bit of an echo chamber in the MMA Twitterverse in particular. So, a lot of general negativity about things, and it just swirls and grows. And there are people who do not watch the sport. I mean, there are legitimately people who don't realize that when Tito Ortiz was main eventing a Bellator card, that he was not still the UFC champion. And that's not to mock them and call them idiots. Like, they just don't keep up with it. They look for proven names. If you go on Spotify to look for music, we're not sponsored by Spotify, just have to put that out there. But we're looking for sponsorship. Spotify, get at us. If you go on Spotify, most people who go on there are going to look at the recommended for you section or the most popular, because it's proven to be good. That's really the thought process behind that. Lots of people like it. It must have quality. And that's what most fans want. And so, Conor McGregor's popularity can only be more beneficial for the UFC to a certain extent. I'm not going to be watching The Ultimate Fighter, but I hope that it does some good for the sport. And we're just about to get into our next fight. We've got Olivier Aubin-Mercier, the Quebec Kid. I did not know that was his nickname, but it's a fantastic one. Fighting Tony Sims. What do you expect to see in this fight, Pat?
I mean, I think it's going to be an interesting kind of back and forth type of matchup, because Aubin-Mercier is going to want this on the ground. I mean, he's everything he does is predicated around getting to his opponent's back. But much like you were talking about earlier, Connor, actually, I guess this was before we went on the air. I guess it was just you and I talking about it. Elias Silverio versus Shane Campbell, about wanting to see more integration of attempted back takes and top rides. That is very much Aubin-Mercier's game. His whole game is predicated around getting to your back. I think from Sims, we're going to see a lot of punching. And if Aubin-Mercier messes around on the feet, fight is starting now. if Aubin Mercier tries to mess around too much on the feet with Sims, he's going to get knocked out. Aubin Mercier is hittable. He's there to be hit. He's not a defensive mastermind, and Sims hits real hard and has great timing on his counters.
And he does a lot of things that an inexperienced striker such as Aubin Mercier might be lulled to sleep with or confused with, such as the stance switching, good footwork, will move and bounce a lot only to plant his feet suddenly and let you step into a hard counter punch. Throws decent combinations too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he has a legit boxing pedigree. He's got a lot of amateur boxing experience. But it is not what we necessarily expect from a credentialed boxer in terms of he's not a big jabber, doesn't jab a lot. He switches stances a very great deal. Throws a lot of shift punches, but packs real power in both of them. Has great timing, absolutely outstanding timing. And was a wrestler in high school. Has a lot of wrestling experience to boot. He's a threat of a fighter.
Yeah, and we're seeing right now what we would have probably hoped to see from Aubin Mercier, at least on, as a prospect. We want to see him making smart decisions, trying to grapple with Tony Sims. Worrying thing, maybe. It's a fine line to walk. He didn't necessarily set up that takedown very well. He didn't really feint or anything like that. Still did a decent job of getting in on it, had a nice shot. It's a fine line to walk. Do you want the guy to strike just enough to lull the guy to sleep so he can take him down easily, or should he just be diving on takedowns all day, every day?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, now this is exactly what Aubin Mercier wants. He exploited the reaction he knew he was going to get from Sims, gets him up, slams him down, it creates just enough space to allow Sims to scramble, and then once Sims's natural reaction to turn and turtle so that he can get back to his feet. Once that's there, Aubin Mercier jumps on his back. This is the standard Aubin Mercier sequence. Just a gorgeous sequence.
And he's playing a nice game right now with trying to lace one arm under the other to sneak it in under Tony Sims's neck, distracting him with one arm. And then while Sims fights off that arm, Aubin Mercier is looking to sneak the other in underneath it. He's very close to getting this choke.
Yeah. If you're Sims, this is just absolutely not where you want to be at all.
I mean, not just the grappling pedigree, but the strength of Aubin Mercier. Like, it's a terrible position to have a powerhouse like him on your back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We've talked a lot about the metagame of MMA evolving and how a lot of that involves guys wanting to scramble instead of playing off their back, and so that involves creating a slight opening to give up, where you give up your back. And Aubin Mercier is like a rich man's version of Chaz Skelly, featherweight wrestler / back take expert. But that's really what his game's all about. Aubin Mercier is like the rich man's version of that, because he's got, I would say, probably better takedowns. He's a much better athlete, much physically stronger, but a similar kind of game. He baits you to allow you to get back to your feet, and then once you give him that tiny little opening, there he is with the back take.
Sam's doing a pretty good job of defending so far, though, keeping a lot of hand traffic in Aubin Mercier's way. Just putting things in the way of those hands, forcing him to go double earmuff guard here. Nice way to block the punches from Aubin Mercier. We've also been asked on Twitter to give the sync point at the start of each round, so we'll try and do that. Sorry, you guys. I know that our feed may not be lining up exactly with what you've got on TV, so if you're DVRing this from now on, we will try to tell you when each round begins for us. So, Pat, I'll let you take care of that.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I mean, when I made the kind of inane point earlier, not where you want to be with Aubin Mercier. Also, in the greater context of the fight, that's spending almost the entire first round in Aubin Mercier's body triangle. You're going to have to use a lot of energy to avoid getting submitted. It really is going to drain you. And so, as we move into the later rounds, for Sims, a guy who likes to do a lot of movement, it takes a lot of explosiveness to do what Sims does. He's very smooth with it, and he's as efficient as you can be, but it still takes a lot of energy to move that way. This is going to severely hamper him when he wants to do that. And having to defend the choke, too, going to force a lot of blood into his arms.
Very good point.
Punches are going to come slower.
And I always like to remind people of like the mental stress of fighting, like just having to have spent an entire round defending, just worrying about what the other guy's doing to you becomes very difficult to seize that momentum back. You have to really have a good trainer, have tons of mental fortitude to go into the next round, and be able to say, all right, I'm going to go back to the game plan, because you just spent an entire round basically worrying. You feared for an entire frame, and it's a rough place to be.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of mental strain involved there. I mean, the first rule of jiu-jitsu is to survive. And so Sims did that, but like, you know, there's nothing really good to take from that round if you're Tony Sims.
No,
you
exactly.
know? Like, you didn't have a single moment of success, really.
What do you take from the round? Don't get taken down?
Yeah. I mean, there's just like nothing good to take from that.
Rafael Cordero 101. Don't tell your fighters what not to do. Tell them what to do. And what do you tell your guy to do when he hasn't done anything successful in the last 5 minutes?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you tell him to move. God, Albert Mercier's, like, he gives you just enough space to think that you're going to be okay.
Yeah.
Like, it's really, there's some subtle brilliance in what he does on the mat there.
Round beginning now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry. We're at 4:45 of the first round right here.
4:45. Sorry, folks. I'm 10 seconds behind you. What's going on here?
So, see, now Sims is doing more of what he needs to do. Like, Sims needs to move. That's the big thing. He's got to stay on his bike. He can't set his feet and give Albert Mercier a chance to get in on a reactive takedown.
And I like the way he turned off the fence there. Used his underhooks, did not hang around. Really smart.
Yeah.
With a guy like Aubin Mercier, that battle for underhooks becomes critically important. Critically important. The clinch is, I mean, for a guy with whom you do not want to clinch, you have to be really sure of your clinching abilities, because you want to spend as little time there as possible, and you want to be as efficient and as effective in that little time as you can possibly be.
Because you do not want him grinding you. You do not want him grinding you.
No, exactly. I mean, the more time you take battling with him in the clinch, you are giving him exactly what he wants. Yeah,
that's like over the long run. Again, as a striker who wants to be at range, you want to be light on your feet and moving, and you want to be throwing quick, hard punches. Like, all of that time grinding in the clinch and forcing blood into your arms, as much of a cliche as it is, and you know, we comment on that with Joe Rogan. He's absolutely right about that. Joe is absolutely stone correct when he talks about what a battle it is for strikers there.
Yes. That misdirection trip before by Aubin Mercier was a thing of beauty, by the way. I love that the idea that a good judo player, which Aubin Mercier absolutely is, must have at least one consistent, solid throw for each direction. And you could think of that in terms of 8 directions on a horizontal plane, you know? You want to go straight forward. You want to go forward and to the left. You want to go backward and to the right. You want to have a throw going in one direction, and then another, or not necessarily a throw, a takedown of whatever kind, trip, sweep, whatever. You want to have a takedown going in one direction, and then one usually in the opposite direction that capitalizes on it. And the more seamlessly you can switch from one to the other, the more likely your opponent is to be taken down. You force them to make more defensive reactions. The more defensive reactions they have to make in a row, the more likely they're going to make a mistake on one of them and go down.
Yeah, this is just absolutely like speaking to your point about the trip game of Albert Mercier. Makes for a pretty lethal combination when you've got really nice, well-timed shot takedowns that you can add to that arsenal. So you use the shot takedowns to drive your opponent to the fence, and then if those just aren't there to be had, fine, go upstairs, work into the clinch. Start throwing your knees to the thigh and see and based on where their reactions are, how they want to try and spin off the fence. Then that opens up your array of throws and trips inside and outside and misdirection as they may be. Makes it. I mean, it's a lot like. I kind of think. Tell me what you think of this, Connor. Albert Mercier, kind of like a poor man's Khabib.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, not that like that's a bad, like you could be a poor man's Khabib and still be a top 5 lightweight.
Exactly. You could be, poor man's Khabib is still a rich man's many other types of fighter. He's Khabib without the innate understanding of distance in the striking game.
I think also without the explosiveness. Like,
sure.
I think Khabib is a really special kind of athlete. I don't think
more of that like Johnny Hendricks raw strength.
Yeah. country strong, or whatever the
Strong.
Quebecois equivalent of that would be in Aubin Mercier's case.
Of country strong is. Tell us, is it Alberta strong? Is that what you guys call it up there, up north? Let us know. Let us know.
Yeah.
I hear you grow cows in Alberta. Tell us about it.
You grow cows? We grow cows?
Yep. Plant them, water them, watch them sprout. Delicious beef.
I mean, you know, one of the things that we talked about going into this fight was whether Aubin Mercier has fallen in love with his striking to the extent that, like, he was going to try and do something stupid and strike with Tony Sims to get him into the rhythm before he got the takedown. We know now that that is not the case at all.
Yeah, it looks like he's fallen in love with winning more than striking, and that's not a bad place for it. Well, I mean, Aubin Mercier's most recent fight, I'm going to look it up.
David Michaud, right?
David Michaud, yeah, that's a better chance, a better place in which to work on your striking.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or a fight with Jake Lindsay. Like, why not? You know, you at least can get a little work in without being at too much risk. You don't want to play that game against Tony Sims, so it's really nice and refreshing to see him using his fights to his advantage, as he recognizes himself, or his coaches recognize him as a prospect, and they are developing him well, using the experiences he gets to their utmost potential.
Yeah. So we were just informed on Twitter by our friend Gabriel Verdon. Quebecois version of country strong would be lakeside cottage strong. That is the most charmingly Quebecois thing I can possibly imagine. That is, wow, lakeside cottage strong. I love that. Wow. Okay, can this be a new heavy hands inside joke?
Can it be? I'm just going to go ahead and put it out there in the Twitterverse. Hashtag lakeside cottage strong. I'm going for it. It's got to be a thing. Okay, it's officially a thing. Olivier Aubin Mercier is lakeside cottage strong. Meaning, of course, he's built like a lakeside cottage, right?
Wait, so does that actually make this the Quebecois version of brick shithouse?
Yeah. Can you tell us when the round's going to start, Pat?
Oh, my God. This is fantastic.
Let us know when the round starts, my friend.
Round just started, 4:55.
Alrighty. Someone tell us, what's the Quebecois for shithouse? we need to know. So, I mean, altogether, just a really, really promising performance. We've got, Aubin Mercier, again, not really setting up these takedowns. Doesn't care. And I think at this point, he's got enough of a lead in terms of the momentum of the fight that Sims just has to worry about it. He's got to worry about stopping those takedowns more than is in his own interests. So he may as well just dive on him.
Yeah, I mean, through the first two rounds, I just saw the statistic. Sims had not landed a significant strike through the first 10 minutes of action.
It was probably his first significant strike of the entire fight, and that seemed about right at the start of this round. Yeah, it was a counter in which he also got kicked in the ribs. So not a great showing from Tony Sims, and nothing against him. Like, we basically knew if Aubin Mercier was going to do his thing, he had a really good shot.
Yeah. This was, I mean, the thing that you worry about with a prospect like Aubin Mercier in general, a guy who's so skilled at one aspect, who's a good athlete, and has those raw kind of natural gifts. He's got real power. Holy crap. I mean, I know you're a little behind, but Sims is packing real force into these shots as he's defending the takedown here. I mean, that's
maybe turning into Johnny Hendricks in the rematch with Robbie Lawler.
Yeah, you think he got a little tired there, or did he just find himself in a bad spot for a minute?
I think for a moment he found himself in a bad spot, and it really looks like Sims is just wailing away enough that he hasn't been able to recover. Like, I think he may be a little dazed.
Yeah, absolutely could be. Good Lord. I think that right there was as close to a good opportunity as Sims was going to get.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's something that we've seen a lot more in MMA recently is combining takedown defense with strikes.
Yes.
Like
disincentivization.
Yeah, you got to. It's not enough to just. It's not enough to just stuff the takedown. You got to. got to really go for it. Okay,
I mean,
so
if I'm trying to wrestle you, I'm happy to have you sprawl on me and do nothing else. I'm happy to have you sprawl and then stand back up because I can try again. And hell, if I get you sprawling quickly enough, I might be able to get you to walk into a punch. We got Tony Sims looking for a submission here on Aubin Mercier. He does not have a bad submission game from his back. Tony Sims is a decent guard player. He really is.
Spoiler alert, he does not finish the guillotine.
Spoiler alert. As you told me, I witnessed not only the guillotine escape, but beautiful guard pass from Aubin Mercier. That's that cheat pass I mentioned earlier. Guy gets a triangle. Sweet. Now just shuck his legs aside and you're right inside control.
See, that's the sequence right there that I can't get over how good Aubin Mercier is with it. He tries to roll it. He tries to roll out. And Aubin Mercier just spins around. And if he doesn't,
I think it has to do with the fact that Aubin Mercier is ready with the seatbelt the moment it happens. He's got that far arm in basically under the armpit of Tony Sims before Sims can even complete his turn. Seatbelt yanks him right to his back, and it's over from there.
Yeah, I mean it's the really beautiful thing. There's a lot of subtlety to Aubin Mercier's timing with that.
Yes.
I talked about that in the first round. It's not just like oh, he's going to let you do that. It's that he has really excellent instincts for the precise moment to spin to your back in that sequence.
Yeah.
And also for when to let you up. I think he lets the guy on the bottom think that he's the one in control of that exchange, but really he just isn't. He's never in control of it.
It's akin to giving a guy guard pass so that he walks into a choke in gi jiu-jitsu, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Or letting an opponent go on.
Oh no, go ahead.
Or letting an opponent swing away at you on the feet while you Pernell Whitaker style evade punches and then pop up with a counterpunch right when he thinks that all he's got to do is keep trying to find your head.
Anderson Silva, Stephan Bonner.
Yes, exactly. It's a calculated. It's like for Aubin Mercier, the back take game that he has is clearly, it's pared down. It's not complicated. He's not rushing. It's clearly something he's drilled many, many, many times. He knows exactly when to do it because he's practiced doing it in the gym over and over and over.
We got two really good questions that we can address now that we've gotten to the end of the fight here. From @Garik16, GARIK16 on Twitter. Why do guys keep doing this dive for single legs and not abandoning it while getting pummeled thing? Number one. And second, am I crazy in saying that if Sims wasn't exhausted from the prior rounds, he might have actually finished him there? So I think as far as the not letting it go thing, I don't know exactly why, but I think that there's a lot of security in thinking that you're holding on to the takedown and that you can still finish it. I don't think they view it as just hanging on for dear life. Looks like we've lost Connor there for a minute. I think that I don't think they necessarily view it as hanging on for dear life, and it's hard to tell how hard you're getting hit there. Looks like we got Connor back here.
Sorry, I dropped out for a second. That'll happen periodically. My computer is a fool. I think, too, it's not just a matter of I still think I can finish the takedown. Sometimes it's also a matter of that hook around the far arm being kind of an underhook to stop the back take. And for a guy who's such a back take specialist like Aubin Mercier, if he's to let go of that leg, typically when he's in that situation, Sims is off to an angle. He's hitting him from the side of the head from above him. If he lets go of that and abandons the single leg that he has, Sims is going to spin and take his back if he wants to. And for a guy like Aubin Mercier, who's very wary of back takes, being such a back take specialist himself, it makes sense that he would be so keen to avoid that possibility. And this is MMA. These guys are all learning from an early age now that you use strikes to set up transitions on the ground. So you've got to watch out for that. It's not just a matter, I think, of letting yourself get pummeled. You really have to measure a lot of things in that situation and think, if I let go, can I really spin or roll out of this quickly enough before the guy takes my back? Do I want to create that kind of scramble where the other guy's hitting me and he's above me and he's looking at me and he's already ready for me to move and have a reaction? So it's a tough situation to be in. Yeah,
and it's not necessarily easy to get out of it, period. If the other guy, like you pass a point there that you may not necessarily be aware of, where you, even though you have a hold of his leg, you are not in control of that position anymore. We saw that a lot with, you remember Eric Silva versus Takanori Sato, where Sato was still holding on to Silva's leg, but after like the first 2 or 3 strikes, Silva was the one dictating that Sato still be holding on to his leg more or less. All three cards as expected, to the gentleman from Quebec.
Great performance from him.
Yeah. So
No
the
qualms
other
about it.
Yeah. Other part of that question.
What was it
Do you
again?
think Sims might have finished him if he wasn't exhausted there?
Oh, I think it's possible. He was landing some good shots, and I really do think he likely had Aubin Mercier stunned, hurt, or at least like more willing to cover up than he was to just take a bunch more shots to get to a better position.
See,
I
I don't think that he would have, even if he wasn't exhausted. I just think finishes from that position are so rare. Like if Robbie Lawler can't do it, and I don't know.
Like, you know, Robbie Lawler's beaten up on one of the more experienced guys in the UFC. Johnny Hendricks has a lot of fights under his belt at this point. Now I guess maybe not more experienced in the UFC isn't necessarily a fair turn of phrase, but Aubin Mercier is very young, and a lot of times the finish doesn't come because the guy can't continue. It's because he's kind of forced into a position where he doesn't know what to do. He's got to cover up and just wait for the ref to step in. And I think it's quite possible. I don't know that he would have knocked Aubin Mercier out from that position. That seems very unlikely. But forcing him to shell up and let go of that single leg and look good enough for the ref to step in is possible.
I changed my mind like almost immediately after I said it. And I'll tell you why. Because every finish I can think of from that position has come in the first round. So I think if Sims wasn't quite as tired, if he could have hit him a few more times, then yeah. But that's not so much about Sims being exhausted as when in the fight that is. Like you think about Travis Brown's finishes; those were in the opening minute of the first round. Yeah. Eric Silva on Takanori Sato, and then Hyun-Gyu Lim also to Takanori Sato, who is still somewhere holding on to that single leg. All of those came in the opening minute of the first round. So yeah, I think there's something to the idea of you having to have all of your juice behind those if you're going to finish a fight with them.
Conor McGregor did it to some poor sap back in the day.
Steve O'Keefe, and I believe that was in the first minute of the first round as well.
It was indeed. It's a very good point.
So right. Yeah, you got to have all your horsepower behind that. Just in the minutes between fights here, we got a question from our good friend PDL at PDL MMA on Twitter about the next fight card. Kind of a legal question, but what are they going to charge Felder with when he's done with Ross Pearson?
If Ross Pearson forgets to sign his papers and agree to the fight officially, it could be murder.
It could indeed be murder. It could actually be a real slow-paced fight if things do not go. If one guy doesn't take charge and get aggressive with it, because they're both kind of counterpunchers.
I find it hard to believe that Felder won't take charge, though. You know, he's a counterpuncher, but he does like to come forward. He likes to force the counters. You know, he likes to use that pressure to create the opportunities.
As does Pearson, kind of. What do you think? What happens when two aggressive counterpunchers fight? It's kind of a rare thing that we don't see all that often.
Yeah, it is, actually. I'm going to rack my brain and see if I can come up with an example of aggressive counterpunchers fighting each other.
Yeah.
Shit, I don't know that I can think of any.
Yeah. I do think to answer PDL's question, though, I think we both favor Felder by a fairly significant margin in that, right?
Oh, sure.
Like
maybe Harold Graham and Mike McCallum is a good example. Harold Graham, one of the best, if not the best, fighters out of the Brendan Ingalls school that produced Prince Nazim Hamed and current something belt champion Kell Brook, and Mike McCallum, one of the great underrated boxers of all time. Great fight there between two guys. Great counters. Like to come forward. Happy to trade if they need to. So maybe. But I don't know really what I can take away from that fight that'll teach us about matchups between aggressive counter fighters. Mike McCallum won, so whoever's more like Mike McCallum will probably win this one.
Yeah, I'll I figured out exactly why I favor Felder in this, because Pearson has a tendency to like to change levels in the pocket. And I think Felder is going to absolutely murder him with a knee, with one of those stepping knees. As Pearson's going to come forward, try behind his jab, try and draw something out, and then roll under what he thinks is going to be the counter, and he's going to drop right into a knee or an uppercut.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it can be a danger to focus too much on these little technical things, but it just seems like there's too many avenues for Felder to land that one big shot. And if it comes down to, I mean, I will tell you this, Harold Graham and Mike McCallum fighting, one big advantage Mike McCallum had over Harold Graham was his chin. Mike McCallum could take a hell of a punch. Both men fought Julian Jackson. Julian Jackson knocked Harold Graham out in the 4th round. Mike McCallum knocked Julian Jackson out in the 2nd. And if you don't know Julian Jackson, he's one of the hardest punchers to ever grace the sport of boxing. So durability goes a long way when two guys are looking to exploit an opening and feel that they have to be the first one to get there sometimes. So I think that Felder's durability just automatically, gives him a better shot. Or Pearson, we know he can be dropped. He's been hurt a lot in recent fights. And we know Felder's got that power. And look at the way Felder was eating punches to the head, kicks to the body, and the leg from Edson Barboza. The man is just he's made of granite.
Yeah. There is a lot to be said for that. And I kind of wonder if we haven't seen the best of Ross Pearson's game at this point in his career.
I think so. I just have this suspicion that he's peaked and we're probably not going to see much more out of him. He'll be a really worthwhile gatekeeper, but it's hard to imagine, whereas Felder still seems to be brimming with potential. So I'm expecting to see Felder continue to grow as a fighter. A quick note here from our friend TP Grant. He had a little insight for us on the Aubin Mercier strikes from single leg situation. TP said, from that leg position, the grip of Olivier Aubin Mercier was not the thing stopping Sims from taking the back. In fact, his legs were actually blocking the back take with the other leg. He might have been hoping Sims made the first move and that he would allow him to turn the corner. So I wish I could go back and look at that position again and see if it was just the underhook or see how his legs were interacting with Sims's.
So a note on that last fight from our good friend Michael Carroll, works for Fight Metric, at MJC Flip the Script on Twitter. Olivier Aubin Mercier landed just 3 significant strikes in that decision win, a new record for a 15-minute decision winner.
And I have no complaints about it.
Nope.
It was a great performance. It was exactly the kind of performance I wanted to see from him. That's a damn interesting statistic, though. I like that.
Seriously, Mike. If you guys don't follow Mike on Mike on Twitter, you absolutely should. He is both fantastically funny and a constant font of interesting fight-related statistics. Really thinks about how to use statistics in interesting ways to talk about fights. So if you're at all interested in statistical analysis of sports, you should follow him. If you're at all interested in fights, period, you should follow him. If you're interested in a funny, interesting guy, you should follow him.
I should bring up earlier, we were talking about the pronunciation of Mookie Alexander's name. Pat, you were correct. He says, my name rhymes with cookie. The Mookie thing started by an angry Gray Maynard fan who was pissed that he didn't like watching Gray Maynard fights. He'll have that in a BE meme fan post sometime soon. Mookie has a question for us, or rather, yes. He wants to know, of course, it's Mookie Alexander, so it's not a serious question, but it may actually bring up an interesting discussion. He says, who do you have in your Phil McKenzie-founded T-Bow power rankings? Options are T-Bow, Gleison T-Bow, Francisco Trinaldo, and Michel Prazeres.
If you don't have T-Bow at the top of your T-Bow power rankings, then I don't know what to tell you. Though I will say at this point, I think Michel Prazeres, if you want to define the criteria for the T-Bow power rankings as who is most like T-Bow at the time that the T-Bow power rankings came into being, then it's probably Michel Prazeres, right?
Are we talking about striking power? Are we talking about just general physical strength or just overall
just like power rankings? Like where do we rank each of these 3 guys?
Okay.
Power ranking is supposed to be more holistic than ranking based on
sure. I don't know. Maybe Prazeres? I gotta say, Prazeres looked pretty damn solid in his last fight with Kevin Lee, didn't he? Kevin Lee had a tough time with him.
I mean, speaking of just carved out of friggin' granite.
Yeah.
Like.
Meanwhile, you have some thoughts on Francisco Trinaldo. Of course, if you guys are just joining us for the Heavy Hands livecast, we are awaiting the start of the next fight of UFC Saskatoon, which should be Chad Laprise, the Disciple, fighting Francisco Masaranduba Trinaldo. And Trinaldo, where do you place him on the Gleason Tebow power rankings, and why?
See, aside from him being enormous and Brazilian and also like very old, though Trinaldo is the age that we all assume Tebow actually is. Trinaldo's like 36 or 30, 37 or something. Whereas Tebow is still only like, what, 31 or 32? We had a whole thing about this the other day.
He's 31.
You don't trust him. Don't trust him.
He's 31 in the same way that Guillermo Rigondeaux is whatever age he claims to be.
That's a fair point. Though I did blow your mind. I can't remember if this was on air or off the air on our last broadcast where I told you that Tebow is not actually Tebow's last name. That's the beach where he likes to hang out.
What's Tebow's real name again? Remind me.
Oh, God. It's a whole thing. I don't think we have time to do the whole thing. But Trinaldo. Let's talk about Trinaldo.
We don't have enough time to read the whole name.
So Trinaldo's been working a lot with Andre Dida. And Andre Dida, most famous as a guy who almost beat Buakaw, knocked Buakaw down several times in a K1 Grand Prix 6-7 years ago, maybe. K1 Max Grand Prix.
He came as close to destroying Buakaw as Buakaw then came to destroying him in the following 3 rounds.
Yes, Buakaw damn near murdered him after that.
Yeah.
But Dida was also Shogun's Muay Thai coach for his 2 performances against Lyoto Machida. Definitely the best of his career. I had a chance to take a bunch of classes from Dida 3-4 years ago. And he is a really, really excellent Muay Thai coach. Trinaldo's been working a lot with him. And you can see the improvements that Trinaldo's made in his striking game. He's still got that winging left hand, his best punch in his back pocket, but much more technical, throws a lot more low kicks, has a really nice southpaw jab that he's developing, and has turned into a much more of a combination and volume striker than he was before. And that could make this a really interesting fight. I still tend to favor Laprise by a pretty substantial margin, especially because I think that he will mix up the takedowns. And I think he'll get a couple of takedowns on Trinaldo, mix that in with the strikes. But I like both of these guys. I think this is going to be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. And so, I mean, is your opinion basically that Trinaldo, having polished up his things, may take away some of what made him effective before?
Yeah, I think Trinaldo's best skill set is actually his top game, but he's not a great wrestler. And so I think in lieu of really turning into an outstanding wrestler, which probably wasn't going to happen if he wasn't going to leave Brazil, he could improve his striking. And I think he's kind of gone that direction with it. And that's fine. See, there he is, right above Trinaldo's head right now. There's Andre Dida.
There's the man himself. I do want to say we may not have time before the fight starts, but Gleason Tebow's real name is Hani Gleason Herculano Alves, which bears very little resemblance, you may have noted, to Gleason Tebow.
Yeah, I don't know quite how we got there.
Brazilian names are almost as confusing as Thai names, which change on a whim and have nothing to do with the fighters given names more often than not.
Yeah. One last fun fact about Andre Dida before the fight starts. That's when I first realized that most fighters who fight at whatever weight are not actually that size. They are much, much larger. Because Andre Dida, though he was a lightweight, is enormous. He is an enormous man.
Yes.
And fight is starting right now for syncing purposes.
And again, we'll let you know when the second round begins as well, so you guys can catch up if you join us halfway through. So we're seeing already some of what you said. Francisco Trinaldo has worked on flashing that southpaw jab, using some good movement, setting up his left hand, doing kind of what Chad Laprise normally does to Chad Laprise.
Yeah, he's timing that shot really nicely. He's waiting. We talked before about the bouncing. Laprise is kind of bouncing his way into range, and then when Laprise stops, that's when Trinaldo's been throwing.
People often talk about plotters, people with their feet set on the ground, flat-footed fighters, like it's automatically a bad thing. Some of the best fighters of all time have been relatively flat-footed.
Jose Aldo is flat-footed.
Jose Aldo is flat-footed, and he's got great footwork.
Yeah, it's. I think there's a real tendency to think that more is better with footwork in MMA, and that is very much not the case. Like that's, if you and I can accomplish anything, maybe we can fix that misconception. Man, Trinaldo is really having a lot of success here. He's still, despite turning 37 tomorrow per the broadcast, Trinaldo is still really fast. He's a really good athlete. He's very explosive. And I think that Laprise is having some trouble with that. Just the sheer speed with which Trinaldo's closing the distance.
Absolutely. And Trinaldo's doing a nice job of actually blending that old aggressive power first style with the more technical. Like he's setting up the left hand, but it's not stopping him from wildly shift punching like he did there, or following up with the second and then the third left hand, just keeping going and pushing Laprise back, really testing the limits. Oh my goodness. Testing the limits of that footwork.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Laprise's footwork has really been pretty good. I mean, that was a huge shot that Trinaldo just landed, huge left hand. You can see he's still got that power in his back pocket.
Really impressive performance from him so far.
Yeah. Wow.
And this is the thing: if Laprise doesn't get a good first round, he's not typically being the guy who gets better as the fight goes on.
Mm-hmm. Could be really tough. Herb Dean's about to.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. What a performance from Trinaldo.
Bananas. Francisco Trinaldo just jumped to the top of the Gleason T-Bow power rankings with that impressive TKO of Chad Laprise. Hell of a showing. So let's go over again. We're going to watch our replays in a moment. What did you see in that performance from Trinaldo?
Pretty much everything that he had been working on beforehand. He really cleaned up the line of his left hand. That was the first thing that I noticed, is he was still looping it just a little bit when he fought Norman Park the last time out, and this time he was throwing it much tighter. It looked to me like his mechanics had improved substantially. Like his mechanics were better last time than they had been the time before, and this time they looked really, really, really clean, really nice.
I was really impressed with that shift hook that he threw just before he put Laprise down. I doubt they'll show it because it wasn't nice short left hand that dropped Laprise.
I just rewound to watch that. And see, you notice how much weight he's still getting into it, but how much tighter his footwork and his balance is. He's not throwing himself off balance to throw these shots.
Yeah, still a bit, but not quite so much. And the thing is with that shift hook, like we would have loved to have seen that from Marina Moroz earlier, because Trinaldo really flung himself into the left hand that preceded the shift. But he used the shift brilliantly to recover his balance and keep moving forward. At the very least, if you're going to throw yourself off balance, you may as well give the guy trying to counter you a lot more to think about while he's trying to catch you, you know? And so that's when that shift, normally a shift left hook, but that shift right hook in Trinaldo's case came in really handy. You close the door, more or less. You know, a hook is great for following the rear straight because it doesn't necessarily make you untouchable, but it's the same idea as like exiting on a jab. Mm-hmm. The guy's going to run into it if you get a little overeager and coming after you.
Yeah. God, just gorgeous stuff from Trinaldo there.
Some nice upsets here tonight. I'm enjoying these fights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just damn. I mean, that's a tough loss for Laprise.
Sure.
Mostly because you would have thought on paper that that's set up pretty nicely for him, especially after, like, if he could make it through the first round of that, score some points, get through the real danger period, then you would have thought that set up pretty well for him. But unfortunately, man,
I don't know if I believe I'm saying it, but I think Trinaldo's footwork gave him some real trouble. It wasn't just the movement and everything. It was the fact that Trinaldo was turning. Laprise found himself having to come forward a lot of the time. And in doing so, he was looking for opportunities to set his feet against a guy who wouldn't stop moving. Normally the situation that Laprise is trying to put his opponents in. Trinaldo did a good job of turning him. He ran him into punches, and he threw every time that Laprise threw. So he kept Laprise from throwing the trigger and then dropped him as he was countering him.
Like, I'm going to be really interested to go back and rewatch that fight, because I think Laprise did a lot of really interesting things. Laprise did a lot of good things. Like, Laprise's escape footwork prior to that last sequence had been very good. Like, he had done a really good job of not taking multiple steps backwards on a straight line. He would take one step back, maybe two, and then circle out and angle out. But Trinaldo stayed on him. That's the thing that was really that really stood out to me. And also, Laprise had done a good job of, after the first couple of times that Trinaldo came in on him, Laprise did a good job of adding in some backstep counters. So it wasn't like he was just letting Trinaldo get away with coming in on him repeatedly. You know, he was doing his best to disincentivize him, but Trinaldo just kind of walked through and overwhelmed him.
And that's kind of what happened in his fight with Brian Barberena. Like, Barberena is nowhere near the power striker that Trinaldo is, nor the technical striker that he is. But he just, like, by the end of that fight, he was like, whatever, I'm going to walk through these punches. And it had an effect. Laprise doesn't necessarily pack a huge punch.
I kind of wonder whether that, at the end of the day, is going to be what puts a ceiling on Laprise. Because from a technical perspective, he's a really good striker. You know, he does a lot of things really, really well. You mentioned earlier that you thought he's the kind of striker that that Firas Zahabi has always wanted in terms of the range of things that he can do, and I think that that's probably correct. But you got to have some pop if you want to stick and move that way.
Well, honestly, I think that what would really help Laprise as a fighter, as a striker in particular, are some of the things that Firas kind of seems reluctant to teach his fighters sometimes. Some of the things that a lot of MMA coaches are reluctant to teach their fighters, the subtle aspects of positioning that don't involve moving your feet. Because as we've seen from Firas Zahabi fighters, a lot of their defense, in fact, almost all of it, is based on either catching punches with your hands or moving your feet and getting out of the way. And they do a great job of that. They take angles, they throw once they get those angles, they keep their hands in good defensive positions, they parry, they block well. But you need to have a more nuanced approach to defense than that at times. There are fighters who are good enough to time their punches when you're throwing. There are fighters who are good enough to turn with you when you turn, or to punch around your gloves, even if you keep your hands nice and high and tight. There are many of fighters like that, even ones that you don't expect to be that good, like Francisco Trinaldo just was tonight. And so when you limit your guys and you worry about, oh, what if he gets kicked in the head if he slips or rolls or dips under a punch, like, you just got to prepare him for that. Lots of light technical sparring, lots of drilling. Get him to use those more boxing-centric defensive movements and give him a wider variety. Because, for example, you know, Chad Laprise, it's exhausting to have to move your feet all day. It's exhausting. And I remember, here's a great example to prove how effective that kind of thing can be for the ridiculous pace that some of these MMA fights are at. George Benton cornered Pernell Whitaker. Two great defensive masters, George Benton, the trainer, and Pernell Whitaker, the fighter. George Benton, by the way, learned to train fighters from Eddie Futch, himself a great fighter, which just shows you that even if you are a great fighter, not necessarily going to be a great teacher of the art. You got to learn how to do that. And I remember a lot of fights where George Benton would just ask Sweet Pea just to stand close to the guy and make him miss, which kind of seems like a bad idea. If you just stand in range, you let him throw, that can be risky. But you take very little energy and you force him to expend his, and you make him lose confidence, and you can spend time there getting comfortable and start to see the openings from which to counter. You need to be able to, you know, make the guy miss without having to put a lot of work into it. And I don't think Firas Zahabi's fighters, kind of as a rule, they don't really know how to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a weakness in MMA in general is that we don't see a ton of head movement. I think we're finally starting to see more now.
Yeah, it's not really fair to call it for us either, because you're right. It's sport wide.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this extensively with like Duke Roufus. I mean, that none of Duke Roufus's fighters really move their heads very much at all. I think it's actually an even more salient problem for Roufus trained fighters than it is for Firas's. Like that. Can you ever remember seeing Anthony Pettis like move his head very much?
Very rarely.
It's a lot of like cursory fashion.
It's a lot of like awkward, like it looks improvised. That's the best thing I could say about it. Like it looks like he's like, okay, I'm going to duck. Ducking is not really the kind of thing you want to do in boxing. Like if you're curling your back and dropping your head and taking your eyes off your opponent and just instinctively going under things, it doesn't really come across like a trained reaction. You should have like a systematic approach to these movements. One movement leads to the next. You do what Archie Moore called building bridges. And I've never seen Anthony Pettis build bridges with his defensive movements.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it's just underutilized in MMA in general, and there are a lot of different reasons for that. Some of them better than others. But like, I don't think there's any reason to be worried about slipping, like just straight up slipping your head offline.
Nah. No, it's and really a slip is like a slip is a very small movement done correctly. It's not like you're not flinging yourself around like Chris Beal was earlier on tonight.
Yeah, I wonder if a lot of it has to do with how little like light sparring there seems to be in MMA. Like, I wonder if guys who there seems to be a fairly direct correlation in my mind to camps and fighters that we know do a lot of light sparring and increasingly effective head movement. Like Dwayne Ludwig's guys do a lot of play sparring, a lot of light sparring. We know because we've asked him about this. Stephen Wright, Johnny Hendricks' trainer, and Johnny Hendricks, who actually has really pretty good head movement, that they do a lot of light sparring, a lot of play sparring. I think a lot of it has to do with just consistently putting yourself in a position where you have to do it, where you have to move your head, where everything is slowed down enough that you can see the shots coming and you have time to build those reactions in an organic fashion.
Speaking of having to do it, fighters renowned for their head movement. Brendan Engel, who I mentioned before, trained Johnny Nelson, Prince Nassim, Kell Brook, who's fighting still today, Harold Graham. These guys, I've heard before that Brendan Engel would literally have his fighters come in early on, tie their hands behind their back, and make them light spar with a focus on defense because they couldn't even counter, and just basically learn how to avoid everything coming at them at a reduced speed without having to use their hands. And that kind of thing is important. And not only does it teach you to take advantage of the defensive movements that might seem a little more tricky at first, it forces you to learn them because you have no other choice, but then you're free to use those movements as a first resort, and your hands are constantly free for offense. Harold Graham's fighters are very good at keeping their hands low in tricky positions. You never saw their counter punches coming, and it's because they never felt that they had to have their hands tied to their heads.
One of my favorite drills, one of the ones I think is most useful, is you put the heel of your rear foot against either the fence or against a wall, and keep your guard up, work your high guard, but you work on nothing but defense for a minute or 2 minutes or 3 minutes or even 5 minutes, where you're just having the other person throw at you. Not hard or anything like that. You're not trying to get wailed on, but you're just working on seeing the shots coming and responding to them and working yourself into a nice defensive rhythm. And from there, you can work your offense into it. But there's, we talk a lot about offensive rhythm and setting a rhythm and breaking a rhythm. But there should also be a good rhythm to your defense. Like, think about the first Lawler-Hendricks fight. The rhythm of Lawler's hand movements and blocks and parries and his slight head movements in there. There was a rhythm to Lawler's defensive movements as well as his offense, and the two played together.
Sure. Somebody pointed out to us on Twitter. Let's see if I can get his name. Gustavo Ferroni, at Gustavo Ferroni, told us Rafael Cordero fighters have great head movement as well. I don't know if I would say they have great head movement, but they're pretty solid defensively, especially for guys who come forward. And that's the interesting point is when you were saying before about the light sparring, I kind of wonder. James Toney, for example, sparred like a maniac, hard sparring every day, all day, full-blown fights in the gym. One of the best defensive fighters in boxing history.
Mm-hmm. Well, isn't there a whole argument to be made about like quote unquote black code fighters and the lineage of black code fighters that leads up to Floyd Mayweather, about the necessity of having to develop a style that focused a lot on defense because you spent so much time as a sparring partner for other fighters?
Yeah, that's a very good point. It's a sort of the idea of the black code that Pat just mentioned. We should refer to the article that first brought up that term. Charles Farrell wrote the article for Deadspin. Check it out. Why Floyd Mayweather is the Last of a Kind, it's called. And the black code he speaks of, basically like the black murderers row you may have heard of in boxing. Black fighters who were avoided, had to fight each other a lot. And so kind of and sparred with other fighters who were champions and often beat them up in the gym, but couldn't get fights with them. And so because they had to make their money as sparring partners and frequently fighting one another, getting more experienced and better at beating each other up all the time, it was kind of a sink or swim situation. And so the ones who made it to the top, guys like Charles Burley, guys like Oakland Billy Smith, guys like Archie Moore, Sam Langford, all of these guys, they ended up being really, really slick fighters. really slick fighters because they had to be. They had to put a premium on defense. It's kind of the origin of what we think of now as like the slick black American boxer archetype. It comes from that. It's this idea that the American style of boxing is one of making the other guy miss more even than you worry about hitting him. This premium placed on defense because that's how you survive if you fight for a living. So maybe that's an environment too that promotes defense, but I have to wonder what the other factors were that went into it that allowed those guys to develop the defensive skills to the degree to which they did.
I would bet that a lot of it has to do, even more so than working as a sparring partner, that just fighting frequently, fighting all the time, has a lot to do with that. But I don't know.
To believe that a lot of those guys had some really grizzled old timey coaches working with them too.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think I would bet that that's actually an even bigger part of it. Is it's not just that you have a set of conditions that are conducive to creating those characteristics of a style, but you have a bunch of coaches who are smart enough and talk to each other enough that you can develop a whole kind of stylistic repertoire based on that. Mm-hmm. Because it's not just that those things, those aspects of a style, those defensive skills pop up out of nowhere. You have to teach them and you have to learn them over the course of not just a year, but 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. And then you have to pass those skills down to another generation. So it takes like multiple generations, not just of fighters, but of trainers who are working those drills and honing them to create the desired effect.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
And I kind of think we're just not there in MMA yet, that we don't have generations who like realize that, oh yeah, defense is important and you should work it consistently.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it's a little different than the history of boxing. MMA fighters have established boxers to learn from, so they're not in the same vacuum that like early prize fighting kind of was. But I mean, if you think about it, and even if we're at an accelerated rate of development, we've seen before that MMA fighters, they tend to view their sport as being very separate from other sports. We have a lot of things that have been rediscovered, as it were, in MMA. Guys coming across techniques that we've known have worked for ages. And they're like, oh, shit, this works for MMA too. And some of us might say, yeah, of course it does. But it takes a while to get there for it to be proven to the point where other guys will put themselves out there trying something that hasn't been proven in their arena. And so, like, if we look at the history of prize fighting, how long did it take that boxing was a thing? How long after it started its lineage as a popular sport in England for scientific fighters to emerge? You know, Daniel Mendoza, the star of Israel, one of the first fighters who was recognized for being scientific. And this is in a time when boxers could still grab each other's hair and throw each other to the ground and even kick one another. So this was a lot like MMA. And Daniel Mendoza was not in the very beginning of the sport of boxing. He was a boxing champion between 1792, 1795. So boxing had been going on in an organized way for maybe about a century at that point. It took that long for a guy like Daniel Mendoza to gain recognition for being smaller than his opponents, but still being able to beat them. I mean, literally, Daniel Mendoza's contemporaries were like, he doesn't just take punches and throw back. They were kind of amazed by that. They saw him moving and blocking and slipping and countering and wearing opponents down, with his attritive style, picking them apart. That was kind of a revolution at the time. So it's not just as obvious as it seems to us now. We've had the advantage of watching boxing develop, so now it seems obvious to us.
Well, and people said very similar things about Jim Corbett 100 years later.
Exactly.
So it takes a critical mass of all of these factors. I place a lot of importance on like infrastructure and trainers and training to be able to, and lineages of those things and the kind of physical apparatus you need to continue teaching them.
Yes.
But
time.
Hey, we got a
fight
coming up.
Yeah. The one more thing, you need time, and not just the time for the fighters themselves to develop, but for those fighters to become trainers. Mm-hmm. You need a long history of trainers in your sport. So Josh Burkman versus Patrick Cote is about to start. Pat, you want to let us know when the fight kicks off?
I certainly will. We're doing the introductions right now. Patrick Cote, still looking good. Josh Burkman, not so much.
How existentially meaningless is this fight, Pat?
Very. It actually did not make my list. But
Was that a bit of oversight?
yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say yes.
Poor guys. Poor handsome Patrick Cote.
Yeah, well, and he is handsome. We know this.
He sure is.
Fight starts now. So
I'm with you again, Pat.
I like Burkman here, but I sincerely hope that this is more like fun striking match, Cote and Burkman, rather than like super existentially meaningless grinding, wrestle, grappling type of matchup, because it could easily turn into that, and that would be really depressing.
Let's put it this way. I hope it's more welterweight Burkman and not thinks he's a middleweight Burkman. Because if this turns into a UFC middleweight kind of fight, I don't know. Although I've become a connoisseur of those types of matchups. Really
Rafael Natal versus Ed Herman type of fight.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
It's really hard for me to take this to be interested in this. I'm going to be real honest. Like,
what are you saying, Pat?
I think I was fairly clear, Connor.
Well, let's say what we're seeing about these two fighters right now. I mean, Burkman has at times been an impressively sharp counterpuncher. He has at times been very accurate. He throws nice combinations. He's got a very good lead hook from the southpaw stance. We just saw it there.
Yeah, and he's got actual legitimate pop in both hands.
Yes,
he throws well. He throws well from both stances. When he is on, he throws a nice volume of shots. He throws nice 12 to 15 shots a minute. Unlike Cote is and always has been a pretty low volume striker who intersperses bursts of shots with grinding. And Cote has always been willing to grind. I think we kind of forget that.
Well, and for all of the good things we can say about Burkman, he's often been inconsistent. He's often made very strange tactical decisions in the middle of fights where he'll be winning, doing
really nice combination from Burkman there.
Real success, and we know he's got a killer guillotine. We saw that in effect against John Fitch over in a World Series of Fighting.
Yeah.
Go on.
If you're Cote, you've got to think that you want to shorten the fight and use your size. That's you know how in football commentators and coaches will talk about shortening the game by running the ball. You want to eat up clock that way. I view grinding against the cage and brief periods of top control in much the same way. That if you want to outstrike somebody who throws more volume than you or who might be more technical than you, but you don't think you can hold them down forever, or it's just not your game to do that, you want to shorten the fight, right? You want to shorten the effective periods, or with a power puncher especially, you want to do this.
Yeah,
you want to shorten the periods where you're in danger.
I struggle to see how Cote thinks his best chance is to stand in range and exchange with Burkman, who I think is the far better combination puncher. I mean, Cote was having good success countering before, but wading forward with his chin in the air, swinging one hand after the other.
Well, Cote, much like Sam Stout when we discussed him earlier, Cote is at heart a brawler and always has been.
Sure.
Like that is Cote's game. And he's added a little craft. He's got a really nice he's one of the better ones, I think, in the division. He's of slipping and then throwing the right hand back. A full beat slip and right hand counter. I think he's got one of the nicest ones in the division. Really loads his hip nicely with the shot.
He landed at the start of the round.
Mm-hmm.
A couple times in a row, actually.
It's a beautiful shot. But like, I think kind of like a broke ass version of Juan Manuel Marquez. He is a brawler who has been taught to throw a couple of counters. But whereas Marquez has turned into a full-on counterpuncher, Cote remains a brawler at heart, and you can only take him out of type for so long.
Great observation. And it might behoove Cote here, and we have to think that he's probably lost most of this round up to this point. But it might behoove him to, when the fight does go back to range at the start of the next round, or even perhaps at the end of this round, to look to play the counterpuncher a little bit, force Burkman to come forward. Because Burkman himself is a sharp counterpuncher, and Cote is not all that great when it comes to leading. We'll see if his coaches can instill a little discipline.
Yeah, and Burkman is and always has been there to be hit. Like, sure. Burkman is not a defensive mastermind by any stretch of the imagination. He's like a lot of really durable guys who remain durable into their old age. Burkman has never really picked up strong defensive skills.
He's a counterpuncher in that he likes to throw when you throw. It doesn't necessarily mean he's not there to hit at the same time.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Time,
Like Cote too. Like, you notice the like just silly little head movement that he's pulling there. Like, holy crap.
Goodness me. And there we have a nice setup from the inside leg kick, the Team Quest special. And Josh Burkman is a hard motherfucker, if I may say so myself.
The People's Warrior, dude. The People's Warrior.
That's not his nickname, is it?
That is. It absolutely is his nickname.
Well, we asked for a fun striking battle, and we kind of got it.
Yeah, that was actually awesome. Like, I take back what I said. Yeah, I mean, I think we saw the best of both guys at this point in their careers there, right?
Sure.
Like, they both still pack a punch. They're both like rare for guys who have been competing for as long as they have. I think Burkman's a 13-year veteran, or a 12 or a 13-year veteran, and I think Cote is a 14-year veteran, 13 or 14-year veteran. They're both up into their 30s. Rarely for guys at that point, they're still tremendously durable. They both still take a tremendous punch,
and they both seem to be pretty damn consistent in terms of athletic abilities too. They don't seem to have really suffered any severe drop off. I think Cote, the sport may have passed Cote by a bit, but you want to let us know when the second round begins?
I certainly will. Like my particular theory for if you want to predict older guys who continue to have some success, is that they're plus athletes and they're durable. Like, you want to talk about guys who age well, that because a plus round just started. Plus athletes tend to have more room, more margin for error in terms of athleticism. Like Robbie Lawler, take Lawler as an example, who was an out of this world, off the charts, A-plus athlete early in his youth, is still a plus athlete late in his career.
Yeah.
Despite having obviously lost a step. Vitor Belfort, if you want to, I don't know how much you want to talk about Vitor's other chemical advantages, but
we have a really interesting interplay going on right now between Cote. Cote is doing a nice job of measuring range and feinting to set up that long straight right with which he cracked Burkman at the end of the last round. Burkman has no choice but to counter. He's got to convince Cote not to come in, but Cote is looking to get him to swing and expose himself because of the feint. So we've got both guys, Burkman trying to counter effectively, Cote trying to get Burkman to counter ineffectively.
Yeah, Cote wants to draw Burkman into exchanges, whereas Burkman would like to just counter.
Yes.
Like, so we just saw that dynamic right before they dove into the clinch here. Burkman, Cote threw a right hand as he entered. Burkman tried to counter with a left, and then Cote countered the counter.
Yes.
Cote threw another right hand over the top of Burkman's left hand counter.
They both want the same sequence of events for different reasons.
Yes. Which is interesting. It creates an interesting dynamic. And you can see Cote is doing his best to use his size to win those chunks of time when they're not exchanging. And
that's a great idea. He'll get in those couple of great pot shots using those nice feints and setups from range, and then he'll just lunge right into the clinch and eat up a minute and a half of time.
Yeah, I mean, this is a far more active Patrick Cote than we've seen over the course of his career in general. Over his last few fights in particular, he's really throwing a lot of shots. He's working at a quick pace. He's doing a lot more than we're used to seeing Cote do. And Burkman, conversely, is doing less.
And now Cote doing what we asked him to do before, trying to look for that counter. He may try and force Burkman into leading, using those feints to get him to go first, and then Burkman's even more exposed.
Yeah, Burkman's waiting, which is a rough position. If you're a guy who likes to counter, it's easy to tiptoe too far over the line from looking for your shot to waiting. Yes. And Burkman right now is waiting. That was a slick takedown.
And that's exactly the kind of thing, like that's what you expect from a veteran fighter like Burkman. You see him, that's like the stance switch for guys who are not so desperate, right? You need to change the pace of the fight. You have this guy beating you in a striking battle. Why not, he already thinks you're trying to strike with him and losing. He's already getting confident. Why not turn it into a takedown?
That looked a lot like the takedown that Josh Thompson hit on Gilbert Melendez in their third fight. Same takedown that Yoshihiro Akiyama hit on Jake Shields.
Yeah, very Machida-esque as well.
Step in, one hand on the head, use that to off balance them over your leg.
You remember when Machida's specialty used to be trip takedowns?
I missed that Machida, man.
His foot sweeps, they were so good.
They were.
Now, again, we've got Cote perhaps trying a little too much to exchange with Burkman. He needs to keep this at that longer range. In the pocket, Burkman, he's hittable no matter what range you're at, but he's at his most dangerous in the pocket.
Yeah, and he's still got pop in his hands. It's amazing. Cote has eaten some shots that would have put down a lot of guys.
Cote's still got a chin.
Yeah. I still think Burkman's southpaw right hook is his best punch.
Absolutely. I agree. And I think his tendency to switch stances sometimes works against him.
Yeah.
Trying to be unpredictable when he really should just be sticking to. I mean, especially if he's hoping to take advantage of this longer range at which Cote is operating. Mm-hmm. Make it open stance. Give yourself a little more time to react because you know he's going to be pot shotting you from far away.
Exactly. I mean, questionable. Like your retrospective on the odyssey of Josh Burkman's career is probably going to be entitled "Questionable Fight IQ." Like, not to take anything away from Burkman, but like he has always made bizarre decisions and done bizarre things in his fights.
He's always been very skilled. He's always been very fun to watch, but often the entertainment value has come in large part due to his strange tactical errors.
Yeah. Like, why was he just lifting up his leg to check like that?
Because it's different, Pat. It's different. Spinning back kick. Here we go.
It's just weird. He does weird things. I mean,
I think he thinks too much. I think Josh Burkman thinks a little too much. I think that's the curse of the counterpuncher. You're like, all right, what comes next? Always thinking of what comes next, and you start to kind of plan maybe a little too much. Like, all right, maybe he won't see this random thing coming, and then while you're thinking of what you're going to do, the other guy is just like, oh, he's open and hitting you.
Our friend TP Grant just sent us a GIF of that takedown that Yoshihiro Akiyama hit on Jake Shields. Very similar to the one that Burkman just hit on Cote there. Just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous stuff. Wow. So, what do you think? Is this probably is this probably 2 rounds in Cote's favor here, or do you think it's 1-1?
Well, I think it's probably 1-1. We had Cote get stung with a huge punch in that first round, and while he did spend a considerable portion of it controlling Burkman, but then again, Cote came back at the end of the round and cracked Burkman. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, because it was close other than that one big punch from Burkman, I got to say Cote's probably taken both of these rounds. Mm. So what can we expect to see from Burkman here? I mean, the tough thing for him is that he's just kind of got to do more of the same. He's got to look to counter. He's got to land a big one, and he's got to follow up effectively. In fact, his solution has been to become far more aggressive, and he may be finding some serious success with it.
Yeah. Oh, God. He is just –
Cote needs to do exactly what he just did. He was spending too much time covering up. Very smart of him to oblige Burkman and say, say without saying anything, you can't just swing at me because I will hit you back.
Yeah. In the chat on Bloody Elbow, the Bloody Elbow page for this, Mookie Alexander says, Cote versus Burkman is the fight you thought had happened on a Spike TV fight night in 2007, but never actually did happen. He is absolutely stone correct about that. And then another comment from Mookie, and I think he's absolutely right. Speaking to the question of Burkman's fight IQ, Josh Burkman is basically a slightly different version of Dave Herman, which, like,
he's short Dave Herman.
Yeah, there's something to be said for that. I mean, I think, like, obviously Burkman is a better fighter, substantially so, but still, like, yeah, I mean, my sweet Lord in heaven.
Sweet Jesus. Oh, save this man's life, ref. Save this man's life, please.
Burkman is somehow still in it.
He's somehow still alive.
Wow.
Well, that's what happened. See, the thing is what Burkman, I think, was doing there, even finding success doing it, he was thinking of fighting in terms of moves. And I always hate that mentality. Like, okay, what's the next move? What won't he see coming next? Burkman did like a big stance switch and then a right hook. You know, it's like you're not necessarily working off of anything you've already established. You're just hoping the other guy's not going to keep up. And that's cool. But then you find yourself in this pattern of planning, thinking what you're going to do next. What's the next thing he's not going to see coming? Meanwhile, Patrick Cote was recovering, moving, and looking for openings that were actually there because of the things he'd already established earlier in the fight.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, God, a vintage knockout from Patrick Cote. When was the last time Cote clean knocked somebody out, man?
No idea. That kind of makes me want to see Patrick Cote fight some more.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's obviously getting better. He's still got that durability.
And look at that setup. Beautiful setup. Flashed the double jab, got Burkman to extend his hand to measure the range, and punched right over the top. He blinded Burkman beautifully with the jab, just flicked it in his face, and then closed the range, stepped off at an angle, short right hand right into the jaw. Beautiful setup. Simple and beautiful.
Cote's last clean knockout against a legitimate high-level opponent actually was against, well, I don't know, legitimate high level, Drew McFedries in 2008.
Wow. Well, this was a humdinger.
Headlined by Mike Swick versus Josh Burkman, believe it or not.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
And then he had a clean knockout at a show in Brazil. But like, for all the talk about Patrick Cote's power, he had not clean knocked out a real opponent in a long time.
I don't think not Josh Burkman. I don't think Patrick Cote is all that powerful a puncher. I mean, really, that fight was a celebration of timing. I don't think I would have expected myself to be talking about Patrick Cote's timing, but man, he did a hell of a job choosing the right moment to throw that shot. Textbook use of the jab and the feint of the jab to close the distance. He moved off to the side. He shortened the path for the right hand. And he made Burkman think about his counter a little too wrong by getting that left hand in his face. It was a joy to see. I really, boy, I did not expect it, but I think I enjoyed that fight more than most of the fights this evening so far.
Props to Joe Silva for knowing better than us.
Yes,
thank you, about Joe booking Silva. That fight.
Well, we got a couple more fights for you guys coming up next. We have two more. In fact, exactly a couple. We have Neil Magny, short notice replacement opponent for Eric Silva. Magny, of course, was bested in his last outing by Damian Maia. Got his first submission win over Magny, in fact, in quite some time. And so we'll see how he does against the prospect who is not a prospect, Eric Silva. Yeah. And then right after that, we have the main event, one that we, and I hope you guys, if you know anything about MMA, you got to be looking forward to this one. Max Blessed Holloway versus Charles do Bronx Oliveira. And so we're really looking forward to those. I think we'll take one more quick break, and we'll be right back with you in time for the co-main event. was outstanding.
No, no, just as long as the door's closed.
And we're back. Welcome back, everybody.
We are indeed back. So I saw a number of people talking about that stoppage. Honest to God, I didn't think it was that late. Like, I thought Burkman was still kind of like, you could have stopped it right when he went down after the first few punches. But if you were going to let it go, Burkman was still fighting. Like, he was trying to roll into that double leg. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. At the moment, I was screaming for Josh Burkman's tender life to be saved. But, you know, having watched the replay, he was at the very least actively working to get back to his feet. He was trying to cover, using his shoulders, his triceps, you know, his upper arms very well to catch some of those shots. It was a nice job. It was a valiant effort. I think from the beginning, I kind of felt like it was going to be a fruitless effort, but I can't hate the ref too much for giving the man a chance.
Also, history matters, and Burkman is a historically double tough dude who has been extremely durable and difficult to finish. And so, I don't know. I mean, like, I think Jaron Villel has taken a lot of crap. Some of it deserved, some of it not recently.
What was he taking crap for in the first place? I saw our man Kenny
when Munoz and Koscheck getting choked into unconsciousness.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't know. Have you noticed the commercial highlight packages for this show have been better? Like, the overall production of this show seems better.
Yeah, it does. It does. I wonder if I'm not sure if they've had this is nice what we're seeing now. I wonder if that's part of the UFC's new production team that was taking things over for the pay-per-views, or if this is Fox taking some effort.
I don't know. I mean, as far as I know, the UFC still controls its own production, but I'm honestly not sure.
It's a nice way to reintroduce you to the broadcast, show you the best moments that just happened in like the last half hour. I enjoy that. I wish we could do that.
Well, it's especially good given that I will always be fascinated by this, and I'm going to try and interview Anik again at some point to talk to him about this. But like, a third of the people watching a UFC broadcast have no idea what they're watching. Like, not like they don't know the specific fighters, like they don't know what MMA is really. Like, they may know the UFC brand, but they don't really know what sport they're watching. They're not sure what the rules are. Showing people highlights at every reintroduction is awesome. That's great. That's great work.
Absolutely. I mean, and again, this is not to mock people who are what we would call casual fans. I have legitimately been asked by smart, well-meaning people who want to know what I do. They say, "What do you do?" I say, "I'm a sports writer." That's my first response, Pat, because I hate talking about myself. Then they say, "Oh, what kind of sports?" I'm like, "Oh, I write about combat sports, MMA, and boxing." And then they say, "Oh, like the UFC?" I say, "Yes." They say, "So are there like no rules?" And that is still a perception that's out there. People think hair pulling, eye poking, biting, they think that's allowed. You know, for better or for worse, the perception the UFC has garnered, and it's at times they have deliberately courted this perception, is that of the real fight, the raw reality of actual fighting. It's as few rules as possible to still be ostensibly safe. And so, you know, there's a lot of ignorance out there regarding the sport. It's nice to be introduced with a nice, like, slick looking production package that shows you all the, you know, I think I distracted myself by uttering the phrase slick looking package, but
tell us more about this slick looking package.
I'm mesmerized. I can't describe it anymore.
Outstanding work. I wonder if our good friend, at Susie Kuzi on Twitter, Suzanne, whether she did her usual dongs of the UFC picture that she does beforehand, where she lines up all of the bulges from the promo shots, and because, you know, the Reebok shorts, especially the white ones, draw a lot of attention to the testicular region. And so she just cuts them all together and lines them up next to each other, and it's a popular feature.
I have yet to see it, but I am Googling furiously as we speak.
Let me see. Do you follow her on Twitter?
I do.
She is delightful. One of the best people on Twitter.
It is an echo chamber, but boy, it can be a really funny echo chamber, can it?
Yeah, I don't think she did it for this card, but she does it for almost every other card.
Let us know, guys, by the way, if you're just joining us, by the way, this is the Heavy Hands Livecast. We're covering UFC Saskatoon. This is not the place to find the fight itself, but if you're looking for insight and analysis while you're watching the fight on Fox Sports 1 or whatever your personal particular carrier of the fight may be, then we are your people. And if you have questions for us, you can send it to us on social media. On Twitter, you can find me at BoxingBush or Pat at Patrick_Wyman. You can also leave comments on the Bloody Elbow page dedicated to this live cast. Just go to bloodyelbow.com and click on the Heavy Hands Livecast post on the front page.
So I found the Dongs of the UFC a page, which I will be messaging to you here shortly, Connor.
Please message it to me, Pat.
You know it.
I need this. I need this. It's been a rough week.
There we go.
So now I have to try and like this I can give you play-by-play on. I have to.
Yes, because we cannot legally do play-by-play. We cannot describe the action as it happens. We can analyze it, but we cannot describe it. That would be violating fair use.
We're not a replacement for the fights, people. But right now I can be a replacement for this picture of 6 male genitals lined up in a row. I don't know. It's like a it's honestly, if I'm meant to name these men by the appearance of their lower bodies from hip to lower thigh, I got to say the Reebok uniform has done its job in making them completely indistinguishable. Just a lot of white and black shorts. No idea.
Yeah, both under and above the shorts, completely indistinguishable. The UFC will not be happy until everybody is completely homogenous.
Can't tell you. No idea who those people are. Great look though. Really like it.
Yeah.
We got a fight. We got
a fight coming up. Pretty good fight. The co-main event.
We're getting our tail of the tape right now for Neil Magny versus Eric Silva. Give us the rundown on this one as we get ready here, Pat.
Yeah, so this is basically a battle of Silva winning early or Magny winning late, or as it goes to a decision. I mean, that Silva is the quintessential front runner. He does all of his best work in the first round, and that's kind of the nature of his game. He's explosive. He burns a lot of energy early. That's not that's not necessarily a bad thing. He has shown signs of calming down and turning into a more consistent fighter, but you never know. And Magny, conversely, can be a tremendously slow starter. He really takes some time to get into his rhythm. I'm sorry?
Consistent to a fault at times.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see with Magny a lot of what I kind of imagine. I like Magny's game, but in some ways it's kind of the idea of what an outfighter or a boxer type is supposed to do more than the ideal expression of that type of fighter.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see a lot of like flicking jabs and stuff. This like Ali, like quick footwork, flashing your hands. Like sometimes you got to sit down and bend your knees a little bit and make that jab as much like a lamp post as you can. Pat, you want to let us know when the fight begins?
I certainly am. Starting right now.
I like this a lot better when we're queued up.
Yeah. No, this definitely works better.
Cable companies across the country get it together. Magny already from the get-go.
Mm-hmm. A lot more aggressive than he was he was against Maia. He kind of let Maia walk him down last time. We saw a lot of really straight line backwards footwork from Magny against Maia, and we've seen that in the past. From him, especially early. He tends to get much more circular as the fight goes on.
Yeah, and I think really like for Magny is one of those fighters where his technique is really an expression of how comfortable he feels at the time. When he's not yet comfortable with his opponent, not yet feeling warmed up, his technique isn't all going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
I like the feints that we're seeing from Magny now. It's a great idea to keep Eric Silva moving backwards if you can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Silva looks pretty content to play counterpuncher. That was the most Eric Silva thing that has ever happened in a fight.
Eric Silva with what appeared to be a jumping, spinning back elbow that failed. And now Neil Magny And we got to say this, Magny may be limited in some ways. He may have been completely outworked by Damian Maia on the ground in his last fight. But if you have Neil Magny on top of you in side control or half guard, he is a force to be reckoned with. He has a very underrated ground and pound in particular.
He uses his leverage really well from the top. And there, again, that was another quintessential Eric Silva moment where he just explodes out and then explosive takedown too. Like, this is the most Eric Silva fight, you know?
And yet, that being said, Magny is kind of doing what we hope to see him do. Yeah.
So the great irony of Eric Silva's striking and him falling in love with his striking is that he has always been an absolutely elite ground fighter when the mood has struck. But the mood has rarely struck. I mean, we saw that when he fought Jason High.
Yes.
And I did the scouting report for Jason High in that fight. And I believe my exact words were, don't shoot on him in the middle of the cage where he can sprawl on you and work his front headlock game, because he has an outstanding front headlock. And my guess is that what he's looking to do here, he's going to control for a while, but then at some point he's going to let up on the pressure, let Magny scramble to all fours, grab a front headlock, and then try and work a back take from there.
Yeah, it looked like Magny felt maybe that he was being threatened by a north-south choke there.
Mm-hmm.
He was trying to block Silva's hips to keep him from circling around to the north-south position. Silva had a kind of overhook on, just like he does right now. He may be looking for that north-south choke, and not a submission I think I've seen him use before.
Well, you see Silva's natural inclination there is to look for positions that lead him to that front headlock.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because he has an outstanding, like he has one of the best front headlock games, and you can see it right there. It looks like he's trying to snake it in.
Now we'll see if he can set up and he's very good with these submissions and transitions. Magny so far being very smart, not rolling. He's not taking the first opportunity he gets to roll to his belly and turtle and stand. There we go. He timed it very well.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. He could have rolled into a guillotine there and really wound up in trouble. Now here's where Magny's questionable fight IQ comes into play. Sometimes Magny is like so concerned with being the well-rounded fighter that he puts himself in situations that he shouldn't be in. I'd much rather see Magny outstriking Eric Silva on the feet. I wouldn't like to see him even thinking of engaging Eric Silva on the ground at this point in the fight.
Yeah, I think you want to engage Silva on the ground in the second or the third round. You want to engage him when you're slick, when there's some sweat, and preferably from top position.
That's not to say that it may not work out for him. It's just that, from a probabilistic standpoint, as you might say, Pat, what are your best chances of beating this guy? And I would say keep him at range, put him where you had a success with him early in the round.
Yeah. I kind of wonder.
Not a bad clinch fighter, not doing a bad job.
No, I would say the clinch is actually probably his best and most complete area.
He uses his height very well.
A lot of leverage. And he's got really nice takedowns there too, which seem to be a specialty of his wrestling coach, Leister Bowling, who also trains Kat Zingano, who has some really excellent high amplitude clinch takedowns.
Boy, he may have broken Eric Silva already.
Mm-hmm. I always wondered, after the horrendous beating that Eric Silva took from Matt Brown, whether he would ever look the same. And I'll be honest, even though he's won a couple of fights since then, he has never looked the same to me.
It's not surprising. It really isn't. It's a confidence-breaking kind of fight.
Mm.
Now, we've seen Neil Magny start a lot faster here. What do you think the reason for that is? I remember one thing that always stood out to me, that stands out in my memory, is hearing that Donald Cowboy Cerrone claims that he spars backstage before the fights to get himself, so that when he comes out, it's kind of like he's entering the fourth round rather than the first.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with just having fought a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
I think that it was helpful for Magny to just keep it rolling, especially because it's not like he took damage in that fight.
No, and that makes sense. A lot of Magny's success has been the fact he was very close to getting, I think, 6 wins in a single year back in 2014.
Yeah, I wonder if Magny's the kind of guy who falls into the trap of thinking too much when given the opportunity to do so.
I think you may be right. And here we've seen him basically it appears that it's been drilled into his head. Just go, put pressure on him, attack, fight, don't think. And it's worked out pretty damn well for him so far.
Well, based on what I've seen in interviews that I've heard, Magny's a smart dude. And I think that smart fighters a lot of the times have a tendency to overthink things. And I think that it looked very much to me like he overthought what he was going out there to do against Damian Maia. And here, when you only have 3 weeks to prepare, you don't get to do a lot of specific training. You just kind of got to go out and do your thing. You have a lot less opportunity to get in your own head. So, strangely, Eric Silva does not appear to be gassed here going into round 2, which is not the usual thing for Eric Silva.
It's true.
So good pressure from Magny early. That was a really, really nice, crisp right hand he just landed.
He has a bit of a tendency to lift his elbow up on the right hand more than I like. I don't exactly love the form on all of Magny's techniques.
No, he does. He really throws his right hand strangely.
Yeah.
He appears to get quite a bit of pop on it nonetheless.
Yeah, I think it's just a factor of his reach. He's got a lot of distance to cover before it connects, kind of like a semi-shilt factor. Yeah. By the time it gets there, it's picked up quite a lot of velocity.
Yeah, Magny doing a really excellent job of using his jab to blind Silva here.
And this is more of what we're used to seeing from Magny. You know, we want to see him. And there's the dynamism of Eric Silva, always dangerous. Thing, Eric Silva seems predictable. He seems limited, but it does not make him any less dangerous. And it does appear that Magny, for a moment there, you know, having gone back to his usual sort of outfighting style, may have let Silva get into a groove. It may be better for him to pressure and not give Silva the chance to think, really.
I mean, part of Silva's thing being a front runner is that he is highly dependent on confidence, and I think that's what makes Silva so dangerous in bursts, is that he starts to think, oh, I can do this, oh, I can do this, oh, I can do this, and then he lands the huge shot and it's over.
Yeah, and speaking of positioning, I mentioned it before, like not relying on hands and footwork to get your position for you. We just saw an excellent positioning from Magny, who kept Silva up against the fence on the end of his jab. All he did was pull his head back, so Silva, winging big counters, couldn't catch him. And in that, he landed a good straight right, a nice uppercut as Silva covered up. Beautiful use of body positioning, and had to do very little work to make that happen, to control the distance as well as he did.
Yeah. Really, really excellent work from Magny punching his way into the clinch here. He's really transitioning nicely between ranges. Have you noticed that, though? With that last little sequence, he throws the punch, he ends up in the clinch, knee, and then breaks off.
Absolutely. And also because he's getting these kind of knee-jerk reactions at Eric Silva, perfect chance to use those upward strikes, those knees. You get a guy to shell up, and the uppercut landed before for the same reason.
Yeah, exactly.
Shell up and duck his head.
Yeah, Silva is really loading up, looking for that one big counter punch.
Well, that's Eric Silva.
Yeah, that's true. It's, you know, I do always wonder, because I feel like the striking coach at X Gym, Josuel Silva, I think is his name. I'm not sure exactly what he goes by, but he's not a bad striking coach at all. I like the drills. I like the drills that he runs. And a lot of guys under his tutelage have turned out pretty well. You see Warley Alves, who fought a couple of weeks ago against a fighter I really like in Nordine Taleb, and just absolutely demolished Taleb. Warley Alves has gotten a lot better in a pretty short period of time. It's taken Jacare a while, but Jacare has really put together a very functional, very tight striking game. And Eric Silva, despite now being a 10-year veteran, has never put together that kind of consistency in his striking game. Mm-hmm. And I just wonder whether it's just not in him. See, now here Silva has found his way to the front headlock and still couldn't get it done. Could not get where he wanted to go there.
I think Magny did a really nice job of keeping wrist control there. He had it in the guard. He found it again from the front headlock position. He did a fantastic job on his back of controlling Silva's wrist and using his reach even on the ground. He could basically hold his arm all the way down at about his crotch. And Eric Silva, there's no way he's going to break out of that wrist control and land an elbow. You know, he doesn't have the frame to do it against Magny's arms.
Mm-hmm. This has been a really much more measured performance from Eric Silva, which is probably good for him at this stage in his career, that he's calming down a little bit. But it also means that he's kind of gotten overwhelmed a bit by Magny's pace and his pressure.
A deliberately less measured performance from Neil Magny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, not that he hasn't been measuring. He's been doing a lot of very effective measuring, but he's not been planning and thinking and plotting so much. He's really just been going out there and doing. At times that can be the better option. And maybe for Magny in the long run, that is going to always be the better option. Looked very solid so far.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the kind of Magny that I thought we'd see against Damian Maia, and we didn't. Though I'll be honest, I think that Silva has won the second round here.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. Between the top control and the kicks that he's landed, I think Magny has landed a few more shots, but I think that Silva has landed the far more damaging and punishing shots. I mean, obviously one of the things is we're analyzing here. We're not live scoring. We're not counting strikes or anything like that. So to our listeners out there, I would take our thoughts on scoring with a grain of salt.
Yes, please do. Please be advised.
But
me personally, I like what I've seen from Magny. Again, another fight with really textbook use of the jab. The thing with Magny is he's not always landing that jab. I'd love to see him back it up a little more, because at times Silva has just, for example, seen him sticking out his left hand and decided, all right, we're at the range that I can land my body kick. I'm just going to throw it.
mm-hmm.
He hasn't had to worry about that jab snapping his head back. I'd like to see Magny really just take a hard step forward and crack Silva in the nose with that jab, even just hit him in the chest, hit him in the shoulder, just put some weight behind it. So he's got to think about it when it's in his face. And that'll make those uppercuts, the knees, the straight rights he's been following it with even more effective, and keep Silva from throwing the shots that you think may have won him the round.
Yeah. It's kind of strange. Round 3 starting now. It's kind of strange to me that Magny has not put more pop on his jab, because in the past we have seen him do that quite a bit.
That's the thing. It's inconsistent. At times he's like reaching out, hand fighting like that. You got to do that, and then you got to sting him with it. You know what I mean? Hey, there's an attempt there. And one of the best things I think you can tell a guy who uses his reach very well is to tell him to punch low.
Yeah.
Like that was a revelation for me, and I don't even have long reach. But just knowing that you can hit somebody in the chest, somebody with good defense, and just feel that you're hitting them, even if you're not doing a lot of damage. Just feel how far away they are. Feel your fist colliding with their body. That's a lot. That tactile feedback is very important.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. This is interesting. What we're seeing at the start of round 3 from Silva here. This is much more of a throwback to the way that he fought in his last few fights before he came into the UFC in 2011. Before he came into the UFC, he really looked like a much more standard kind of Brazilian Muay Thai kickboxer. Punch kick combinations, a lot of hard naked kicks. That was like what we're seeing here. This is why people were high on Eric Silva when he was a prospect, because of this kind of measured approach. Like, he still had the power and everything, but like he didn't do as much stupid shit to not put too fine a point on it. And what we've seen from him in the first minute and 15 seconds of this round here is way more like old Eric Silva.
But now look at this. Magny has started stinging him with his jab. He started throwing it with commitment, using it as this tricky, quick pot shot and putting some weight behind it. Instantly, Silva's volume has decreased drastically.
Yeah, exactly.
He found himself waiting there, trying to figure out when the jab was going to be coming next. And now Magny quits jabbing. Silva gets back into his momentum. That's when he's dangerous. You know, if Eric Silva can get that momentum on his side, he becomes a force to be reckoned with. He's not setting up his shots all that well. It's whatever. He hits hard. He moves fast. He covers distance. You got to keep him from doing that.
So in hindsight, after looking at the statistics, I think you're absolutely right. And Magny did take the second round. So Silva's down 2 here.
That's my gut feeling. I think so.
I think you're absolutely right. I just drastically overvalued the shots that Silva did land.
He had 2 really nice body cocks. Jesus Christ. Really 2 really nice body kicks.
We've not been doing this for 4.5 hours. So
I'm sorry, I was looking at Eric Silva's shorts. I was looking at those lovely Reebok shorts.
You were distracted by Suzanne's dongs of the UFC feature.
Yes. Here we go. See, I like to see these nice, sharp jabs. And that's the thing. He gets that jab in Eric Silva's face. Silva, even when he does try to counter, he can't get back out of range. He can't see what's happening. That when you sit down on that jab, it becomes such a more effective tool. The thing with the jab, like, it makes a great feint. It makes a great measuring stick. It makes a great setup. But you have to establish it for it to reach its true potential.
Well, I think that you see just that sequence right there with Silva. It was Silva throwing with Magny working the up jab a couple of times, throwing it from low. What we're seeing right here, I think, is Neil Magny like kind of figuring out in real time like rhythm. As strange as that sounds, I think he's finding his groove here because he's not a natural striker. we talk a lot about guys who have a much more natural understanding of rhythm because they have striking experience. Magny, not a striker by trade. It's like all of this has been learned relatively recently for him. He's only been fighting, I think, since 2010 or 2011. So every fight is a learning process for Magny, and I think we're seeing his growth here.
Yeah, and I think that's where it's really important. That's kind of what I mean. That the jab is tactile feedback. It's data collection. The more you can touch the guy with the jab, or the more you can feel him reacting to it, the better your chances are of figuring out what to throw after it or when to throw it next time. And it's so effortless to throw. It's easy. It's relatively risk-free, especially when you have the reach like Magny's and you know how to use it. It's a great way to. I mean, I guess some of this kind of goes without saying, but it's just a great way to figure out your opponent just by constantly keeping a simple, low energy, high percentage weapon on him as often as possible. And we've seen it's still inconsistent. Magny seems always to be inconsistent, but we've seen some really beautiful use of the jab in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the jab is my favorite strike. I throw it all the time. That and my left hook. But like when I figured out that I could throw the jab a whole bunch of different ways, that there isn't a jab, that there are up jabs, that there are probing jabs, that there are sharp jabs, that you can turn your shoulder, that you can rotate your hips and throw it more like a straight left, like that all of those are options for you. Suddenly everything else became so much easier. All the other strikes that I wanted to land, it became so much easier. So, okay.
Fight just wrapped up. I think, Pat, we were wrong in a couple of ways. Eric Silva, not necessarily a vintage Eric Silva performance. We didn't see him blow his wad after the first round. He carried on for the remainder of the fight relatively well. Neil Magny, he did, as we predicted, if the decision comes down as we expected to, win over the course of the fight rather than in a single round. But he managed to do so by fighting against type in the first round, being uncharacteristically aggressive to keep Eric Silva from getting the early lead.
You see, I kind of wonder if the Eric Silva who settled into a rhythm at points in the second and the third round had been there in the first rather than to try to do stupid shit and wind up on his back, Eric Silva. If that kind of the attrition from the body kicks and leg kicks, if he had been doing that from the get-go, if this wouldn't have looked like a much different fight in the third round. I mean, if ifs and buts was candies and nuts, but still.
The point, several hours of watching and talking about fights, it's when Pat's old-timey grandma wisdom starts to come out.
Yeah, I mean, if like, I kind of wonder if Silva had been more committed to that from the outset, if the fight wouldn't have looked a lot different. And also moving forward, if this isn't an actually viable Eric Silva in this division, if he learns to conserve his energy better, if he learns to pick up the output a little sooner, maybe his defense looked a lot better in this fight. I think that there were, like, even if Silva loses a decision, which I think we both assume that he will, even if Silva loses the decision here, I think that there are good reasons to feel better about him moving forward than you did a year ago.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, we're coming up on our official decision now. What's your prediction, Pat? I think it was 3 rounds to Neil Magny. Could be 29-28. Either the first or the second round were close enough that it could have gone against him.
Yeah. 29-28 or 30-27 Magny.
And there we have it.
Yeah. I'm actually not surprised that one judge saw that 29-28 for Silva.
No, it wasn't actually a bad performance from him. It really wasn't. I thought both guys, both of them surprised me. Neither you nor I exactly predicted the way that fight would play out. Both guys tried something a little different, and I like to see that.
Yeah, good fight, interesting fight. I think Rick Story probably would have put a hellacious beating on Eric Silva.
Yeah. Considering that Neil Magny started out doing what Rick Story would have absolutely done, and it's not what Neil Magny naturally does. If Rick Story pressuring you is a lot different than Magny doing it, especially early in the fight. And if that was how Eric Silva reacted to a less effective version of the fighter he was supposed to face initially, it's hard to imagine that he would have survived for long.
Yeah.
Rick Story, very underrated fighter. I'm a really big fan of Rick Story's.
Yeah, I mean, if we take a look at Rick Story's record over the years, like just look at some of the scalps he's collected, like, and some of the really close fights that he's been in that frankly probably should have gone his way. Like, so since coming into the UFC, he's lost to Charlie Brenneman, which honestly was not a fight that he ever should have taken. That was his fourth fight in 11 months. He was coming in less than a month after he'd beaten Thiago Alves. He lost a really tight decision to Martin Kampmann that probably should have gone Story's way. He was legit straight up submitted by Damian Maia. But then the Pyle fight, I thought when he lost to Mike Pyle, I thought that was a robbery. I thought that was absolutely Story's fight. When he fought Kelvin Gastelum, I thought that was a robbery. I thought that was Story's fight. And since then, he easily defeated Leonardo Mafra, and then just beat the ever-loving crap out of your boy Gunnar Nelson.
Yeah, I mean, aside from the Charlie Brenneman loss, none of these have really been questionable in terms of what they say about Rick Story as a fighter.
Yep.
Even then, Charlie Brenneman was a hell of a lot better and more consistent then than he is now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was also took that fight on 3 days' notice. It was supposed to be Story versus Marquardt, if memory serves. But then Marquardt had all of that trouble about his TRT use that hadn't been approved by the Pennsylvania Commission. And
back when you could just call any old drugs you were putting in your system TRT.
Oh God.
I'm gonna use that when I get pulled over. I'm gonna say that I'm licensed for cannabis replacement therapy.
Yeah, you've got a therapeutic use exemption.
Yeah. I'm sorry, officer.
So we've got a UFC 191 promo going right now with Mighty Mouse and John Dodson. And
the one we originally wanted to do this live cast for, unfortunately, didn't work out, but it's looking like a hell of a card.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm going to the media day for this in Los Angeles, and I'll get to talk briefly, I think, to Mighty Mouse, and then with Paige Van Zandt as well.
And you've spoken to Demetrius before, haven't you?
I have. I interviewed him back in April before UFC 186. Really, 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 really smart guy. Like smart period, not like smart for a fighter. Smart, like legit smart guy, understands the game, like understands what he's doing, understands transition, rhythm, all of the concepts that underlie MMA. Demetrius Johnson understands them very well.
And I think that DJ, more than most fighters, does very well as a thinker.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's always a boon for him to have the opportunity to think. And he has the advantage of his speed and his agility, his athleticism, gives him the edge in terms of initiative. It affords him the ability to think when other fighters can't.
Well, and I mean, unlike a lot of guys, when he's thinking, he thinks fast.
Yeah.
It's not like you can hear the synapses firing, you know, like when Demetrius Johnson is thinking, he translates that into action very, very quickly. Everything that Mighty Mouse does is fast, and that includes thinking. But honestly, I feel like Dodson, I have never been high on John Dodson.
Yeah, give us your hot takes on John Dodson, Pat.
I think that he has a terrible process, an absolutely terrible process. And I think that we saw the weakness in that against a guy that, based on talent and power and striking acumen, he should have blown out of the water in Zach Makovsky. But through good game planning and really mostly game planning and a willingness to grind, Zach Makovsky turned that fight into a grinding, low output affair. Like, he further shut down Dodson's output that's already really low, like way lower than it should be. And he managed to turn that into a coin flip fight. Like, he very nearly won that fight.
And I think part of that is Zach Makovsky being a pretty underrated fighter.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a very, very talented, well-rounded gatekeeper. He's a solid striker. And I think the other part of it, too, is a fight between two counterfighters. I think any promoter would tell you that booking two counterfighters to fight each other is pretty much a recipe for a boring fight. It's like what promoters used to say about southpaw versus southpaw matchups. Except nowadays, southpaws are more accepted. We have a lot of them. They're not guaranteed ugliness the way they kind of used to be earlier in boxing when southpaws were taught to fight right-handed regardless. Now, counterpuncher versus counterpuncher. I mean, what honestly sounds worse in combat sport than two guys whose favorite thing to do is wait?
Well,
you know?
Yeah, I mean, also, like, in Dodson's case, we've talked about this before, but he is effectively a rhythmless fighter. Like he just kind of does shit out there. And I think that's part of what bugs me about him and why I'm not a huge Dodson fan is that he just kind of seems to do things. And there's a lot of the time I don't see a lot of rhyme or reason to it. And like, I don't know, maybe I think it's just my personality too, but like I place a lot of emphasis on process.
Me too.
And I don't know, it's just like guys who just go out there and like either they're going to win a really close and boring decision, a really close decision in a fight that's just not entertaining at all, or they're going to get like a pretty spectacular knockout. Fighters like that just do not appeal to me from a personal and aesthetic perspective.
Well, how about if I frame it like this? Because we said earlier, and this may have been before the broadcast began, I can't remember anything anymore, but we said that Cub Swanson is like the archetypal dynamic fighter where it's like he's low output and he gets away with being low output because of his athletic gifts. John Dodson may be Cub Swanson more than Cub Swanson. And what's more, John Dodson is Cub Swanson without an extensive time training boxing.
Yep.
Right? Like John Dodson is like a move fighter. And I say that like he kind of treats fighting like a video game. Like, okay, what's the next cool move I can do? This is a thing I think is awesome, so I've been working on it. The thing is, John Dodson, he's dangerous because he's got great power and he's got great speed and he's got a very tricky rhythm. So those things work for him better than they would for a fighter with fewer athletic talents. However, it probably also means that pretty soon now we're going to see John Dodson fall apart in a big way. Because I can predict John Dodson being like a Roy Jones Jr., where like once the athletic gifts are gone, it's all a shambles. There's nothing left. That's the glue that holds the game together. And without the athleticism, the pieces are kind of random. You know, it's like if you fight like John Dodson without John Dodson's speed advantage, you fight like Travis Brown was fighting a year and a half ago.
Yeah,
right.
And even Travis Brown more or less made it work because of his substantial athletic gifts.
Yes, exactly.
You know, but yeah, like. I agree with you on that, and I would not be surprised if that moment came before too long for John Dodson, given that I think he's 31. He's been fighting professionally since 2004, so he's been fighting professionally for 11 years. Especially at 125 pounds, that's a long time. He's also a huge flyweight who cuts a ton of weight. He walks around somewhere in the high 150s, I've heard, and makes the cut down to 125. And like that's not a recipe for winning 5-round fights, especially against a guy who has probably the best cardio in MMA.
It's a recipe for long-term career success in general.
Yeah. I mean, here's a kind of a weird question for you. Do you think that Dodson would actually be better after this? Like, assuming, I think you and I both think he's going to lose to Mighty Mouse. Do you think he might actually be better moving up to bantamweight?
Maybe. I mean, he would have an incredible speed advantage there. I think he might, you know, and he's got bigger guys. They might be more willing to come after him and throw more volume at him. It's possible. You know, the thing is, too, like we're saying all these things about Dodson. For those of you at home, I believe Holloway versus Oliveira, they're about to make their entrances. But we're saying all these things about Dodson. He still gave Demetrius Johnson the closest fight he's had in this championship run. He came, you know, within a hair of taking 3 rounds from him. It was pretty close.
Well, he took 2 rounds, and I don't know. I thought that the last 3 were all, or the other 3 were all pretty clearly for.
I recall the 3rd round being pretty close. It was kind of some serious, significant strikes for Dodson versus particularly some big hard kicks to the legs and body versus the grappling and volume of Demetrius Johnson. The thing is, though, like most people that Demetrius Johnson has fought have not come that close. So, you know, it comes down, if Demetrius Johnson's going to come at we saw Dodson with a lot more activity, being a lot more trigger happy in that fight. because I think he had a guy coming at him with a ton of volume and a ton of movement and constantly giving him things to throw at.
Mm-hmm.
And Zach Makovsky didn't do that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I don't have a terrible opinion of John Dodson. I really think he's a pretty solid fighter. He's just, I do agree though, he has a questionable process.
He just like, it's not so much that I think Dodson is a bad fighter or anything. It's just that he pushes all of my pet peeve buttons for things that really bother me. And like, yeah. So again, I think whereas Demetrius Johnson hits all of my buttons for fighters. So like not like personally, like it's not a matter of liking one guy personally more than the other. But from the perspective of what I like to see out of guys, Johnson does all of those things and Dodson does very few of those things.
I think that's fair. Yeah, I think that's very fair. Speaking of guys who push all of our buttons, Max Holloway is about to fight, Pat.
Like which buttons of yours does he push, Connor?
Pretty much every damn near button. I think I even like him personally. Seems like a very nice guy. But as a striker, Max Holloway is like the ideal MMA striker because he offers all of those creative avenues that you love to see MMA fighters travel down, the stance switching, the crazy angles, the unorthodox strikes, the spinning kicks, the elbows, the clinch fighting, the quick submissions after hurting opponents, all of that stuff that MMA offers. And it's settled on this very strong foundation of technical boxing ability. And Max Holloway, let us not forget, because he's become known for his Tekken combos, chasing guys across the arena, across the octagon rather, spinning kicks, basically hitting like wall bounce combinations on guys. He's a very, very good boxer from a technical perspective. He's got a great, consistent, sharp jab. He's got the footwork to go along with it. He feints very well. He times counters excellently. He can fight moving backwards. He can fight moving forwards. He's just a well-rounded, technical, smart fighter. And he's one of the – you can really see Max Holloway making adjustments over the course of a fight. That's what I really enjoy watching is you can see him sussing out what is going to work and what isn't, what the openings are given what his opponent is showing him.
Yeah, that's the thing that gets me so much about Holloway is just how organic. Like he's making adjustments, but he's making split-second adjustments based on what he sees in front of him. It's clear that he's got a good eye, as what his opponent's doing and what the proper response to that, what the proper counter is to that. But he sees it all live. He doesn't have to take. He doesn't have to reset to stop and circle for a while to think about what he's going to do next. He just sees it and does it. Like you see that with the way that he places, like that's like to see is he bases it, like he works his shots in, around, through his opponent's guard, under, especially with his kicks. I love.
So there, Pat, we lost your audio for a second.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you're okay. You're all right. Getting all kinds of internet lag all of a sudden. Don't do this to me now, Google Hangouts. The very end of the show, during the main event. Oh, suddenly Pat is in like crystal clear focus. Pat, you there?
Yeah.
Oh, sound great now. Okay, we're good to go.
Yeah, bizarre. Not sure. That might have been on my end. I got some really slow. A
lot of pop-ups over there. You were looking at dongs of the UFC.com.
Sure, it's my fault.
A lot of pop-ups offering you subscriptions, instant updates, and all the UFC dongs you could possibly want.
Yeah, how could you possibly want for them?
You know, I gotta say, Pat,
want for them.
As the main event is about to begin, gained a lot of respect for what the UFC commentators do. The UFC is very cruel in having their commentary teams do entire events in one go every single time. They don't do like boxing organizations do, where they'll have the online stream prelims be a different commentary team than the televised prelims.
Yeah, seriously, this is just absolutely brutal.
11:44 p.m. now, folks.
My God. So we've been at this for almost 5 hours. Whew.
It tells you what I expect from the UFC, that I scheduled the hangout for 7 hours. So thank God we didn't meet my expectations. But the fight's about to begin. I'm very excited about this. Lest we talk up Max Holloway too much, Charles Oliveira is one of the most offensively potent fighters, both on the feet and on the ground in all of the UFC. Very dangerous as a striker, working his way into the clinch. He throws some thunderous knees, vicious elbows, great takedowns from that position, and on the ground, we mentioned earlier in the show, very few fighters today get away with relying on an offensive bottom game. And Charles Oliveira is one of those fighters. And it's not just that. He's got great back takes. He's got excellent sweeps. You get Charles Oliveira on top of you against the fence, he is going to take your back, and he is probably going to choke you out. So it's a really interesting battle here. This is essentially a more high-level version of the fight we just saw, in my mind anyway, Magny versus Eric Silva. We have Oliveira being the Eric Silva of this matchup, the dynamic finisher, could hurt you on the feet, could submit you at any time. We have Max Holloway, the attritive, adaptive fighter who, over the course of the fight, is almost certainly going to pick you apart if you give him the chance to and eventually stop you.
Yeah, I tend to like Holloway in this kind of match. I just think his game was made for 5-round fights. Like,
I agree.
It's an interesting thing that the kind of overall structure of the sport has led to, where there's much more of a market for guys with great cardio because 5-round main events are a thing. There are just way more opportunities to fight in 5-round fights. And a guy like Holloway, Michael Bisping too, I think is another guy who's benefited from this a lot. You can turn your cardio into much more of a weapon there. If you can get to that level, if you can get to the point where you're fighting 5 rounds, I think Rick Story too. I think we saw that Rick Story against Gunnar Nelson. If you can get into these kinds of fights, like you may not ever leave. You may not ever relinquish that spot.
Absolutely. I'm all for more 5-round fights. I'd like to see 5-round main event, co-main events. Why not?
Yep. Well, I would like to see more elite MMA, right? Like.
Yeah.
So
if it's a number 1 contenders bout or a top contenders bout, why not make it 5 rounds?
Yeah, I mean, I think that elite MMA is supposed to be 5 rounds. We talked about this a lot with back in February with the Donald Cerrone, or was it January? Donald Cerrone Benson Henderson bout. There was only 3 rounds. It was super controversial.
Yes.
Like,
would have been better if it was 5. Absolutely.
Yeah, elite MMA is supposed to be 5 rounds. Like why would Donald Cerrone ever fight? Like Donald Cerrone and Benson Henderson should be fighting in 5-round fights.
Yes, only. Okay, we're about to start now. Pat, let us know when the first round begins.
First round starts now.
Oh, we're on the same page. Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah. Yeah, and
right away.
Oliveira comes out super aggressive.
Now we're seeing here from Oliveira something that we don't always necessarily see. Very, very high hands. Probably a good move for him. A little more head movement, but again, I don't expect that to necessarily last once he has to start walking Holloway down. Yeah. Holloway getting aggressive with the long-range strikes right from the get-go. He's looked for the spinning back kick more early than he usually does. The one thing I've really noticed developing in Holloway's game, his hooks have been getting better and better. His counter right hook has become one of his most effective punches. He landed that on Cub Swanson over and over.
Yeah, I was gonna say, especially from southpaw. He the first few times he was really trying out that southpaw. He was mostly the straight left and left kick, and he's really added that beautiful right hook. Because he's always had a very nice left hook, especially to the body. I always thought that was his best punch.
Now, of course, we got Holloway working a beautiful jab. I would like to see him. We see him from southpaw. He's going for a jab to set up, going downstairs with the straight left. Let's look to see if he's going to use the opening created by that straight left to the body to come back with a right hook upstairs.
Mm-hmm. I would imagine he will. I think Holloway, like us, identified exactly the dynamic in this fight, that Oliveira is going to come after him, but Oliveira expends a shitload of energy. Mm-hmm. And so Holloway is trying to accentuate that process as much as humanly possible by working over the body early and taking that away. But that's
nothing to do with Oliveira on the ground.
Do you blame him for that at all?
No, not at all.
What happened? Did Oliveira
shoulder injury maybe? Something bizarre happened. Well, what a strange anticlimactic end to a long lead up. But you got to say, Max Holloway looked like dynamite.
Yeah, that was awesome. Great performance.
He looked great. I don't know. I'm guessing it looked from the way he was holding himself. Oliveira hurt his shoulder, and Max Holloway came back, looked at him strangely, and then slugged him in the body, and Herb Dean called the fight off.
That was bizarre. I wonder, it could be either a fractured collarbone or a neck injury, maybe.
Could be. So what do we see from Holloway in that fight? Because hopefully we'll see some replays, not just of the injury soon. Beautiful footwork, great use of up and down striking. That's another thing that he's really been adding to his game is his combination striking isn't just throwing more strikes. It's mixing up the trajectories, the targets of those strikes to increase the chances that the each subsequent punch will land.
And he's done so. I mean, he's done so very organically. You could see he came out wanting to hunt the body, but I think that he made that decision as well based on. I think he made that decision as well based on Oliveira's hands being as high as they were.
So perhaps it looks from the replay that maybe Oliveira injured his neck or his shoulder while Holloway was stopping the takedown. Boy, Holloway went right back for the body when Oliveira was hurt too. He just walked up and uppercutted him in the solar plexus.
Yeah. I wonder if he jacked on that underhook when he shot. Like,
Oliveira seemed to stand up and feel okay, and then it started to hurt once he got up.
Yeah.
Weird. You have to wonder, too, if Oliveira maybe has a little bit of – I don't want to call the guy a wuss or anything, but we also saw strange moments in the Nick Lentz fight. He gets hit in the eye. He reacts badly to being hit. He covers up his eye and kind of lets Lentz wail away before he comes to his senses and starts fighting back. When Cub Swanson knocked him out, it was this delayed reaction where Oliveira almost kind of decided he was knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, my thought, I just don't think Oliveira is a durable guy. He never has been.
That's fair enough, yeah.
Like, as strange as that sounds, he's just not like, not that he's not tough. That's not the same thing at all. But I think that he has always struggled to take a really hard punch. I mean, he's got avian bones.
Avian bone syndrome.
Avian bones, yeah. He just doesn't take a great shot. I think probably because he's built as skinny as he is.
Could
like,
be.
dude,
Also,
all bone.
Cutting weight that much doesn't help either.
Yeah, absolutely true. Premature osteoporosis.
And really, with a guy like Oliveira, whose defense is built so heavily on the idea of just having his hands at home, first of all, volume. Great way to keep his hands there and keep him from reaching out and clinching you or punching back at you. Second of all, body shots. Why not, right? If his hands are glued to his temples the entire time, wail away.
Especially straight down the middle. I thought that was a really interesting adjustment that Holloway had made here. Is normally when Holloway attacks the body, he really likes to do so with round kicks. Yeah. And this time he was going straight down the middle, in part because throwing round kicks to a guy who keeps a nice tight guard like that throwing round kicks to the body can be not fun, and you're likely to catch your shin on the point of their elbow at some point. So it effectively protects, which is a way bigger deal when you're throwing body kicks than it is when you're throwing even hooking body punches.
Yeah, the fist is a much smaller projectile to slip through that guard.
Well, I mean, catching throwing with gloves on, even MMA gloves, throwing and catching the point of their elbow on your fist does not hurt nearly as much as catching your shin on the point of somebody's elbow. Like your naked shin, when you throw it with all your force behind it off the point of the elbow, is a really good way to either give yourself a terrible bone bruise or even fracture your shin.
Got a cousin with a Taekwondo experience who has yet to recover from an ankle injury he received kicking right up into an elbow of a sparring partner.
Yep.
It's not a fun place to hit.
It is. It's terribly painful.
Holloway being awarded the official decision now. It looks like Oliveira's in some serious trouble. Apparently they're bringing a stretcher to the cage. Hopefully everything is all right for him. I'm kind of interested to find out what that injury was.
Yeah. Seriously. God,
otherwise, thoughts on the event overall? Why don't we ask this question? It's kind of a broad question for our purposes, but what do you do with Max Holloway next?
Yeah, we got that question on Twitter from our good friend at Garrick16, GARIK16. So I would give him, if it were me, I would give him Frankie Edgar.
Why not? You think he'd beat Frankie Edgar, Pat?
I do think he'd beat Frankie Edgar. Yeah, I really do.
Just upset every MMA fan on earth because for some reason that I still can't quite grasp. And I like Frankie Edgar a lot more than I used to. For some reason, he is the world's most popular fighter.
I think he's very popular among a certain segment of very vocal MMA fans to which we have broad exposure.
I think that's maybe a fair and very specific way to phrase it.
Yeah, so like I think that just because we're speaking mostly to an English-speaking audience of hardcore MMA fans who, not necessarily the oldest school fans, but fans who have been around during Frankie Edgar's heyday, who remember him very fondly from especially I think the Maynard fights. Mm-hmm. I think there's a lot of love for Frankie in those quarters, and they tend to be very vocal, and we hear it. We hear it a lot.
I'd like to see him against Frankie Edgar too. I think it's great, provided that Edgar doesn't have to fill in for either Aldo or McGregor for the Aldo versus McGregor fight that's now been rescheduled. Love to see Frankie Edgar against Max Holloway. It'd be a very interesting fight against of a guy who I think is a very natural boxer, makes for a great outfighter, sort of a boxer puncher, I guess, with Max Holloway. You kind of have to say with his versatility, his willingness to throw down. Against a guy who kind of fancies himself that in Frankie Edgar, but who really gets by more on the threat of his wrestling. Really interested to see how that dynamic would play out against Max Holloway.
Well, lo and behold, Max Holloway just called out Frankie Edgar, wants to do a stadium show in Hawaii.
Good man.
I would go to a stadium show in Hawaii. Like, honest to God, I'll use my frequent flyer miles. I would go to a Max Holloway stadium show in Hawaii. Holy shit, dude! Like, that's my everything.
Well, I think we can probably wrap up the show now, Pat. Max Holloway is exiting the arena. We hope you enjoyed this, everybody. Thank you very much for tuning in. We had a really considerable number of viewers. I think we were up to about 150 at some point, at various points. A lot of you seem to have stayed with us throughout the entire broadcast. We hope that we were able to add something to the event for you. We will be doing this again very soon. Stay tuned to heavyhandspodcast.com and bloodyelbow.com for new episodes of Heavy Hands. And on that and via our Twitters, we will give you updates on when the next Heavy Hands livecast is going to be. Speaking of Twitter, you can get in touch with both Pat and myself if you forgot somehow after having been reminded of these Twitter handles dozens of times earlier in the show. I am at BoxingBush, and Pat is at Patrick_Wyman. If you are listening to this now and you want to catch up on more of the show and sync this up later, maybe you preferred to listen to Joe Rogan's Fight Companion, or you were listening to John Anik and Brian Stan doing commentary during the fights tonight, you'll be able to find this as a 2-part downloadable special Heavy Hands episode on heavyhandspodcast.com tomorrow, I hope. That is to say, Monday, August the 24th. And if not, then the very next day after that. So thanks once again for joining us. Hope you enjoyed this, guys. Get in touch with us if you have any comments or suggestions for next time. Until then, if you came here today for the finer points of face punching, this has been Heavy Hands Livecast.